check.
In every direction, there's a soul that is lost. Every day, every night. One time, like a line for the motherland, still a stand on the other hand. Take a chance if you understand. Make a change now if you can. Come to my side, of the world, share the world, share the love. Still a beat from hinterland, say a prayer from Neverland. In your heart, you can understand. Take your place in the motherland.
Check 1, 2. Say check 1, 2. Hello, say 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Say check 1, 2.
Imagination, recreation, salutation, and salvation. Take your place in my land, like a light from motherland. Still a stand on the other hand. Take a change if you understand. Make a change now if you can. Come to my side, of the world, share the world, share the love. Still a stand on the other hand. Sabiri, 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 sabiri. Remember when you go to
Good morning, honorable members and our invited guests. I welcome you to this retreat. We will be starting in a few minutes. We are waiting for the president of the National Unity Platform is on the way, and once he's here, we will be starting officially. Otherwise, we would like to welcome you. The retreat shall take you through the program. We shall have opening remarks by the leader of the opposition in Parliament, and then the retreat will be officially opened by the Honorable Charles Robert, the President of the National Unity Platform. After the official opening, we'll go into the presentations, and we are very delighted to have Professor Mambusha Ndevesa, a senior lecturer, political history, Makerere University, and he will take us through our first presentation. We'll go through a number of reactions and then we'll go for a tea break. And when we return, we shall have the Honorable Dan Wandera Ogalo, who is a former Member of Parliament and the Managing Partner, MS Victoria Advocates and Legal Consultants. He will be taking us through what key legislative reforms are required to improve Uganda's political landscape. After that, we shall have a panel discussion, and the panel discussion is going to be involving our political party leaders who will be giving their views, but more importantly, based on those political parties. We'll then go for a lunch break and return. We'll have Professor Frederick Sempewa, the founding partner of MS Katende Sempewa Advocates, and he will be taking us through another topic, reforming Uganda's local government systems, best practices from Kenya, South Africa, and beyond. We shall have another topic presented by Mr. Karoli Semogerere, who is an advocate and legal consultant. He will be taking us through proportional representation, a shift from the current winner takes it all. We shall have a discussion and it will be moderated by Dr. Lubebaiga. So after that, we'll have remarks from the Deputy EU Head of Delegation, and then another presentation by Mr. Victor Juma Owiti, the Principal Prosecution Counsel in Kenya. He will be taking us through how does the Legislature and Court safeguard the Constitution, lessons from Kenya 2010 to 2022. So honorable members, you're welcome to the retreat once again. For those of you who know our colleagues who are not yet here, please let them know that we are starting in a few minutes. We would like in a very special way to welcome the Lord Mayor of Kampala, Honorable Elias Lukwago. We would like to welcome the UPC President, Honorable Jimmy Akena. We would like to welcome the President of the Alliance for National Transformation, General Mugisha Muntu, who was very early here. Probably was the first person here. Thank you for managing time. Yes, and I would like to welcome Mr. Saddam Gaira from the PPP, the Honorable Winnie Kiza, the former leader of the opposition in Parliament. Thank you for always being with us. We will be recognizing a number of other special guests as we carry on. Thank you very much, and please feel at home.
Check 1, 2. Check. Check. Check 1, 2. Check. Hello. 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 YouTube. Hello. 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 Check 1, 2. YouTube channel help stream. Go with channel YouTube help streaming is what.
Esse que eu acho que era uma coisa que a gente ele tô achando ainda bonito.
From the open forest, the back of the side, feel the warm embrace. My talking out in the heart, I hear the roar of the lion, the lion in me. Roaring from the sky down to the
Hello, hello, hello. Check 1 2. Check. Hello, hello. Check 1 2.
Remember, we can go to www.djl.com
Don't fall.
For the motherland. And from the other hand, take a chance if you understand. Take a change now if you can. By side, open the world, share the world. From the land, they are prayer from Neverland. In your heart you can understand. Take your place in the motherland. From the overland, as we dream of another land, taking sensation in our hand, feel the wheel pass over my mother, unto my mother. Inspiration, liberation, liberation, imagination, recreation, salutation, and salvation.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience. We shall be beginning very soon. In the meantime, those of us who haven't had breakfast, tea is available on the other side of the hall. Please feel free to partake of a tea as we await to start. We'll be beginning in a few minutes. Thank you so much for the patience.
Every night. Like a line for the motherland, still a stand for the motherland. Take a chance if you understand. Take a change now if you can. To my side, move the world, share the world, share the love. Stealing from hinterland, say a prayer from Neverland. In your heart you can understand. Take your place in the motherland. From the overland, as we dream of another land, taking sensation in our hands. Feel the wheel pass on my mother, unto my mother. Inspiration, liberation, liberation, imagination, recreation, salutation, and salvation. Take your place in the motherland. In the land of motherland, take a change if you understand. Make a change now if you can. To my side, move the world, share the world, share the love. From motherland, stand on the other hand. Remember when you were DJM, don't call me. I said they want to be touched. Put it on the
Remember we go to your call.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, and our invited guests, I would like to welcome you again to this retreat and to thank you very much for your patience and apologize that we couldn't be able to make it at 9 a.m. But I would like to request the members who were taking tea to please get to our seats. We're about to start. You can have your tea and bring it where you're seated. We are about to start. The next time the law returns with the President of the National Unity Platform, we will be starting, and we're going to be quite fast because we're behind schedule. I'd like to welcome you again to the retreat and to thank you very much for your patience. In the meantime, Douglas Chukwomeko, Please get ready. You're going to say the prayer after the anthems.
I'm good. How are you?
We would like to welcome Mrs. Jole Mugisha, the Vice President of the National Unity Platform, Western Uganda, but also the Chairperson of the National Consultative Forum. You are welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the President of the National Unity Platform, the Honorable Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. You're very welcome. The NUP President is greeting other political party leaders.
Stand up, John.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have our seats? And because of time, we are going to start. And I would like our team to start with the anthems. Our officer in charge of protocol, can we have the anthems? Can we stand up for the anthems? Thank you very much. Can we have a prayer? Douglas Chomeko,
take us through the prayer.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and just governments of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor this your servant, whom you have pleased to call to the performance of such important trust in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to their charge. Amen.
Thank you, Douglas. We can take our seats. Honorable members, this is to welcome you again to this retreat, which is about constitutional review and electoral reforms. Would like to welcome all the opposition members of parliament and all the independent members of parliament who agree with us. Would like to welcome the chief opposition whip who was here much earlier. Would like to welcome the president of the Alliance for National Transformation, General Mugisha Muntu, the president of Uganda People's Congress, Honorable Jimmy Akena, the Lord Mayor, who is also the vice president for FDC in Uganda, Arias Lukwago, Honorable Anna Adeke, who is representing the FDC president to this event, Mr. Saddam Gaida, the president of the People's Progressive Party, would like to also recognize the presence of former leaders of the opposition, the Honorable Winnie Kiza, the Honorable Betty Aol Ochan. You're very much welcome. We would also like to welcome the Deputy EU Head of Delegation, Guillaume Chatrain. You're welcome. He will be speaking to us this afternoon, and we will definitely be recognizing other special guests to this retreat, as well as our scholars who are going to make presentations today and tomorrow. Because of time, Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome the Leader of the Opposition in Parliament, the Right Honorable Matthias Impuga, to make his opening remarks, but also to invite the President of the National Unity Platform to officially open this retreat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the Master of Ceremonies, for taking us through the preliminaries. The Honorable Robert Chagoin Sentam, the President of the NUP. You know, when the DJ played Three Standards of the National Anthem, it put a funny thing in my head. I want to welcome you to this retreat. Our friend and stakeholder, the Deputy EU Ambassador to Uganda. Excellency, welcome. Party presidents, the relatives present. I can see the deputy presidents of the NUP. And I'm John Mugisha, welcome. My brother, the Chief Whip, the Honorable Nandeshe John Baptist. My predecessors, the Honorable Betawal Achan, the Honorable Winnie Kiza, ever present in these our spaces and troubles. Colleagues, members of Parliament, our dear panelists that agreed to come and share with us. Our panelists will be fully introduced in their special capacities when their time comes. So I will leave that the nitty-gritty and detail at that stage. My job is very simple. This morning, I've done the first leg of welcoming you to this two-day retreat. This workshop is intended to rally, to energize, and refocus the efforts of all change-seeking forces in Uganda towards the issues that matter in what seems to be efforts without an end in sight to make our constitution matter and all legislation that derive from it matter to the people and to the country. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here also try and offer ourselves the necessary motivation that will offer us the energy desired out of our blocks, beyond the rhetoric of the need for reforms, be them electoral or constitutional, by resolving to take necessary positive steps towards the talk. It's my sincere hope that at the end of this conversation today and tomorrow, we would have reoriented ourselves on the practical and legislative voids that we need to urgently fill in order to give ourselves and the country a chance. A chance and a departure from the crude law of rulers towards the constitutionalism and rule of law. It is my considered opinion, ladies and gentlemen, that we don't have to belabor so much about the cause of our current crisis, which has put the country in almost an existential crisis, graduating steadily into a age of democracy pariahs, an unenviable state of affairs, 60 years after obtaining what was supposed to be our independence. All we need now is to appreciate the magnitude of the problem and agree on ways of dealing with the crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, the opposition in and outside the parliament needs the opposition in and outside the parliament needs to find the necessary motivation and the drive to make these areas for reform learning points for the entire country and all stakeholders in Uganda's democratic process. We need to summon the traditional and non-traditional bases into this conversation. It should become a matter of public duty and burden, like most other citizenry obligations, not a preserve of politicians and their traditional allies. It is very likely that some of the emerging conversations out of this retreat will sound old to many veteran actors like myself in these spaces. But the theater and platform we seek to occupy and influence has over time enrolled new actors and goers, bringing with them new profiles and aspirations. We need to find the imperative to reorient ourselves and undertake deliberate learning and unlearning in the coming month as we seek to expand and enlist new actors and the changing mode of meeting our shared aspirations. When I look into this boardroom, there are several new actors. My brother and friend, the Honorable Kabuye, for example, is barely 24 years, 25 years now? 25 years. For the yesteryears, he probably had different views of how his life will play out. He finds himself at the epicenter of what are going to be very critical, life-changing decisions for our people. So he needs to be in this space with all the actors like myself to be able to garner the necessary momentum and the consensus, to be able to drive the necessary momentum in the population and beyond. Of course, the current state of affairs in our country, especially in terms of rule of law and constitutionalism, has occasioned wasteful expenditure of public resources and worsened political tensions, just awaiting a trigger to explode. Therefore, when we discuss reforms, we need to urgently consider what is a reality of Uganda's changing political landscape. The existing legal and legislative framework for elections is not steady enough to guarantee free and fair elections. The country needs reforms to the constitution and legislation that affirms and supports the independence of the Electoral Commission, protects against disenfranchisement of citizens, protects the rights of the opposition candidates, and ensures principles of transparency, equity, and accountability. In addition, there's a need for the legal regime to ensure a level playing field for all participants in elections and outrightly prohibit the participation of armed personnel in electoral processes. Honorable comrades and participants, our constitution in a way has lost its identity over time and the purpose for which it was formulated. Some of you who really take time to understand our constitutional perspective would know that, for example, the 1995 Constitution was predicated on a two-term president. And as we speak, it is a constitution without term limits. The question of the day would be, Is it still the same consensus? Are we still on the 1995 consensus, or it has been shifted, and therefore we desire new perspectives on how to progress, given the fact that the constitution as predicated then was shortchanged and shifted? I've cited a few cases here. The case of the Honorable Karuhanga Gerard versus Attorney General, which is famously known as the age limit constitutional petition. Justice Kakuru made the following observations in his dissenting judgment, and aptly highlighted what constitutes what has been fractured and tilted in the basic structure of our constitution. He said, the sovereignty of the people of Uganda and their inalienable right to determine the form of governance for the country. 2, the supremacy of the constitution as an embodiment of the people's sovereign will through regular, free, fair elections at all levels of political leadership. Political order through adherence to popular and durable constitution. 4, political and constitutional stability based on principles of unity, peace, equality, democracy, freedom, social justice, and public participation. 5, arising from all the four above, the rule of law, of the observance of human rights, regular, free, and fair elections, public participation in decision making at all levels, separation of powers, and accountability of the government to the people. 6, non-delegable rights and freedoms and other rights set out in the extended and the expanded Bill of Rights, and the recognition of the fact that fundamental rights and freedoms are inherent and not granted by the state. 7, land belongs to the people and not to the government, and as such, government cannot deprive people of their land without their consent. 8, natural resources are held by government in trust for the people and do not belong to the government. 9, the duty of every citizen to defend the Constitution from being suspended, overthrown, abrogated, or amended contrary to its provisions. And 10, Parliament cannot make a law legalizing a one-party state or reversing a decision of a court of law as to deprive a party. It is absurd, honourable members and the distinguished participants, that for a considerable period of time, the foregoing principles have not seen the light of day. It is those principles that have guided our situation analysis and informed our conclusion that the regime in Kampala is deliberately stalling and derailing all efforts geared towards electoral and constitutional reforms. A reality that requires going back to the drawing board to address the pertinent issues of governance bankruptcy, and editorial tendencies. I have been sharing with comrades here inter alia that as the opposition and all of us would desire change, our requirement to meet cannot be any more urgent than now. Even if we met for a whole day and quarrel as the opposition, it is okay. So that at the end of the quarrel, we find a new motivation and fresh perspective. Very, very important. Honorable colleagues and distinguished participants, the nation debated on the constitutional framework that was promulgated in 1995. On the face of it, and all intents and purposes, our constitution was destined for success. As a constitutional law practitioner and legislator, I know that the constitution gains much respect if it stands for a considerable period of time without amendments. But I'm aware also that this revered document can be amended if the dictates of time and the people's wish and the people wish so. But unfortunately, in the case of Uganda, ours has been amended on the whims of one person, Museveni, and for his personal benefit. I don't find tenable to wait for the constitutional review by government. Over the last 3 years, there have been attempts by government to initiate constitutional and electoral reforms. It is this deliberately obscure stance that has prompted some of our colleagues like Honorable Niwagaba Wilfred to initiate constitutional amendment bills. We remember and recollect so well the people's the document that contained the people's wishes that was launched at Africana, I think in 2016. We're also aware of individual members' efforts, Dr. Lulu Mebaiga's effort towards the presidential transitional bill that Parliament then considered as being personal to the person of Museveni and therefore rejected. So these efforts cannot be left to die in vain. I believe that Parliament, led by the opposition, should assert its role and sufficiently apply itself to the legitimate demands of our time. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and honorable colleagues, our workshop program is impressively rich. I encourage you to actively engage in all these discussions and debates, share your experiences, raise your frustrations and perspectives, and do not hesitate to ask questions, even when those questions are most unsettling. This is the space to have these questions raised so that we can correct our path. Ladies and gentlemen, I truly believe that this interaction will leave us a better people and with better perspectives to reflect on a big obligation of rescuing this nation that hangs on the threshold of an existential crisis as an independent and durable nation state. I want to thank you for finding time to share in this conversation. I don't take your time for granted. I'd like in a special way to thank our distinguished invited guests for sparing this time to occupy this space with us. And I hope after here, it will be occupying space outside the Parliament and other spaces. I thank you so much and wish you very deliberate and fruitful, deliberations and outcomes. Thank you so much. Can I take the honor to therefore invite my party president, the Honorable Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, to officially come and make his remarks and open this retreat, the Honorable President.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Leader of Opposition. Dear comrades, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, allow me and kindly receive my apologies for delaying. I was supposed to be here a few minutes earlier than when I got here, but considering the matters cover up of the entire city, I was late by a few minutes. Please take my apologies. Ladies and gentlemen, today I'm going to address you as one of the many voices agitating for change in our country, Uganda. Today, as we enjoy the elegance of this five-star facility to discuss governance issues, we must not lose sight of the harsh reality that we face. The reality that surrounds us, ladies and gentlemen, is important to put in notice. I want to remind all of you, brothers and sisters, that we live under a military dictatorship. It disregards the rule of law. It undermines all institutions of state. It is family rule. I repeat, we live under family rule. We are only allowed to be here today just because the regime does not consider this gathering a serious threat to its main and only objective, and that is staying in power. In terms of democracy, Uganda has gone back to 1973, 50 years ago. Yes, you've gone back to the Amin days. The only difference is that the Idi Amin of today is a little bit smarter, more calculative, and more deceptive. He will allow you to discuss democracy, reforms, and all that, especially if it is away from the masses. But you can be sure, ladies and gentlemen, that all the beautiful ideas that we share do not go beyond these beautiful rooms. We discuss them here, and because the regime feels threatened by them, they usually end here. So that reality should remind all of us that our first and main duty should be removing the Museveni dictatorship. I repeat, those harsh realities that we face should remind us that our main duty and the first duty we should consider is to remove the Museveni dictatorship. But for as long as the dictatorship remains, then we might as well forget about any meaningful reforms. Some of you might say that I present a rather pessimistic image of our situation, but I want to invite all of you to review Uganda's political history since 1986, when General Museveni captured our country by force. For 10 years, until 1996, General Museveni ruled uninterrupted without any elections. And then from 96 to 2005, he ruled as a leader of a one-party state. Now, this lack of electoral accountability for 20 long years is what set stage for the problems that we are dealing with today. Between 2005 and now, we have witnessed 4 presidential elections under the multi-party system, all of them conducted on a very unleveled playing field in favor of General Museveni and his NRM candidates. Each of those elections has been a sham election, only legitimized by a judicial system that has proven time and again to be part of the problem rather than being a solution. Since 2005, the regime has employed various tactics to suffocate the opposition and to limit the ability of the opposition to engage with the electorate. Opposition candidates and their supporters have been intimidated, they've been arrested, they've been subjected to military violence and murder. Dr. Besigye, who ran against General Museveni 4 times, was repeatedly arrested, physically assaulted, maliciously prosecuted, and his campaign rallies were disrupted by security forces. We all remember that it got even worse when I challenged General Museveni in 2021. The presidential campaign was turned into a war zone. We were tear gassed, we were arrested, beaten, pepper sprayed, shot at, and our supporters were massacred in their hundreds. By election day in 2021, the regime had already switched off the entire internet, banned all media from relaying results live from the field. It also banned any telecenters except one media house, which was used to telecast fake results in favor of General Museveni. From 2021 elections alone, we have more than 100 of our fellow citizens lying in graves after the regime ordered a massacre on the 18th and 19th of November 2020, just 1.5 months away from the general election of 2021. Today, as we speak, hundreds of innocent young men and women are still languishing in prisons just because they identified with us during the elections. Needless to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, that the abductions of people accused of supporting us is still going on, even as we speak in this beautiful room. So, given that history, I am convinced that this is a battle for the soul of our nation, and this is a battle that we must win. I'll say that one lesson that we have learned from the experiences of those that challenged Museveni before us and from our own experiences is that for as long as Museveni regime is in power, Uganda will never experience fair electoral processes or even uphold constitutional governance. Why? Because this regime sustained itself in power by denying its opponents fair political competition. So the first thing to do, and I say this again, the first thing for us to do is to remove the Museveni regime. And only then shall we expect respect for any sensible political discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that the cornerstone of democracy is a constitution that guarantees the rights and freedoms of its citizens. Our constitution should be protected from manipulations and amendments which serve the interests of individuals as opposed to the interests of the nation. Friends, Ugandans yearn for a country where no one is above the law, where the judiciary operates without fear or favor, ensuring that justice is served to everybody. We must change the way our judges are appointed. We must establish a system that can genuinely hold the executive responsible for its actions. Ugandans yearn for a country where there is electoral integrity, where every election is a testament to the will of the people. A country where the voice of the people is respected and where their votes carry the weight of their hopes and their aspirations. We want a country where democracy thrives, where the media is free and is a conduit for the exchange of ideas, fostering a vibrant political discourse that enriches our nation. We must redefine the role of our national security institutions. They should not be used as tools of oppression and suppression. Instead, security forces should be protectors of our democracy, not obstacles to the same. We want an independent electoral commission that is free from political interference. Members of the Electoral Commission should be selected through a public and impartial process conducted by an independent body. They should be people of demonstrated integrity, committed to upholding democratic principles and values. They should not be appointed by the president. The people of Uganda should be free from intimidation and violence when they go for elections. All forms of intimidation and violence should be condemned and punished. The rights of every voter, regardless of their political affiliation, must be respected and must be protected. I know that even in this room, ladies and gentlemen, this room where we are, I know that we have varying levels of trust amongst us. But I must say this to you today, that we are not here just to pass time or to pretend to be politically mature. We are here because Uganda needs us. We are here because our country is at crossroads. We have a duty, ladies and gentlemen, to collectively give direction because all of us have an equal stake in this, our country. Our country needs us at this defining time, and each of us must honorably and decently play their role. So, I want to call upon you today, ladies and gentlemen, and to all well-meaning Ugandans here and those watching us on the media, regardless of their political affiliations, to join forces and rid our country of dictatorial rule. The road ahead, ladies and gentlemen, will definitely be challenging. There will be resistance from those who benefit from the current mess, and those are many. But I'll tell you that we must not be guided by our fear and apathy. Let us always remember the words of the great Nelson Mandela. He said, it's always seeming impossible until it's done. So let us not be eye shut by the challenges and the fear that we face today. Let us rise above our differences and build a nation where the will of the people prevails, where every voice matters, where the dreams of our forefathers can be realized, and where every citizen can participate in political processes without fear of intimidation. Ladies and gentlemen, democracy is not a privilege. Democracy is a right, and it is a right for everybody. Unfortunately, we are not going to get this on a silver platter. We'll have to endure the challenges. We'll have to go through so much. But I guess, and I believe that we'll finally achieve it. We'll achieve this for ourselves and for the generations to come. I thank you, and I wish you fruitful deliberations today. Thank you very much for God and my country.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for the NUP President, the Honorable Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. In Kamocha, we say Abyogedde. We would like to really appreciate you for that energetic presentation at the opening of this retreat. And just so I can tell you, Mr. President, about all the things that you have said and what we need to do, the women in the opposition have taken things in our hands. So we have decided to lead you in this struggle because we think that's what we need to do. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said, we are running out of time. We would like to welcome the Secretary General of the National Unity Platform. He's here with us. Thank you for coming, and thank you for always being with us. We are now going into presentations. And I'd like to invite Professor Mwambusha Ndebesa, Senior Lecturer of Political History at Makerere University. And I know he has serious issues about how we have managed time. I'd like to apologize before you come to the podium because I know you'll make comments about that. We apologize, and after his presentation, we'll have a few reactions and then we'll go into a short break. Otherwise, thank you very much for your patience. For those of you who have colleagues who are outside here, we are streaming live. The link is going to be shared by Sadap Chitatakaya. We are also live on different media, on BBS television, on NBS TV, and other televisions. We are live on the parliamentary link, Uganda Parliament of Uganda. We are also live on Alternative Government, so you can share the link so other people can join the conversation of this retreat about constitutional review and electoral reforms. Professor Ndebesa, you're welcome.
Anonymously have access to your data. I repeat, this Zoom meeting has been hacked. In the meeting now. I repeat, this Zoom meeting has been hacked. We have access to your data. In the meeting now. This Zoom meeting has been hacked. We are anonymous in the meeting now.
Здравствуйте. Your meeting has been hacked by Russian hackers. Leave this meeting now, or you'll...
Thank you, moderator, the president of NUP, the presidents of the other political parties, the leader of opposition, dear participants. I'm glad to be invited here to share some ideas about constitutional issues in Uganda, especially regarding constitutional amendments, some historical assessment. And I want to say that those who invited me may have invited me as somebody who is merely knowledgeable about maybe constitutional developments in Uganda, but they probably didn't know that actually I participated in the making of the 1995 Constitution, not as a delegate, but as a researcher. And actually I was the leader of the research team. And I have some background, some of the goings on in the making of that Constitution. Behind the scenes, some things that even the delegates may not have known, and I've heard them being distorted. I can mention one here before I go to present. There was the issue of age limit, and many people, the general perception in the country has been that it was meant to keep away the late President Milton Obote from standing. I must say that is wrong. That provision was put in the 1995 Constitution because of myself, because of me. I'm the one who influenced and shaped its being there. It was tabled by Mayombo. I am the one who sent him a message. I had a background. As a researcher, of course, we were not talking, but I had a background that President Habib Bourguiba of Tunisia had become senile in office and nearly led to a crisis in Tunisia because he could appoint a minister. The following day when the minister comes to see him, he would say, "Who are you? What have you come to do, by the way?" Until his vice president and other officials picked him and took him to his house, and the vice president took over. But much more important, I had a foundation and a background. I come from the former kingdom of Mpororo. There was a kingdom in the pre-colonial period in Uganda called the Mpororo Kingdom. It was actually the biggest, the largest in Uganda then. It included the President Ntungamo district, President Rukunjiri district, President Ruchiga district, President Shema district, President Bushenyi district, and some parts of Rwanda. It was a large kingdom. Where did it go? For the first time in the history of kingdoms, it disappeared, disintegrated without invasion, without a rebellion. Why? The king then, Kahaya Rutindanjezi, had ruled had become maybe 90 years, become senile. His sons wanted him to leave office, he refused, until it disintegrated in his hands, and it just disappeared. Now the people of Mpororo Kingdom are former Bahororo. Can you imagine an identity disappeared because of senility of a head of state, a head of kingdom then? So from that I advised that it was put there and it was passed. Let me go to what I was supposed to present today. I wanted to give you that background. Constitutional amendments in Uganda and assessment, but with a question. Why have the constitutions in Uganda failed the test of time? As you know, constitutions in Uganda have failed a test of time. I will hurry because there is no time. Definition of a constitution, we are not going to go into details about that. A constitution is a system of basic principles, rules, and organizational arrangements. A constitution is a code of fundamental principles, norms, and laws that guide the government. Some countries have written constitutions, and others have unwritten constitutions, but the best thing is that all countries have constitutions. There are some who say UK doesn't have a constitution, or Israel, or New Zealand. That is not true. They have a constitution, only that it is not written. But even our pre-colonial societies and kingdoms had constitutions, but they were not written. They were in their hearts. They were norms, and there is no society, organized society, that doesn't have that. Some countries have institutionalized them into one document, and for others, it is found in different laws, conventions, and codes. The constitution is the highest law of the land. Those are just statements. Constitutionalism. Constitutionalism is about the balancing the letter and the spirit of the constitution. Constitutionalism is in the spirit, is in the values, in the norms. The constitution should not be just about the articles and clauses, but also the spirit behind these articles.
Fuck you.
There are those who say that, it is well laid down in the constitution. It is very clear in the constitution. No, it is not clear. And there are those who take the constitution to be only the written clauses and articles and subsections, written words. Do you remember, those of you who have read the Bible, doesn't matter whether you are Christian or not, but most people have read the Bible. You know how Jesus castigated the Pharisees? The Pharisees were those who were referring to the law as written on the paper, not as law written in their hearts. And Jesus said, no, what is important is not the law as written, it is law as is in the hearts, as in norms and values and principles. And therefore, those who always refer to the constitution are like the Pharisees.
You motherfucker.
Who refer to the law as written. We want the law as written in the hearts of the people. Therefore, a spirit of constitutionalism. What is the letter of the law saying, and what is the spirit of the law saying? Such that our judges shouldn't just be like our Pharisees. When they are making constitutional judgments, they should also refer to the spirit of the law. They should go and check with the Hansard to find out those who made the constitution, what they had in mind when they put their age limit or term limit or indeed other laws. Otherwise, merely by going by the letter of the constitution is missing the point. The functions of the constitution, I will just, in the context of Uganda, the constitution is an instrument of nation and state building, building inclusive, equal, and cohesive societies. The constitution is an instrument of democratization. The constitution can be an instrument of conflict resolution. Conflict resolution, let me make a point here. Not suppressing conflict. You know, sometimes when a regime suppresses conflict, the conflicts are not resolved through hard power. The conflicts are resolved through soft power. Have you convinced everybody to be on board? Is there a political consensus in the country? Have people accepted to live together? Is the state legitimate in the hearts of the people? Otherwise, merely suppressing conflicts and you think everything is okay is like the proverbial ostrich which hid its head in the sand and such people are not looking at it. The constitution is an instrument of power sharing and distribution. The constitution as an instrument of establishing a just economic political order. The constitution can be used as an instrument of distributing and regulating power among different branches and levels of government. And the constitution establishes how a state can exercise power, and the constitution regulates the relationships between the citizens and the state. I would have elaborated there, but we don't have time. Let's look at the foundational principles, norms, and values for constitutional amendment processes, because this seminar here was convened to look at issues of constitutional amendments and how we can forge a way forward. So let's look at foundational principles, norms, and values for constitutional amendment process. Let me first make this comment. The South African Constitution, which has been one of the best constitutions around, before it was promulgated, actually before it was made, they had first agreed on principles. They had 34 principles. They first agreed on the principles before they started deliberations. And they agreed that after the constitution has been promulgated, it would have to have a judicial review where the judiciary, the constitutional court, would look at the constitutional provisions and scrutinize it, find out whether they were aligned to the principles agreed upon. Otherwise, if you write a constitution without agreeing on principles, that constitution can be violated without recourse to any checklist. So these include, the foundational norms, but are not limited to citizens' genuine participation and not participating. I have popularized this concept in the public sphere of being participated. Participating and being participated are two different things. You can be called for a meeting like this one, and you sign a document and they say you have participated when actually you were participated by the organizers. So a constitution should not be made in such a way that you participate citizens. They should participate genuinely, not be participated. It should have inclusivity, respect of popular sovereignty of the people, rule of law. It should be conflict of interest free. This is a very important norm. Conflict of interest free. If you amend a constitution in such a way that actually you are amending it to serve you as an individual, then that constitution has not stood on firm ground. Others are common or public good. It should be amended in order to promote public good, not selfish or individual interest or private good. It should be for justice for all. Unity in diversity, because Uganda is a heterogeneous country. We need to accept pluralism and accept that we should have unity in diversity, broad consensus, shared values, justice, equality for all, fairness free from manipulation. You can have people participate, but you participate them through manipulating them. We don't want a constitutional amendment or constitutional making where citizens are manipulated and therefore participated. There needs to be checks and balances, separation of powers, civility, norms of civility, not militarism. It should be corruption free. Corruption free. You, our members, not necessarily these ones who are here, but members of parliament, in the past, when the constitutional amendments were taking place, they were paid and they accepted money and went. And do you think those are going to make a genuine constitution? But that is even payment. You can also be bribed politically. You can have political corruption. Most people think corruption is about embezzlement of funds. No, you can abuse office also. And we are going to see it below when we come to each of these constitutions. I'm going to elaborate more below. Ethical foundations of the constitution. The constitution making an amendment should also be based on political ethics. Political ethics are missing in Uganda, or have been missing. These include, but are not limited to, conflict of interest I talked about, honesty. People are not honest. This one, because of time, let me mention about honesty. When they were amending, when Parliament was amending the constitution for the age limit, provision, I went and actually exchanged views with the committee, the legal committee. And I told them, they were telling me, but we are legal. They were Pharisees now. But we are legal, we are the ones supposed to make this amendment. What is your problem? I told them, but you are not honest. Why were they not honest? They were saying, they were urging that they were amending the constitution because they didn't want provisions that make the constitution rigid. So I reminded them that that article, is it 101? Was it 101 or something like that? The same article where there was age limit, there was also education limit. In the same article, there was education limit besides age limit. There was also another limit. where they would limit a candidate from standing. So I told them, if you are honest, why don't you suggest that all those articles, clauses be removed because they were limiting, because they were not honest, they were dishonest. Respect for human dignity, integrity, corruption-free, manipulation-free, it is I talked about them. Makers or reviewers of constitution should be statesmen and women who look at building for the next generation and not politicians looking at the next elections. I'll be commenting a little bit about, for example, the constitutional amendments that have taken place throughout Uganda in history. Are you looking at the next elections or the next generations? In most cases, they have looked at the next elections. Now let's go through a timeline of Uganda's constitutions. From around 1958, the process of making the constitution began. There was a Wild Committee report. I don't know how many of us have read the Wild Committee report. A committee led by Wild, somebody called Wild, a gentleman called Wild, which was preparing for the form of government and elections that would take place in 1961. It was chaired by Wild, but it had Africans on it, especially members of the Legislative Council then who were Africans. The likes of Milton Obote were on this constitutional process of Wild. Then in 1961, there was a Munster Commission report, equivalent to Odochi report. It was the Uganda Relationship Commission report. I wish most of you politicians can read that one. When you read it, you could predict that there would be constitutional instability in Uganda. That commission report was very clear about the confusion in Uganda, led by Lord Munster. It is the one which ushered in the 62 elections, the independence, the independence constitution and independence elections. Now, in 1963 was the first amendment of the 1962 Constitution. Let me make a correction. There might be some people here who have been making a mistake like those I have seen even in the media. There are those, I wanted to ask you a question by the way, but you are too large. I wanted to teach now and see how many people knew. There are those who think that Kabaka Mutesa became the president of Uganda in 1962 at independence. It's wrong. He became the president in 1963 after the 62 constitution was amended. Otherwise, between 1962 and 63, the governor general remained as the head of state. That is a mistake that people have been making, and I want to correct it here. Now, that was the first amendment of the 62 constitution. And then in 1966, the constitution of 62 was abrogated. Another mistake I have seen in the media and the public sphere. They think that the Pigeonhole Constitution was a 67 constitution. Wrong. The Pigeonhole Constitution was a 1966 constitution, not 67. The 66 constitution was meant to be an interim constitution. Then it was replaced by the 1967 Republican Constitution, which was drafted by the executive, presented to Parliament, which sat as a Constituent Assembly, debated it for about 1 month, and passed it. So the 67 Constitution is not the pigeonhole. The 67 Constitution was debated by Parliament. But let me make a comment on Parliament before I forget. You, members of Parliament, I am glad I'm talking to you today. You have accepted to be used by the executive. Parliament of Uganda has been corrupted, has been rubber stamped. Now, the 1967 Constitution was debated and passed by a Parliament, first of all, 66. The 66 Constitution was presented to Parliament. It was in the pigeonhole. That's why it is called pigeonhole. and the members of parliament were asked to pick the draft in their pigeonhole and pass it. And members passed it without debating it. The only few debates that were there, a member of parliament would stand up and say, even if I have not read the constitution, I support it. Come on. You have not read and you support, so what are you supporting? Members of parliament, that I have supported it. What have you supported now? Anyway, it was passed in one day. That is 66. 67. The 1967 constitution was debated and promulgated by members of parliament who sat as a constituent assembly. And you know what they did? If you don't know, members of parliament extended themselves into office for another 5 years without going for elections. Members of parliament. Is the parliament of Uganda serious? They said now we don't want to go for elections since you have given us opportunity. We have been extended for 5 years. That means it was illegal. They extended themselves illegally. And then the president, who had become a president after abrogating the 67 constitution, 66 constitution, was also extended in office for another 5 years without going for elections by the members of parliament, elected by the people, honorable members. What is that now? I have told you, maybe that is the politics they gathered away. In 1971, Idi Amin came in. For him, he didn't pretend to be democratic. There was no pretense. He just abolished the constitution. Let me rule with by decrees. I am the constitution and everything. So the constitution was abolished. Although I'm told somewhere, somehow, he was using that constitution. It appeared as if he abolished it, but he was using it behind. He abolished certain things that limited his power. In 1979, the 1967 constitution was reinstated, but with provisions arbitrarily suspended under legal notice number 1 of 1979. So the constitution was reinstated, but with amendment without consulting the people, of course. In 1985, some provisions of the 67 constitution were also suspended by NRM. In 1986, sorry. Legal notice number 1 suspended some parts of the 1967 constitution without, of course, consulting anybody, the citizens. Now, in 1995, a new constitution was promulgated. But the 1995 constitution has had more than 100 amendments. Somebody, I think, was talking about 119 or so amendments in a period of less than 3 decades. Other constitutions have lasted 200 years and amended about 9 times. Uganda's constitution, within less than 2 decades, was amended by more than 100 times. Is that still the constitution? Another influence I had in the constitution, by the way, let me tell you, through the late Honorable Adokonechon, I think. I also sent a message to him to the effect that RDCs are very important people at the district, and they wield a lot of power and influence. Why should we have anybody as RDC? So I proposed to him that an RDC should be somebody who qualifies to be a senior public servant. A senior public servant qualified by the Public Service Commission. What do I see now? It was removed. It is now open-ended. Anybody can jump very high and become an RDC. Those are the challenges we have had. Let's make some small assessments and we'll complete as we don't have time. We assess the constitutional making process and amendment processes in Uganda. Uganda has been defined by constitutional instability in its 60 years of independence. Constitutional instability. It is against that background that actually the 1995 Constitution was made. I think in the preamble it says, recording the political instability in Uganda, the citizens hereby, but we have forgotten about that preamble statement, recording our history of political and constitutional instability. We just make amendments as if there has not been constitutional instability. We have read history without learning from history, unfortunately. The Ugandan constitutions have failed a test of time. Ideally, constitutions are not supposed to be amended easily, just like it is done for the ordinary laws. But in Uganda, we just wake up and amend the constitution. That creates constitutional instability. This instability is partly to be blamed on the constitutions which were based on shaky foundations, which are called Maram. You know a Maram road? In a Maram road like these ones of my friend there, the road mayor, and his friend, she's called what? Saka? There are Maram roads in Kampala. You know, when it rains just once, the rain is off. That's a Maram constitution. Maram foundations instead of concrete foundations. If you write a constitution, amend a constitution based on Maram foundations, then it will be washed away. But if you write it on concrete foundations, then it will stand a test of time. Unfortunately, our constitutions have been written and amended on a Maram foundation, like the roads of the streets of my friend there. Not meant for you. The Maram foundations of Ugandan constitutions. Really, Maram, not concrete. The 1962 constitution was based on Maram foundations. It was a constitution based on compromises rather than principles. It was less participatory. There was no integrity. There was manipulation. I'm talking about the 62 constitution. Those who manipulated the constitution, especially, were those in power. Mainly, the colonial state, the British government. The British government manipulated that constitution of 1962. You know, people went to Lancaster. I don't know why they were moved from Uganda, but even in other dependencies, they used to be removed. Now you have this same peasant person, a primary teacher, going to Lancaster, traveling in an airplane for the first time, is in London, and he's mesmerized by the environment, and you expect that person to make a constitution? And he starts listening to the colonial secretary speaking English through the nose, and you know. And then there was Archbishop of Canterbury. I'm an Anglican. I'm not talking about him because I'm against the Archbishop. The Archbishop of Canterbury was manipulating, was very powerful because he didn't want to leave a Catholic at the helm of power in Uganda. The Archbishop of Canterbury, the Secretary of Colonies, and another powerful force was Buganda Kingdom. They manipulated DP and Chiwanuka until the constitution was a Maram Chiwanda constitution of 1963. We are not going to go into the details of 62, sorry. There was a lot of manipulation. The 1963 amendment was based on injustice. It was not participatory, no consultations, there was conflict of interest, it was full of manipulations, did not consider the context of Uganda. I'm talking about the amendment in 1963, when it was amended in such a way that they put a provision that the president of Uganda would be elected by parliament as a constituent college from among the traditional leaders of Uganda. That is the day when every community had a traditional leader. Even the Bachiga who didn't have, they had Rutachirwa. Even the Bajisa who had, they had Umukuka. Even the Rangi who didn't have, they had somebody with ostrich feathers. You know, everybody became monarchized in order to be like Uganda. It was a copycat syndrome. You know, even those who didn't have monarchical states, they all of a sudden became monarchized. Why? Because they wanted also in the future to have a presidential candidate. Why would a tribal leader be the president of Uganda at the same time? Why weren't Ugandans allowed everybody to stand as president? Why for me, a commoner who is not common, would not in the future stand as the president of Uganda because I had somebody to represent me because he was a king? That was unjust. It was not participatory. And therefore, it was on a Maram foundation. No wonder it was abrogated in 1966. There was a conflict of interest. There were manipulations and did not consider heterogeneity of Uganda. We could go on and on and on and on. Oh. The amendment was not steeped in known and consensus, in known principles. There should be principles there, and there was no consensus agreed upon on principles and norms. Why did the presidency remain among traditional leaders and to be elected only by parliament and not by society? But also this business of Westminster model, where you have a president and a prime minister, I think was not suitable for Africa. Indeed, where it was left, whether in Zimbabwe or in Africa, whether in Kenya, wherever, it was later removed. Where you would have a constitutional head of state together with a prime minister who was executive. By the way, there are those who make a mistake and think that Obote in 1962 up to 66 was a mere prime minister. Obote was not a Nabanja. Obote was not a Rugunda. Obote was not an Amama Babazi. Obote was an executive prime minister, the one who actually appointed ministers and could even disappoint them. He had control over security forces. He was an executive prime minister, like you have the executive prime minister in UK, not the head prefect of ministers. Now, to have such an executive person, and then you put there ceremonial head of state with all the powers, two bulls in one kraal, in the African setting, it was not easy to survive. And it didn't survive. It didn't put the context of Uganda in mind. So, anyway, that was 63 amendment, and it did not stand the test of time. It was abrogated by Obote, the executive prime minister, in 1966. And he just abrogated the constitution. Complete. He just abolished it because he had a quarrel. He had exchange with the Kabaka who doubled as the president of Uganda. It was not easy for Kabaka, by the way. I appreciate his position. To be a leader of a tribe and be the president of Uganda at the same time, it was not easy to balance the two. Indeed, in 1964, there was a referendum in the Lost Counties in Buyaga and Bugangezi, Chibare district now, and Kagadi, and the people voted to go back to Unyoro, and the president refused to assent to the referendum results. And the prime minister said, since you have refused, I am going to sign. And therein, they had a conflict. Two bulls in one kraal, and they couldn't survive. They fought each other because in UK, for example, they have had a lot of time to internalize that value, but it could not work here. So the constitution was abolished. I'm not going to go to the history of what happened. And I have already told you how it was passed in parliament without people reading it. Definitely, it was not consultative. It was based on Maram Foundation. It did not pass any democratic principles, but it was supposed to be a stopgap measure. The process was unconstitutional, undemocratic, unprocedural, unprincipled, and civil. There was no separation of powers, etc., etc. That was 66. 67 now, the Republican Constitution. But did you hear even Uganda's constitutions, how they are called? Independence Constitution, Pigeonhole Constitution, Republican Constitution, Museveni's Constitution. Hey, when shall we have a Ugandan Constitution? That's how we name them. Independence, Pigeonhole, Republican, Orobote, and Museveni Constitution. The 67 Constitution making and amendment process violated many constitutional principles and norms. There was no consultation with the people. The draft was made by the executive, debated by the parliament, which had expired. But because they wanted to extend themselves without going to the people, you may think that was 67. Is that so? Do you know this last parliament? It was 11th or 10th parliament. Then you were there. And you passed a constitutional amendment to the effect that you have extended your term by another for 7 years. Self-interest. Self-interest. These members of parliament think we are not following up on them. They extended themselves. What else would they have done? But the constitutional court squashed it. But they were repeating the 67 one. You see? They have learned history without learning from history. The term of the executive and the parliament had expired. So it was by illegal, it was made by illegal organs anyway. There was a conflict of interest as both the president and the parliament had self-interest in extending themselves into office without seeking for another mandate from the population. This was a typical case of political corruption. It was unethical. The constitution was later abolished in 1971 by Idi Amin, who never pretended to be democratic. He had learned from his predecessor, Obote, how to violate constitutions with impunity. For him, he never pretended that he was a Democrat. The UNLF government now, Uganda National Liberation Front government of 79, amended the 67 Constitution in 1979 by issuing legal notice number 1 of 1979 and continued with the 67 Constitution. It was a takeover of government and a revolution. Anyway, when you take over government, you suspend certain constitutions through legal notice number 1 of that year. And you rule. There was another takeover in June of 1979 without regard for constitutional arrangement. The ruler was removed after being in power for 68 years. Days. I'm told that record was broken by this lady of UK. Otherwise, it was the first record in the world. Liz. There was another takeover in 1980 by Muwanga, who said that it was not a military takeover, but some kind of takeover. There was no constitutional consideration. And there was that constitutional instability in that short period of UNLF period. The 1967 Constitution was again amended by the legal notice number 1 of 1986 by NRM revolutionaries with no regard for constitutional principles or procedures. It was simply, they used the 67 Constitution, but with that radical change, using legal notice number 1, without consulting anybody. There was no parliament even. Later, by that legal notice, they constituted a new parliament, the National Resistance Council. And you remember the National Resistance Council, the speaker of the National Resistance Council was President Museveni. Did you know that? If you are counting the speakers of Uganda's parliament in our history, President Museveni was a speaker. He was the president, executive head, at the same time, the speaker of parliament. That was NRC. That prepared the 1995 constitution. How could that parliament pass, they used to pass what were they called, those laws? They were not ordinances. The British ones were called ordinances. These ones were called what? NRC what? Statutes. So that is under that circumstance. The Constitutional Committee, there was a Constitutional Committee. You remember the Odoti Committee? Which did consultations and made the recommendations, the draft, but it was partisan. The Constitutional Committee members were appointed by the government, by the executive. And I think all of them except one were NRM activists. But even the DP who was there had been labeled as a good DP. You know, when President Museveni calls somebody a good DP, what it means. So there was a good DP who joined the NRM people. How? He was appointed on the Constitutional Committee and he was a good DP. The CA delegates were elected. That is true, but under the movement system and restrictions of parties. Parties were restricted. The CA, the Constituent Assembly, was chaired by the late Wapakaburo and NRM original, and Professor Maka as the vice, and NRM also. And all the committees were chaired by NRM people. And they said this was inclusive constitution. That was a Maram Foundation. There were walks out. Even at one time, NRM walked out. There was opposition walk up. Yeah, at one time, I don't remember the incident, but also there is a time NRM delegates also walked out. That means there was no consensus. They walked out, and some delegates were boycotted the signing. See, some delegates didn't sign that constitution, that original document. That means there was no consensus, and therefore, check a foundation, the Maram Foundation. There was no minimum consensus among the delegates. Amendments now of the 1995 Constitution. The 1995 Constitution has undergone several amendments in a very short time. A Constitution as the basic law is not supposed to be amended so frequently. Amendments should be the exception and not the rule. Instead, now, amendments have been taken as the rule rather than the exception. The frequency of amendments tantamount to violation of the Constitution. The Constitution has been amended several times under the same government that presided over its making. And before the articles within this Constitution were operationalized or tested, they are said to have been found wanting and amended. Some amendments, some articles, such as the term and age limits, were amended at the instigation of the incumbent, who had, of course, vested interests, and the MPs who also had vested interests. The MPs who amended the age limit were conflicted because they were also interested in the extension of their term in office. During consultations, MPs were paid consultation allowance, which amounted to political corruption, therefore unethical. As we conclude, what ought to be done, or what ought to be a process of making a concrete constitution, not a Maram constitution. By and large, actually, I have not gone into details here, but one can refer to our checklist of the principles and the norms and the values that guide the making of a constitution. The South African people were wise to first agree on a consensus basis on principles, then start the constitution making, and afterwards they agreed before they made the constitution that actually the constitutional draft should now be taken to the Constitutional Court for judicial review to see whether it was aligned to the principles they had agreed upon. And therefore, those who are making the constitution were aware and conscious that there is another body which is going to look at this document based on the agreed upon principles. But our Ugandan one was not. Scholars have suggested, there is a scholar by the way in Makere who has just recently graduated, or he was a PhD in constitutional making and amendment exercise. I think a certain Dr. Nixon, Wamameo, or somebody like that, who wrote a PhD on this issue. He needs to be consulted because he has taken much more time on it. And such as scholars have suggested that before and during the processes of amending the constitution, certain prerequisites must be in place. That the amendments must be guided and steeped in a constitutional foundation principles, norms, standards, and rules agreed upon before. There should also be a checklist for political ethics. This checklist should be guaranteed by the judiciary, an independent body. Therefore, the amendments should first undergo a judicial review before enacted or promulgated into a constitution. I want to end by proposing, if you find it fit, that a checklist of foundational principles of the Constitution be prepared by some members of parliament, maybe with the assistance of some technical experts. You who are gathered here, you can prepare those foundational principles, and they are laid on the table in parliament. And if adopted, they become a guide for future constitutional amendments. Can I repeat it? If it is your liking, the members of parliament should agree on foundational principles and norms of constitutional making and constitutional democracy, and then lay them on the table. And if it is in the liking of parliament, they are adopted. And whenever there would be a constitutional amendments, you refer to them as a checklist. And anything that is done in that constitution by way of amendment that does not conform to the principles and ethics of democracy and constitutional processes is null and void. I think that way it would help the constitutional amendment people to have a checklist on themselves, so that there is a check on their selfishness or their unethical behavior or whatever, because there is a checklist to check these people who otherwise are politicians who are looking at the next elections, not the next generations. Asante sana.
A round of applause for Professor Ndevesa. And would like to appreciate you for always being available for these kinds of discussions. And indeed, he lives on a note of suggestion for us as members of parliament to agree on foundational norms and principles of a constitution. And I'm sure that's the reason we are here, to get all these views and then agree on what we bring forward to parliament on that front. We'd like to thank you very much. And at this point in time, members' questions, clarifications, and observations are welcome for the next 15 minutes, after which we shall go for a break and then come back for another presentation. Otherwise, we would like to welcome the Executive Director of Dialogue and Democracy Development Center, Mr. Henry Kasacha. You're welcome. Thank you for being with us. Would also like to welcome the Honorable Michael Mabike. I saw him around. Would like to welcome the former presidential candidate, Lubega Mokako. I also saw him around. And media talk show hosts, Patrick Kamara of NTV. I saw you around, and Peter Chibazo of Simba. You're also welcome. Thank you for being with us most of the time. Can we go into those reactions, questions, and observations, and then we will go into a break. I would like for one staff member to take around the microphone for the members who are going to ask questions or make observations. I have already seen the former leader of the opposition, Betty Ochan. I have seen the hand of the Honorable Gilbert Olanya. I've seen the hand of the Honorable Lucy Akelo, the hand of the Honorable Namo Gagoreth, and the Honorable Asman Basariwa. Yes, the Honorable Asman Basariwa. In that order, the Honorable Betty Ochan, former leader of the opposition.
Thank you very much. And I would like to thank the professor for that eloquent presentation. Mine is something simple about the proposal he has made, about the foundation principle, preparing the foundation principle. And I was asking that according to our history, which usually appears also in the preamble of our Constitution, how about ring-fencing some of these very, very, very important articles? For example, like when we talk about the term limits, if term limit was ring-fence, what do you think about it? It's just a question. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Betty Awo. So, Professor Ndebesa will take the questions, we'll note down the questions, and then we'll respond. Honorable Gilbert Olanya.
Thank you so much. My name is Gilbert Olanya, once again. Professor, I would like to appreciate you for a wonderful presentation. And I have one concern to put across about constitutional manipulation. You explained so well how constitution has been manipulated in this country to suit the interest of an individual, that is President Yoweri Museveni. And if you have been following how NRM government has been manipulating members of parliament through bribery, intimidation, like in the 10th parliament, and lot of nonsense to make sure members of parliament pass the constitution in favor of President Yoweri Museveni. My question is, as a professor, and you are one of the opponents of the 1995 constitution, what should we do as opposition to make sure we overcome such kind of manipulation? Aware that in the 10th parliament, opposition voted against the 7 years extension. And from your explanation, you are talking generally as if all members of parliament supported the 7 years extension. And finally, aware that the current opposition, we came up with what we call legislative agenda. And I would like you to advise us what we put in the legislative agenda, if adopted by this government,
would really push Uganda far away. What should we do as opposition to make sure our issues are respected by Uganda and especially the current government of NRM, which is manipulating us? I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable Gilbert Olanya. We'll have the Honorable Lucy Akello and then the Honorable Goreth Namuga. He'll respond to those and then we shall start with the Honorable Asman Basalia in the next round.
Thank you, Honorable Joyce, the moderator. Allow me also to add my voice in thanking Professor for a very good presentation. Mine is a very brief one, and it is on the presentation of what ought to be done. And your last point on the judiciary, but being the principles, the norms to be guaranteed by the judiciary. Unfortunately, Professor, as a country, this is one arm of the government that is lacking in a lot of things. And I don't know how best, I don't know whether we don't have another alternative apart from the judiciary to help us with this. Otherwise, how best can we as a country operate in this? Because we have lost actually even trust in the judiciary. You're talking of parliament, but I think the three arms all have to be worked on. What else needs to be done apart from the judiciary? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lucy. Can we have the Honorable Goreth Namuga? After that, the professor will respond to those. We'll go in another round and then we'll go for a break.
Thank you so much, moderator. And I'm the Shadow Minister for Science, Innovation and Technology in the alternative government.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
So, Professor, you've ably mentioned about we should be statesmen and women building for the next generation, not for the next elections. And for me, I'm looking at the independence of the three arms of government versus the institutions of government. However, for me, this brings me back to promotion of public awareness of the Constitution. Professor, the Constitution is very clear that the state shall promote public awareness of this Constitution. I think this has been neglected. Much as we are working for the interest of the public, but they are not aware of what we are talking about. So are we working for them or for ourselves? For me, I think it's very important that as we do these constitutional reforms and this important assignment, we should also take it up to ensure that either us or the government takes up this assignment of ensuring that the people, the public is aware of the Constitution and their contribution towards ensuring that all these articles within the Constitution are put to good use. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Just to let you know, as the Honorable Minister for Information, this discussion is going to be taken to the public. You can be sure of that. And for the Honorable Lucy, I think your question is what we are going into next. What legislative reforms are required? The Honorable Dan Wandera will be doing that after. So Professor Ndebesa, you can respond to those. After that, we will have three other people and then we go for the break. There is a suggestion that we have a working tea because of the time that we have lost. I don't know what you think. I see so many hands. I don't know. Oh, all right, Professor Ndebesa.
Thank you. I hope I'm heard from here. Yeah, the purpose of my presentation was by the way not to give you ready-made answers. I do not have the ready-made answers. The issue was to provoke us so that together we can look for some solutions. About ring fencing, you can even ring fence, but remember there is legal notice number 1. You can just violate the Constitution. In fact, President Museveni said it, I think he said, you people, when he was thanking members of parliament, that you have actually helped out. Otherwise, would have taken, you saved us from taking another route. We don't know what he meant, he didn't elaborate. So the Constitution can still be overthrown in a revolution, and you have legal notice number 1, suspend some of those provisions. However, I think it is a good attempt to have some consideration for certain important basic provisions of the Constitution in the amendments to make them unamendable. Those attempts should be made to pick out some provisions and make them unamendable, because I think in the last, in 1995, the CA delegates were naive. They were naive, they didn't expect these changes to take place because there was no controversy. But now, we should not mind about naivety. We should take it for granted that everybody is suspicious. Honorable Lanya, constitutional manipulation, by the way, is not only Museveni. The British manipulated it. Mengo manipulated it. Obote manipulated it. I mean, did away with it. So, it is not a new thing. It is now historical. What can we do to put our leaders accountable? But who will put them to accountability? If members of parliament are also a party, they are unethical, they are selfish, they also want to extend themselves in power. What should we do as opposition? Because judiciary also can be partisan, especially the appointment of the judiciary. I had seen somebody coming from Kenya, but it seems he's not on the list now, the original list. We want to learn from the experience of Kenya, how the Chief Justice is appointed. I have seen the Chief Justice in Kenya appearing on TV, trying to convince the population that he or she is fit to be the Chief Justice. Can we also appoint the Chief Justice like the Kenyan Constitution is doing? It could go a long way. It is not the only solution, but it could go a long way to help us. In Kenya, I think also the chairman of the Electoral Commission is also appointed in public glare. Can we have those provisions in our Constitution, in your consideration for amendments? That is my suggestion, because as you rightly put it, the judiciary can also be compromised, but the citizens can come in, the population can come in to at least reduce that temptation. Somebody was talking about the legislative agenda and what we do. I think the guarantors of the Constitution, beside the different arm of government, should also be the citizens. The citizens, you engage the citizens. The citizens can guarantee. But you can say, you have engaged, or we are not allowed to engage, or something like that. Yes, you have to continue engaging. Musazi was arrested how many times? It seems his record has been beaten by only Elizabeth. He continued engaging the colonial people. We can engage the citizens, but at times I think engagement has been academic, abstract, academic. You normally engage on issues of human rights. It is time you combine the human rights with economic and survival rights. If you tell people about school fees, about medical bills, about inequality, like WUBOS, Uganda Bureau of Statistics, has shown the poverty map of Uganda, has demonstrated how the north and northeast and east are bad off, 68% poverty levels. This especially, this is it multi-what poverty? Multidimensional poverty. And when there was this PDM, parish development model, every parish has been given 100 million. What about those who have been left behind? Why aren't you pointing out the economic rights, the discrimination rights, the unequal development, the unequal access to public resources, the unequal access to land, the unequal access to public jobs, the unequal access to scholarships? Those are the people that resonate with the people. And then you can talk about the right to assemble, the right to associate, the right to speech. A peasant in Chikube, and you are telling him about the right to associate and assemble and speech and the right and all that. They don't get those clearly, although they are necessary. You better look at socio-economic rights, the rights that actually affect the day-to-day people up country. But I appreciate the challenges.
All right.
Proposal should not have stood. Public awareness, neglected survival rights. I think that is what I was explaining. Survival rights can appeal to the population more than, but you have to use figures also. How many people know the inequality rates in Uganda? How many people know how many people have failed? If you look at the education map in Uganda, some regions actually pass exams, others don't even have first grade. Those are the people that touch, those are the things that touch the people's hearts. Failure rates in Uganda. Have we had education map in Uganda? Have we had disease prevalence map in Uganda? Have we had mortality rates of children and mothers giving birth in Uganda? Have we had malnutrition rates in Uganda? Those are the things, human security. Back to you, moderator.
Thank you very much, Professor. And we would like to also welcome Patricia Monavi Babiha, the Executive Director of Forum for Women in Democracy. Thank you, Patricia, for being with us. Yes. The Honorable Asman Basalirwa, it is your time right now. And after that, we'll have the Honorable PP Alkini Ojara, and then Honorable Katabazi. I see so many hands. I saw the hand of the Secretary General of the NUP, the Honorable Umu and Honorable Sazi. We can start with the Honorable Basalirwa. Honorable members, please take note that tomorrow we are going to have more time of plenary discussion.
Thank you very much, spokesperson. I'll speak while seated on account of health. My issue, Professor, relates to the general concept of impunity. You raised a very good proposal about foundational principles. But even if these principles were entrenched and were guiding principle for constitutionalism, we have a fundamental challenge of the entire concept of impunity in this country. This country, for example, has a law on every aspect. You will find the Nguli Act, Market Act, is it Road Act, Forest Act, everything. We legislate on everything in this country. But our compliance with the different pieces of legislation remains a challenge. For example, we have some of the best anti-corruption laws in the world. Not Africa, but the world. But every year, Transparency International is ranking us as one of the most corrupt states. I kindly request you to contextualize your proposals with this larger challenge of impunity that we continue to face as a country. I thank you.
Well, thank you very much. The Honorable PP Okini Ojara is the next one. Honorable members, we are running out of time. The Honorable Dan Wandera Ogalo is ready with his presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Moderator. My name is Okin Pipi Ojara. I belong to the mighty party of FDC. Professor, I want to thank you for your presentation. But I want to ask question. Where did we actually go wrong as a country? As far as, this issue of constitutionalism and then constitution is concerned, where did we go wrong? Because it looks as if we started from a wrong note, and since that time we have never ever found our bearing up to now. And if we have never found our bearing since independence, when are we likely to find our bearing? As far as this issue of constitutionalism is concerned. Number two, Professor, you did not highlight the role of the military. Because for me, I see that the greatest problem we have is actually militarization of even the Constitution. You remember the other time, the 10th Parliament, we were besieged by the military. The members of Parliament were driven out of the Parliament by the military. And actually, the reason why perhaps maybe this government is surviving is because of the military. Where do we place the military in all these challenges that we have? Because we share saying that we shall protect the Constitution, we shall uphold the Constitution. But our thinking was that the military plays a great role in the protection in upholding this Constitution. And yet at the same time, they're the ones who seems to be entrenching the abrogation of this constitutional rule. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I really apologize. I'm going to have only two people. I saw the hand of the Secretary General of the National Unity Platform and the Honorable Elias Lukwago, the Lord Mayor. So we'll have the Lord Mayor and Wongoya who will go into a presentation by the Honorable Dan Wandera Ogalo. In the meantime, our political party leaders will get ready for the panel discussion after the Honorable Wandera Ogalo, and this will be Mr. Saddam Gaira to represent PPP, the Honorable Jimmy Akena for UPC, General Mugisha Muntu for ANT, the Honorable Anne Adeke to represent the President of the FDC, and the Honorable Osman Basali for JEMA. Those will be in our panel discussion after the presentation of the Honorable Dan Wandera Ogalo. Can we have the Lord Mayor?
Thank you. I join the rest of the participants who have thanked you for that eloquent presentation. But mine is only one issue, Professor. You have clearly highlighted the timelines of all the constitution-making processes and the factors that dictated the outcome of those particular processes. Just want to pick your mind on the one issue, considering the politics of the day, the dynamics obtaining in the country. Do we have that political environment that can engender writing a concrete constitution? Because actually the dichotomy you have given is quite fundamental. A Maram constitution and a concrete constitution. And since independence, you have clearly indicated we do not have, or we have not had a concrete constitution. All the constitutions you have had are founded on Maram. In my assessment, and considering you have had the submissions of the Honorable Asmani Basari, we are talking about impunity reigning supreme in the country, and militarism, the Honorable P.P. Okena has also raised. my own assessment, I just want to pick your mind, but this is my judgment. This is my judgment, that as a country, as a nation, we do not have conditions that can guarantee writing a new constitution founded on that concrete, anchored on that concrete foundation you're talking about. And wouldn't that again presuppose having another bout of a revolution? Wouldn't that presuppose first changing the foundation, having a paradigm shift, like the Americans when they went to Philadelphia, writing a constitution which has lasted over 200 years, and a couple of other stronger democracies? So, in a nutshell, the conditions obtaining in the country, would they allow us to write a constitution, a new one, or even amend it for the benefit of the people, reflect the will of the people, or we have again to first have another revolution so as to be able to create that environment that will help us write the constitution reflecting the wishes and the will of the people. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. And can we have the professor make his final remarks in reaction to those questions? I really apologize to members who have not gotten the opportunity to speak. I know how it feels when you want to speak and you don't get the opportunity. However, we are far behind the schedule. Our presenters were here much early and would like to respect them. Would like to welcome Professor Frederick Sempewa. I've just seen him. He's here and he will be talking to us sometime later. Professor.
Thank you once again, and thank you, the audience, for your responses and your appreciation of the context and the conditions under which we are operating. I think a constitution should put in mind the context of Uganda, that history of constitutional instability and political instability, and considering that Uganda is not yet a nation state. Uganda is a mere geographic expression, as Metternich would put it in the last other centuries. We are not yet a nation state. Even the state is weak. The state is weak. When you tell people that the state is weak, they will tell you, no, it is strong. Why? Because we can suppress opposition, we can suppress dissidents, we can suppress rebels, we can suppress conflicts. That is not the measure of strength of the state. The state is strong because of software, not of hard power. I can give you some examples, moderator, if you don't mind, of state weakness. The issue of ghosts. We have ghost teachers, ghost pensioners, ghost soldiers, ghost land titles, ghost roads, ghost public, private sector even, it is a ghost. That is an indicator of a weak state. But also when you go on social media and you see how people exchange, we still are not yet a nation state. So those are the challenges we should look at and craft constitutional provisions that address the question of a weak state and also uniting people. I am glad Mr. Karori Semogerere is going to talk about proportional representation. I am a supporter of proportional representation. I don't support the winner take all, first past the post. It was mooted in 1986. We gave a backing to Semogerere with the researchers, but people just ignored us. They said, those are academic issues. For us, we want a winner take it all, and you can see where the winner take it all is taking us. Impunity of Honorable Wasarirwa. Yeah, I am saying, I appreciate what you are saying because, among other things, we are not yet a united country and we have weak states. For example, we don't follow codes. You had this lady, there is a lady in UK who is facing it rough. This Muhindi lady, the Minister of Interior, because she drove past speed, that she drove her car beyond 25 miles per hour, instead of 20. And she violated ministerial codes. Just a simple thing like that one. And the Archbishop of Canterbury is also in trouble because he also exceeded state speed limits. You can see where people follow codes, but here you can break the codes. But excuse me, members of parliament, when it is also question time, remember to bring out ministers, government officials, military officials who have violated military codes, ministerial codes, and other codes. Just mention it for the public to hear. Political corruption. You talked about corruption index. That corruption index actually is not important here. What is important here is political corruption. Abuse of public office for political gain, not necessarily economic gain, for political gain. Can you please bring up those issues in parliament? People abusing political office for political support gain. The constitution should also be an instrument of strengthening the state. But otherwise, I appreciate the challenges of impunity, and parliament should fight impunity, most importantly, political corruption. You have defined corruption minimally to mean embezzlement, economic corruption, financial corruption. You have left out political corruption. You should now embark on political corruption, put the IGG to order to look at political corruption. Where did we go wrong? And we have this Maram Foundation law, whatever. And we have got the militarism. I somehow talked about militarism when I said the constitution should be made under civil norms. Militarism is not only by NRM. Obote did it in 66. It was somehow done in 67. It was done in 1995. It was done by the British. Militarism should be curtailed somehow through enacting, making laws, and making constitutional provisions against militarism. So in the amendment, not militarism. Militarism is not necessarily the military. It is the norms and practice of using the military in political competition. Are we saying the constitution alone will solve the problems? No. We should also go and preach the gospel against using the military in political competition, so that we have a military-free constitutional making and amendment process. I agree that the elephant in the room in Uganda is the military. But quite often when you are discussing constitutional issues, democracy issues, you leave out the military. For example, why is the military still in parliament? The argument about the military being in parliament, I remember, was that we are bringing them in to be listening posts to avoid a military takeover. Did you hear that also? Huh? Did you hear that argument? Was Rupa overthrown by the military? Sorry, was Obote in 1985 overthrown by the military? Yeah? Are you aware that between 1981 and 85, the military was in parliament? Actually, they also had 10 representatives. The military was there. Wita Joka was there. Tito Kero was there. Maybe Bazrio was there. Other military people were there. Why was the government overthrown? So the reason that they are there to stop military coups does not hold water, because they were there in 1980s and Obote was overthrown. So we have to look at the question of militarism, the elephant in the room, so that we have civil order. But the military is not used by NRM only. It was used in 66, it was used in 67, it has been there and 79. We had the military. realities of Uganda. Some of you are actually pointing out the realities of Uganda. Can we point out these realities of Uganda and address them squarely? Yes, but you are also divided like opposition. The reality of Uganda is that you are also divided. Instead of looking at the elephants in the room, you are looking at the hairs in the room. You are looking at small animals in the room when there are elephants in the room. Can you please sit down, identify the elephants in the room, concentrate on the elephants in the room, and then the other ones are secondary. The primary things should be elephants in the room. If you want, you can consult us. We shall tell you the elephants in the room. And then you prioritize elephants in the room. You stop going for the cats and hares and antelopes and rats in the room. There are elephants in the room, and the military is one of them. The political context, I appreciate. Citizens, you see, we don't have citizens in Uganda. Most of Ugandans are civil subjects. A citizen is somebody who understands the environment he or she is in and seeks to address it. Can we please conscientize the people so that they are citizens and not merely subjects waiting? In Uganda, you find people sitting on the face. They are always saying, hey, why are you not talking about these things? We no longer hear you. Hey, what are you doing also? Can you be a citizen and not a subject? And if you wait for others to do it, in 1980, I was partly 79, 80, I was in HSC, but I was transiting to the university and I was in UPM. And we used to say, when we were being constrained from participating in political campaigns, and other people were saying, for us, we are going to participate, we would tell them that, giving an analogy, that like if you are in a flat, if you are in apartments, and you tell people that there is sewage going to burst at point Y, and they refuse, you wait when the sewage bursts, all of you will be in trouble. So all of us are going to be in trouble. Those who are laughing, those who are taking it for granted, those who think everything is okay when it's not okay, you wait. When the sewage bursts, all of us will have the smell.
Thank you very much.
As I conclude, Madam Moderator, the best constitutions in Africa have been made when the incumbent was weak. I repeat, the best constitutions in independent Africa have been made when the incumbent was weak. Benin has a good constitution because it was made at a time when the incumbent was weak. South Africa was made when actually de Klerk was about to hand over power. He was already weak. Kenya, they made a constitution when Moi was at his weakest. But when you have presidents who are still very strong, and if they don't believe in foundational principles and ethical principles of making a constitution, there is a very big challenge. I am bringing it to you. I am not telling you to give up and say, if we still have somebody who is still strong in the sense that he has got coercive machinery behind him, therefore we should give up. That is not what I'm suggesting. I am saying the struggle continues. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ndebesa. A round of applause for him, for all your time and the reactions. We're very grateful. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, because we're running out of time, we said we can have a working tea. For now, may I invite the Honorable Dan Wandera Ogalo. He's a former member of parliament. He's also the managing partner, MS Victoria Advocates and Legal Consultants. He's going to be presenting on what key legislative reforms are required to improve Uganda's political landscape. I know that many members have been asking about this. May I also invite the party leaders who are going to take part in the panel discussion to take their seats so that the Honorable Wandera makes the presentation while they are taking the seats. Mr. Saddam Gaida, People's Progressive Party, you're very welcome. The Honorable Jimmy Akena, the President of Uganda People's Congress. General Mugisha Muntu, the President of the Alliance for National Transformation. The Honorable Anna Adeke, who is representing the President of the Forum for Democratic Change, and the Honorable Asman Basarirwa for JEMA. I would like for them to take up their seats as the Honorable Wandera makes the presentation, and then we'll go into a panel discussion. That panel discussion is going to be moderated by none other than Patrick Kamara. Thank you.
Magic. Leader of opposition, leaders of political parties, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me to be given this opportunity to be here to share some views. The topic I was given, as you see from the program, I would only wish to add that there were some, the letter also said it should be in the context of what key legislative reforms are required to improve Uganda's political landscape, what can be achieved through the legislature. Is it a constitutional overhaul or merely electoral reforms? How have other attempts fared ahead of the 2006, 2021, 2011, 2016, and 2021 elections? So it is in that context. It is in that context that I will be making my presentation. Before I begin my presentation, I wanted to prelude it with a quotation from the Daily Monitor of Monday. What is the Daily Monitor in an editorial wrote on Monday? An editorial of a newspaper is a very important thing to pay attention to. And this is what the editorial of Monitor of Monday wrote about this workshop. This week, members of the opposition political parties are expected to converge in a workshop to moot ways for a fresh push for constitutional and electoral reforms. It is more of a once every 5 years ritual, where opposition parties come together, speak some good English about the sitting government, and issue a well-edited document. It can be a tiring exercise to follow, considering that what is going to be discussed may not be different from the events held prior to 2001, 2006, 2011, 2016, and 2021. In fact, most of the resolutions, however good, are never adopted. Nonetheless, every small success in improving the hygiene of our elections should be uploaded. Uganda's record on reform since 2001
clearly demonstrates lack of political will to address fundamental flaws in the country's electoral laws. The fear of the sitting government is that a fair playing field could lead to loss of power. That is how the monitor contextualizes this workshop. In other words, there are very big challenges. Therefore, in the context of the discussion, I looked at it from various interventions before the years, before every electoral cycle. First, I looked at the Professor Sempewa Constitutional Review Commission of 2004. Two, I then looked at the political parties which got involved prior to 2011. That was Conservative Party, JEMA, Uganda People's Congress, and the Forum for Democratic Change. The four political parties came together and instituted an audit of political, legal reforms required for good governance prior to 2011. I served on that committee. We came up with the proposals, and later on, I was instructed to reduce those proposals in private members' bills to make it easy for Parliament to enact those reforms. I drafted the Constitutional Amendment Bill, Presidential Amendment Bill, Electoral Commission Amendment Bill, Local Government Electoral Bill, 5 in total, and I have made them available to you. The essence was to make it easier to have these reforms passed by Parliament. I handed it over to the then leader of opposition, but he could not get space in Parliament to introduce them and have them debated. A lot of work done by political parties from 2008 up to 2010. Yet the leader of opposition could not be given space to present already made bills just ready for introduction as private members' bills. Prior to 2016 elections, I looked at the Citizens Compact. Civil society organizations went all over Uganda, meeting Ugandans, collecting views, and came up with a compact on what reforms they wanted. They produced a book. I have also given it to you to guide legislative reforms of our system. The other one was the special.
Honorable members, let us speak our tea quite silently so that others can pay attention to the presentation. Thank you.
Then, again, prior to 2016, there was a special something which was brought up by Katiba. It put together a team of 15 lawyers, headed by the one and only Professor Sempewa, to look at the whole constitution, overhaul it, and come up with the proposals for amendment. We did the part of that group. We did that, and we went to the Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee and presented over 100 proposals of amendments to make our legislative and constitutional regime better. So there was sufficient material prior to 2016 for Parliament to change the legal regime. But then prior to 2021, there was the Nwagaba Constitutional Amendment Bill, also containing a widespread on how to reform our system. And what has Parliament done about all these interventions? You look at the amendments Parliament did in 2010 on the Presidential Elections Act, Parliamentary Elections Act, Electoral Commission Act, and you find very little was picked out of all these proposals, very minor things. In fact, even prior had left out one prior to 2016. Political parties appeared before the Tasovia Committee, Legal and Parliamentary. Political leaders here, all of them made opening statements about reform. Then I was called upon as head of the committee now to present the details of the proposals. I took over 2.5 hours making the presentation. How many of those were taken up by the committee, by Parliament? About 4. So you look and you see that civil society, political parties have tried their best to change the legal regime for the better. And you find reluctance. Those taking tea, I can't hear myself. Tea can be taken without. So now let me then touch on what are the salient factors in all these efforts which have been made since 2008 up to now. There are certain things which are common through all of them. And I will try to be very fast because I know we are running short of time, but I'll try to be very fast and try to touch on those which are common and where everybody is saying we should go. The first one is the Electoral Commission. Clearly, the Electoral Commission is central to us having a free and fair election and therefore good governance. Its impartiality and independence is critical. So all efforts should be made towards ensuring that the Electoral Commission is independent and that it is impartial. And one of the ways is really the mode of appointment. When we wrote the Constitution in 1995, we were in the movement mode. So the Electoral Commission, the provisions of the Electoral Commission were written in that mode. We are now in a different multi-party system. So there must be a change in how Electoral Commission is constituted. It must be changed to reflect the changed political system. Accordingly, it is necessary now to remove the influence of the president in the appointment of the electoral commissioners. And all these provisions, when you look at them, you will see that the thrust is towards the Judicial Service Commission being in charge of constituting and appointing electoral commissioners via advertising and open vetting in Parliament. Look at the Kenyan system, for example. How do they arrive at the Kenyan system? The Parliamentary Commission of Kenya, they call it the Parliamentary Service Commission, nominates 4 members. The Law Society of Kenya nominates the 1 person. The Interreligious Council of Kenya nominates two people. Those 7 names are sent to the president. The president has no role whatsoever. He just designates them as the select panel. And it becomes in charge of advertising, looking at the candidates, interviewing them, and eventually coming out with the names, dropping some and choosing out 11 names. 2 names, from 2 names to be a chairman of the Electoral Commission, 9 names from which commissioners will be chosen. The 11 names are then sent to the president. The president chooses out of those 11 names, 6 names for commissioner and 1 name for chairman. Sends them to Parliament for open approval. The president's role is almost zero. In fact, it's just a post office. That enables electoral commissioners who will be independent and impartial because their power is coming from elsewhere. It's not coming from the president. Look at the United Kingdom. When we were removing the term limit, people said, but you see, in the UK, where our democracy came from, there are no term limits. So if you are ready to go that way, also try to go the same way about the Electoral Commission there. How does it come into place? The Speaker's Committee in Parliament. It is a question of political parties in Parliament agreeing on who the commissioners are going to be. Impartiality and independence are critical. Without it, we shall continue to have lamentations and wailings about free and fair elections. That you must address. When you look at the constitution, it says an electoral commissioner in Uganda should have somebody with a considerable experience. Demonstrated what? Something like a demonstrated, somebody whom everybody will look up and say, yes, this one can do the work. Dan Mugarura, then electoral commissioner of FDC, filed a petition in the Constitutional Court, saying that only 1 person qualified under the Constitution and is seeking to have them nullified. I argued that petition, we didn't make it. But one of the CVs of a commission, of a person who has a commission, the CV which was given to Parliament, this is what that person put down. I was a class monitor in Senior 1A. I was the representative of education in senior 2. I was the minister of education in senior 5. Then after that person left senior, got into the university, started working. Now that person is giving the considerable experience. I was the patron of the entertainment club, choir master, staff minute secretary, member of the school finance committee. That is a commissioner whom the constitution says has a considerable experience in electoral affairs. And you, Parliament, said, yes, this is the one. And the court said, Ogalo, you are wrong. Let these people do their work. You must address this place first and foremost. That's where problems are. If we want governance, if we want to reflect, we must go for an independent electoral commission. Number 2, financial resources of the electoral commission. Article 155 of the Constitution of Uganda, inbuilt there was to ensure financial independence of this commission. All constitutional petitions, all constitutional commissions, their budgets are supposed to be determined by Parliament. That is what Article 155 says. But the weakness of people who occupy those offices, they all run to the Treasury, the Minister of Finance, Secretary of the Treasury. Instead of running to Parliament and saying, give us a proper budget. So it is upon you now as Parliament to put in place legislation which ensures that Article 155 is implemented in respect of this constitutional commission, so that they are independent. Not to go begging the president, oh, give us more money, we don't want money. The executive will give you money at the last moment. How will you have a free and fair election? Number 2, the army and security organs. Oh, number 3, thank you. The army and security organs. The Supreme Court in both Besigye versus Museveni in 201 and 206 made it very clear that the army, its involvement in our elections is a very big problem, and that it must get out of that. They noted that the army continues to intimidate people during campaigns, during voting. That is the Supreme Court saying, not me, 7 law lords. And then after the elections, they make it impossible even for the petition to be filed. Preventive arrest. Happened to Besigye, happened to Bobby Wine. And in 2021, they excelled using the word cynical. "54 Ugandans extrajudicially killed." So the army is a problem in the electoral process. So their way out, and I speak this about remembering the 1993 constitutional elections. There were general elections when there were elections to the Constituent Assembly. At the polling station, the presiding officer had authority to appoint what was called an election constable. Somebody from the locality who would ensure that there is order. There were no policemen at the polling stations. There were no army. And there was, I think, only 2 petitions after that general election. It is possible, if there is a will, to remove the army and we handle our elections ourselves. So if we can push towards putting the security of elections under the returning officer, if we can marshal sufficient courage to say we do not wish to have the army and the police running around beating up people, we can be there. Ultimate responsibility for security during elections should be a matter for the returning officer and the Electoral Commission, not the army commander or the Inspector General of Police. Number 4, tenure of the president. I served in a committee 2 in the Constituent Assembly. The Constituent Assembly was divided into 5 committees and allocated. I served in committee 2, which dealt with the executive, legislature, and judiciary. I recall very well about this tenure of a 2-term limit. The reasoning was we had never had a peaceful transfer of power at great cost. People die, property is destroyed, people are maimed, people begin lives afresh because we always have to shoot our presidents and our leaders and bomb them out of office. The major reasoning behind the term limit was the peaceful transfer of power. A chance to give Uganda an opportunity to peacefully transfer power from one president to another. And it was arrived at by consensus. There was not even any quarrel about it. It was an accepted thing. That's what we thought would give the people of Uganda peace. We have always had to bomb our presidents out of power. We cannot continue that way. So this provision was supposed to do that. And accordingly, it is only fair that you work hard towards bringing it back. And when you bring it back this time, do something we failed to do in the Constituent Assembly. Entrench it. Entrench it so that it requires approval of 3/4 of the district councils in Uganda, plus a referendum. Professor Ndebesa said, I think we were naive in the Constituent Assembly. We may have meant well, but we may have misread that the people are not all good. So re-entrench it this time to guard against these kind of things in the future. Number 5. All proposals from the Professor Sempebwa Constitutional Review Commission in 2004 up to the Nwagabazi bill require the army to be removed from parliament. Most important, it violates Article 208 of the same Constitution. How can the army be subordinate to civilian authority when it is a part of that same authority? How can it stay neutral in the political context when it is a part of that? Uganda is the only country in the whole world where the army elects the members to go and represent them in the parliament. Either we are very clever or we are idiots. It has to be one or the other, because we are the only ones who do that. Solution is just to improve the landscape. The army must leave parliament. And the Professor Ndebesa was right. The arguments in the Constituent Assembly were that, you see, the army, when it is in the parliament, it will not cause us trouble. But like he said, the army was in the parliament in 81 to 85, but it is still overthrew the president. So the reason which was advanced in the Constituent Assembly is not a correct reason. Even individual members get into trouble. Didn't General Tumukunde get into trouble? Then Nyefuza in trouble. Why do you then want to expose individual officers to trouble by putting them in politics? Number 6. The basic electoral unit must be the constituency. The constituency must be the basic electoral unit. There must be from the constituency, there must be direct relationship to the Electoral Commission. Putting this district in between there is a cause of problems. And I'll give you an example, I will justify it. In 2006, Besigye versus Museveni, at the very beginning, when I was presenting the case for the petition in the Supreme Court, I made an application and told the judges, I need the reports of all the all returning officers. Because I will demonstrate through those reports that white collar cheating happened at the district level. The court ordered the Electoral Commission, said, fair enough, the law provides that every returning officer must produce a report. Give them to Ogallo. Halfway towards during the arguments, I again reminded the judges. I said, these guys have not given me the reports. The judges said, why aren't you doing that? Do it, please. We never got them. In their summary judgment, which I've made available to you, the judges specifically said, somewhere in the summary judgments, if you check out page 9, page can I see? Yes, at page 9. We also note with dismay at the Supreme Court We also note with dismay the failure of the first respondent to avail the court reports of returning officers on the ground that they were not available, when it is mandatory for returning officers to transmit them to the first respondent. The Supreme Court is dismayed. This district has another problem. The other problem it has is that the DISO, the DPC, the RDC, they're all hovering around the man. But if you have the returning officer to be in charge of a constituency, that means in a district you may even have 4 or 5 returning officers who are communicating directly with the Electoral Commission. That will make it difficult for this RDC to keep running all over the 5 constituencies, trying to maneuver things. So I think, I believe that we should have the constituency as the basic unit. Number 6, 7, thank you. Partiality of our polling officials. Our polling officials, presiding officers are partial, they take sides. And in the case I've talked about in Investigate 206, again, the Supreme Court stated that there was grave concern about the apparent partisan and partial conduct by electoral officials. So if you have presiding officers who are not impartial, what are you going to have? Flow the election. Therefore, here what I've proposed in my paper is to revisit how you appoint and raise objections on presiding, on appointment of presiding officers. There must be an elaborate system of appointment, of objections and decisions being made. Number 8, size of parliament. Again, from the Professor Sempebwa Commission, there is that thread, parliament is too big. And the proposals have been made differently by different people. There are those who say from every constituency, just elect one man, one woman. Every district. Hey, just have one man, one woman. Forget the rest. It is argued that when you have such a big parliament, it leads to inefficiency and effectiveness. If you are being given 3 minutes, stand up, 3 minutes, sit down, 3 minutes, what can you contribute in 3 minutes? 2. How can you be effective? This didn't happen when at least me and Mugisha Muntu, they are served in the parliament of Uganda. You could go on 10, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, because we were fewer. Now for you have got that pressure because you are many. And one of the ways of ensuring that you reduce this is to make sure that we go by the Constitution, Article 63, which talks about how constituencies come into effect. According to the Constitution, there must be a demarcation after a census only. You cannot create a constituency the way you people have been creating them. There must first of all be a census, a national census. Then when out of that national census, there is a demarcation of constituencies. In the case of Honorable Eddie Kwizera versus the Electoral Commission and the Attorney General, Eddie Kwizera was challenging the election of the 6 new municipalities, those elections of 2018 in the Constitutional Court, saying they were wrongly created. And one of the reasons I advanced was this article that you cannot create you cannot create these constituencies when there has been no census. The Constitutional Court agreed. The Attorney General went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court dismissed the appeal. In fact, when you look at it seriously, there are only 214 demarcated constituencies. That's what the law is concerned. 214. The other ones we have been doing chin. Now, again, on the size of parliament, there are those who suggest that to reduce it, take the number of demarcated constituencies, multiply them, divide them by 3 to get a third, and then those will be the seats for women. So that if there are 300 demarcated constituencies, a third of that will be 100 seats for women. Then you go via proportional representation. By the way, Professor, proportional representation was introduced by the late Paul Semogerere in the Constituent Assembly. He argued for it. Professor Sempegwa in the CRC in 2004 recommended a study of proportional representation. It is something we must give serious note to. In the Constituent Assembly, all of a sudden, we just got excited and said, and the thing ended there. But Professor Davis, what he says is true. This could solve a lot of our problems. Next, human rights as an entry point to improving the political landscape. You know, the Constitution says these are fundamental rights. But we have not told the government, we have not told people how they should go about ensuring that those fundamental rights are realized. So we should now approach the question of, yes, they are there in the Bill of Rights, but what should you do? What shouldn't you do? Maybe if we had told them, the people who died in November 2021 would not have died. Number 10. Ministers should be ex-officio members of parliament with no right to vote. The earliest proposal is actually 1999 in the Mugisha Muntu Onapito Constitutional Amendment Bill, 1999. These 2 members of parliament moved this private members bill to have a separation between executive and parliament. It was referred to the committee. I was the chair of the Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee. I represented the report supporting Mugisha Muntu's bill. The essence of it being that we must have a separation of powers. Let the executive do its work, let Parliament do its work. When you bring these two together, they start overlapping, you run into trouble of people influencing. You have 70 ministers. The executive begins with 70 votes. You already disadvantaged as Parliament. Unfortunately, despite my arguing Parliament to enact it, it was defeated at second reading. But the doctrine of separation of powers is inevitable to improving our landscape, our political landscape. 11, patronage. And Professor Ndebisa also talked about this. The way we appoint office, we appoint people, commissioners, IGP, who and who, has created a system of patronage. And because of that patronage, you come to elections when public servants have already got sides, because they know how they got appointed there. Patronage destroys institutions, such as the police, such as the Human Rights Commission, and so on. So, look at the Act of Parliament of Kenya, which has put in place how they approve appointments. It will go a long way in us getting rid of this patronage. Number 12, separate ballot. The Constitution says lower councils, no need, you can exempt separate ballot. And indeed, the Parliament exempted LC1. But we are dealing with difficult times. Somebody may wake up tomorrow and say, even LC5 would line up. So this should be revisited, because the separacy of the ballot protects both the voter and the leader. It allows the free expression of the people, even if that's LC1, you need that secrecy. If the chairman LC1 is the one who is going to recommend whether you are going to go to be recruited in the police, are you going to vote against him when in a line? Number 13. Censure. Professor Sempebo of CRC, in the CRC, recommended expansion of your censure provision to include corruption, embezzlement, fraud, and causing financial loss. You know, corruption has now become like it is the way of life. I was reading, I think, in one of today's papers that 80% of district service commissioners, people who serve in district service commission, are corrupt. So if 80% are corrupt, then that is the normal. Those who are not corrupt are the ones who are wrong. Not so. So the fight for corruption must begin up, and must begin with you showing as Parliament that when we censure, we are serious about it, then it will trickle down. There is something also running through all these proposals, a running mate, that at the time of presidential election, a candidate should appoint a running mate, someone who will become the vice president. A vice president is a very high office. It's not for representing the president, sending condolence messages at burials, attending fundraising to bring the president's contribution. That is a constitutional office. It is the same as the president's. Therefore, the people should have a say in whom their vice president is. It also will reduce on a one-man show. I know why you are coming. I'm winding up. Yes. There were other things, but they're in my paper. Time is short. Supreme Court with the proposal, with the recommendations. We must find a way in which our Supreme Court is improved to handle their matters. They made a raft of recommendations after 2016 elections. Those recommendations were never put in place, and yet it would have improved the electoral field. So Professor Sempebwa and two others filed a case in the Supreme Court citing the Attorney General for contempt for failing to put in place those recommendations. And surprisingly, the Supreme Court went around and said, he had substantially complied when there was nothing. In conclusion, the other thing is read in my paper. In conclusion, you are parliament. You make laws. We obey your laws. It is the only way we can have a stable nation, rule of law. If parliamentarians themselves are involved in breaking the law, we undermine our own stability. I see a movement, is it called the MK movement? Contravening the Constitution, because the general is supposed to be non-partisan, breaking provisions of the Political Organizations Act, breaking the UPDF Act, and some of you are with him on his rallies, helping to break the law. You are the lawyers. You are the legislators. Why don't you instead simply advise the younger man, quit the army, set up your political organization, compete? But for you to be seen, for a member of parliament to be seen at a rally where the laws are being broken, and you go back to parliament to legislate for us, it's absurd. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Wandera Ogalo. A round of applause for him. And the Patrick Amara will take over from there into this panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause to Honorable Danwa Wandera Ogalo. Thank you so much. Before I bring the panelists to respond and give the ideas, first of all, I want to thank you, Great Honorable Leader of Opposition, for the invitation. I also want to thank you, Honorable Joyce Bagala, because it came through you. You know, some of us for the kind of work that we do. When we sit here amongst women and men of substance like you, it's an honor. It's an honor because it's like a treasure trove of information we get into. When you hear people exchanging views and ideas, you hear a lecture of Professor Mambusan Devesa, I say I'm honored because I am taking notes, I am learning and making myself better. That's why I say thank you. And you know, for me as a journalist, I think it's not easy for members of parliament like you who are in the opposition. I'm sure it is not. And you are not in opposition, I think, not because you hate the other side, but I suppose because you love your country more. You know, I've been talking about what we need to change. But ladies and gentlemen, how about civic competence of the people? The people who give you the mandate to lead, do they have that civic competence? Me, I think if we build the capacity of Ugandans to know before they give you the mandate, it will be a better foundation. So ladies and gentlemen, let us give a round of applause to our panelists, and then I'm going to go. Please, let's appreciate them. These are the members that have been brought before you. These are the people that you're going to speak to. So you have 5 minutes, each one of you, make your submission. And after that, we shall get ideas from the audience. Perhaps they'll agree with you or not. But if they don't agree, that's the nature of debate. So we're going to begin. I'm going to follow my left side. I'm going to begin with the Honorable Anna Dek, responding to this question of what key legislative reforms are required to improve Uganda's political landscape. You have listened to the Honorable Dan Wandera, but you also have your own views. Take it from there.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I bring you greetings from the Forum for Democratic Change Party. The President, Mr. Honorable Patrick Kamara Toboy, is not able to be with us because of a few engagements, but he delegated myself to represent him. And I'd like to, in that vein, thank our main discussant, Honorable Dan Wandera Ogalo, who was my former boss at Victoria Advocates and has been a member of the Forum for Democratic Change, still is hopefully a member for the Forum for Democratic Change. So I think that his discussion has been very explicit. Honorable Dan Wandera has written widely about electoral reforms, has participated in almost every process of formulating electoral reforms, has personally singled out the different provisions and codified them in proposals in the different legislations. He has given us vast knowledge about what he believes, underpinned by so many examples and situations that concretize the kind of reforms that he has presented today, and which we have all known and probably been a part of by virtue of the existence of our political parties and their participation in these processes. When we talk electoral reform, sometimes it feels a little bit frustrating. And that's exactly where our main discussant started off his discussion. And this is mainly because legislative reform is solely the business of parliament. And many times these proposals have really met dead ends because of the lack of political will to actually have them take root. And
In some cases, we've seen the adulteration of the proposals, bastardization of our proposals of electoral reforms. For instance, the reforms regarding the electoral commission and calling it an independent electoral commission. It was such an insult to our intelligence and so many years of hard work and effort regarding the reforms that need to be done on the electoral commission, that Parliament only decided to pick out the word independent electoral commission and add it and leave everything else the same way it always was. So it's very frustrating in that regard. It's also frustrating because we know the workings behind the scenes in Parliament. In 2017, I think Honorable Oshabe is in this room. He must have got wind of the infamous age limit amendment, and he sought for space on the order paper from the Right Honorable Speaker to introduce, I think, an amendment that touched the presidency. Am I right? And that was before the member who was responsible for the age limit amendment had brought his notice of motion to the speaker. But so quickly did things change that Honorable Oshabe's proposal regarding transition, regarding legislating on transition and, you know, the position of the presidency as an incumbent and as a candidate, it did not really get the attention it deserved. 102B got the attention it deserved and carried the day. And just like that, that was the constitutional amendment that Parliament presented to the country. So in that Parliament in its present state, it's impossible for meaningful legislative reforms in regards to our electoral democracy to really take root, Patrick. I don't want us to sit in this room and kid ourselves that we are going to do the best. I mean, the best has already been done. We have the cream of the cream from the academia, renowned jurists, Professor Sempeva, all these commissions that have sat and dedicated their time to research, studying about electoral democracies around the world and offering the best proposals for us as an opposition to front, for us as people who want to define our country's path and our country's democracy. And yet, at the end of the day, they just remain ink on paper. I like how our main discussant crowned it all. I think it goes back to rule of law. And the absence of that can never assure us that no matter how well manicured or pedicured the legislation that we make is, it will never really benefit our country women and our countrymen. Thank you.
A round of applause to Honorable Anna Deke. And thank you for respecting time, because now we are between the people's lunch and the discussion. I'm very cautious about that. Honorable Saddam Gayer. Yes. Okay.
Thank you very much, my old friend Patrick, leader of opposition, heads of political parties, honorable members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me thank the leader of opposition for this arrangement. As much as some people can say that this is a ritual, just like Monitor said, which I disagree with, because Monitor itself has an editorial page where they talk about different issues, some of which are not done, some of which are not rectified, but they continue writing until maybe at one point in time, they'll be rectified. So this is not a Rachel, and I want to assure the leader of opposition that his efforts shall not be in vain. As a party, of course, we associate with all the proposals mooted in this meeting. But since we are an institution, we have to first take all these ideas that are mooted here to be processed within the institution before we come up with a party position on the amendments that we want to be taken up by Parliament. But let me comment on a few that have been submitted here. There has been a suggestion that we can adopt a formula of saying that each district should produce 2 MPs. As much as that can cause excitement, but if it is under this leadership, it is very easy for the leadership to begin carving districts basing on sub-counties and even parishes. Before you know, you'll have 300, 400, or even 700 districts. So the issue is not about a district or a constituency. The issue is about principles that you have adopted as a country and the urge to implement and the will what you have decided. So even if you say, let us carve or produce members of the Parliament based on districts, the one who carves the constituencies can also carve smaller and smaller districts, and you will find that you have so many and you will not have solved any problem. Now, I'm one of those who have been in the political limelight in the opposition for the last 27 years or even 30. In the opposition, I can see Honorable Lulume here. Is my generation. We started together. Honorable Mu is here. Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi has been at the forefront in the opposition. And at every election time, we always gather to begin to generate ideas on how the election should be handled. I remember in 2005, the government had a discussion over 60 months daily at Fairway Hotel between government and opposition forces, where I participated. And that discussion is what culminated into an omnibus bill that where they smuggled the term limits, because it was smuggled there. The intent was to move from movement system to multi-party system. But what Museveni did was to smuggle in the removal of term limits. At that time, they amended 187 clauses in that constitution at that time. We may not know because we knew only term limits and the restoration of political parties. Now, they have talked about the Citizens' Compact. We are talking about the constitutional recommendations, the court recommendations in the Honorable Mama Mbabazi's case. Now, the issue here is no longer about reforms, because all of us agree and appreciate that we have a dictator in the room. We have a dictatorial regime which is not willing to even implement the slightest provisions in the reforms that we are mooting. What is it that we are supposed to do? What is it that we were supposed to do that we did not do? Because this is a dictator whom we know that he is not going to implement all this. Even if we had implemented the laws as they are in their current form, we would be having a better country than we have today. But because they have not been implemented, it is the reason we are in the quagmire that we are facing today. My biggest issue is about our failure to identify the mistakes that we have made, that we have not corrected, but we expected to get positive answers and change. At every election, we make endeavors to come together to build the synergies and form one opposition force to face the regime. What is it that make us fail? What is it that make us fail to come together? Selfishness. Selfishness at individual level. Selfishness at party level. Within parties and between parties and parties. A person who is contesting against a DP, Lumu, in, Honorable Lumu, what is your constituency? In Mitiana, when he is a noob, he will malign Honorable Lumu as a mole, as a what, not because he knows he's a mole, but because he wants the constituency. The political party that occupies space at a particular given time shall not want other parties to come and, because it will occupy the same space. These are issues that we have not sat anywhere to interrogate, to open and discuss about them. We have hurled insults against each other. We have abused each other. We have betrayed each other. We have disappointed each other. But every time we come here, we talk about reforms. We talk about what, as if we don't know the problem. We need to get a retreat. We need a retreat where we shall talk openly against one another, and from there we shall forge a way forward. Thank you very much.
Give on Mr. Saddam Gaye another round of applause. He's telling it like he has seen it. Selfishness, betrayal. You know, you have to work together. You have to improve on your numbers. Thank you so much, Mr. Gaye Saddam. He says he's been in the trenches for 30 years, and the man looks 32. What do you eat? Thank you so much. Okay, you know, what will it take? Your neighbor, Major General Mujisha Muntu, if you bring these reforms and people on the other side think the reforms are actually going to reform them out of power, will you have allies? Carry it from there.
Thank you, Patrick. The leader of opposition, the colleague panelists, members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be here today. Greetings from our national coordinator, WNT, Honorable Ali Salaso, who has not been able to be here with us. Thank you for the opportunity for us to gather here to discuss issues of how to shape our future in regard to what nature of the constitutional reforms could be done. Looking at the nature of the regime and their mindset, the manner in which they regard the country, I would really be pleasantly surprised if they collaborated genuinely in us conducting any necessary reforms. I highly doubt whether they have the courage or even the care for the country to create an environment through which their majority in parliament would be able to back up the necessary reforms. I highly doubt, but we'll keep watching. And therefore, my own estimation is that in this kind of gathering, we would be asking ourselves the nature of country that we would want to see in the event that any of us in the opposition, either singularly as one single party or jointly, maybe through a coalition, what we would want to do. What kind of constitutional reforms would we want to undertake? And two, to keep asking ourselves whether we have the capabilities to do that. Because when you listen to what Honorable Gallo presented, and before him, Professor Nevesa gave us a background of the history of constitutional making since 1962. And you can see a trend where it's been riddled with deception, with manipulation, constitutional crisis until now. So basically what that indicates, at least to me, we are dealing with a cultural problem, a political cultural problem. Because how can it be that in the 60s, the nature of manipulation of the processes of parliament, as you had 1966, the Pigeonhole Constitution, then 1967, where members of parliament participated in extending themselves without an election for another 5 years. And then, of course, during the Amin regime, it was a military dictatorship. There was no pretense. And then UNRF, you can see what happened during UNRF. And then 86, we take power. And then much as the 1995 Constitution had many issues, but at least it could have been a foundation on the basis of which we could have moved the country on track. So our group, those of us who took power in 86, also lost track. And you can see the manipulation and the deception that has been applied. I participated in the Chankwanzi conference, where there was actually an attempt, this first attempt to amend the constitution, the term limits. 6 human beings are the ones who stood up and opposed that. But it was pushed through, Parliament passed it. We got the amendment, one major amendment of the term limits. And the system has degenerated further and further since. Right now, we're at the precipice. The country, if we are lucky, we will not tip over. If we are unlucky, we can easily tip over. I highly doubt whether this regime is going to participate in genuine electoral reforms. I think they are conducting some process. My suspicion is that they will want to manipulate the rest of us. So my hope is that the leader of opposition and the opposition members, you need to be very, very observant, and we see whatever is coming out from that direction, see if they are genuine, and we are convinced that they would want to do a number of reforms, as is clear in the last 2008, 2015, and I think towards 2020. You can see a number of things which are common, which have run through all those efforts. If they came on board and we found that they are genuine and they can use their numbers for us to do that, then I wouldn't see any reason why I wouldn't collaborate. But if they want to bring an exercise through which they would want to manipulate us, maybe to do what they have already planned or they are thinking of doing, then we must start planning how to resist that. Just have to keep watching. Finally, we need to ask ourselves questions because we're in the opposition. Now, why on earth is it possible? How on earth can it be possible that generation after generation of leaders in this country go in and, from what they say, seemingly they would want to put the country on the right track, create conditions on the basis of which where there would be justice, there would be fairness, there would be transparency in the management of national resources, but they lose direction over and over. There must be a problem. So I think the question we must keep working on, those of us who are in the opposition, is to ask ourselves, whatever makes all these people get derailed, one, it will be there, even when any of us goes there, whatever party goes there. So the question is, what do we do early enough to immunize ourselves, whichever group goes there, so that we don't befall the same problem? Because if we don't do that, then how are we going to break out of this vicious cycle? I think that's the only new thing that we need to deal with.
Thank you. A round of applause to General Muntu. You know, before I come to you, Honorable Jimmy Akena, about 10 years ago, I had an opportunity to sit with the president in his country home in Electoral. And the clever asked him, now that you have removed the term limits, why should we have the age limit in the Constitution? And he spoke with a lot of clarity that you will not. And he gave reasons. And then I asked, does that mean you won't be on the ballot paper again? He said, not at all, absolutely not. And you know what happened? We can be in halls like these and make a lot of sense. And we're making sense. But sometimes we can make sense to ourselves. How about the people? How about the issue of us Ugandans putting a price on ourselves? The temptation of money. Honorable Jimmy Akena, what would you do so that we can have a sense of integrity that is robust and the people have the power to move us, the politicians, because they hire you?
Thank you very much, Patrick, but I believe that is a setup.
No. Oh, no.
Allow me to touch on what I had planned before I enter into where you're trying to put me. First of all, I really want to appreciate the presentations. And there's something I learned today, which I must compliment Professor for. I had not appreciated that the titular president did not survive in Africa. It survived in India, Israel, Italy, Germany, Ireland, many places. You have a titular presidency with an executive prime minister. But I had not fully appreciated that in Africa, although many of us were British colonies, it did not survive. And I thank you for that. On one of the points which Professor left out is that the NRC, which was the fifth parliament, which came in unelected, also extended its term for 5 years in 1989. You had left out that bit of NRC extending its term, and during that process, handling the question of the constitutional review. But this is an area where I think as Ugandans, we believe in wishful thinking. There is a document which was produced between the Bush and the early stage of NRM, which laid out very clearly the intentions of NRM. But as Ugandans, we were hoping for a miracle. We genuinely believed the new constitution will set us a new mandate, but what was put in that document clearly defines what was the intention. And therefore we get surprised, but I'll read like the second objective of the NRM revolution. The establishment by force, if necessary, of a one-party popular democracy in Uganda under the NRM. That one-party popular democracy later got its way into what was called the Political Parties Bill, although never enacted in 1993. It became the Movement Act in 1997, where it is effectively a one-party system, but they say this is now no party. And it has continued in different forms. The situation which we are in now, 3.3 of the same NRM revolution is political parties and or movements. That's the heading. Only the NRM is allowed to operate in the country, such that the other political parties, i.e. UPC, DP, CP, NLP at that time will cease to exist as required by the revolution. That is pretty much the context in which the political parties operate, in that there's one rule per se for NRM, and there's a different rule for political parties. You don't have the same freedoms, you don't have the same access, and you are having to deal with this environment. This was there from before. We are continuing to exist under this arrangement. Our ladies who have mentioned that they're spearheading this aspect, it does not apply equally, but this was put clearly long before where we find ourselves today. On the question of reforms, we don't have the numbers, but I greatly appreciate every member of parliament of the opposition who have made it, because getting elected in this environment where you have the legal and the non-legal impediments, it is a great effort. And I greatly appreciate the political parties who have continued in that struggle and have continued to be the voice and the conscience of the citizens of Uganda and the politics of Uganda. Which puts us in this context. How are we going to realize the reality of the dreams and the hopes and aspirations to have a free and democratic society in Uganda? Many of the electoral reforms which are being proposed still have to go through parliament. And even the question of parliament was touched in that document. And that same document talks about the issue of social policies regarding such matters as human rights, social, political, religious, etc., will be determined and formulated solely by the NRM and the High Command of the NRA. Such policies will ultimately be passed by the NRC and enforced by the NRA. NRC obviously now today is Parliament. We always have the issue of the executive bringing the amendments, and even the great amendments which have been proposed, which have been worked on, do not make it through the process until it comes out. It's only what suits the executive. It's only what suits the particular need. So although Professor says that he proposed the 75-year matter and it was not something which was premeditated, but it was the perfect tool to deal with a particular problem at that time. If it was not, it would not have passed. It passed because it was helpful in dealing with that particular situation. So the reforms which we'll get through is something which can be accommodated, but we still have an enormous task, and we need to be honest with ourselves and with the citizens of Uganda, how we're going to get to the point where we need to be. There's a lot of work to be done, but I have faith in Uganda and on the political parties for what they have been able to achieve, and we hope that we'll be able to see it in the near future, a free and democratic Uganda. I thank you.
A round of applause, the Honorable Jimmy Akena. I think at the end of the day, we have to learn, for example, from our friends in Nupu what they did here in Uganda. This is what I'm trying to say. We have to increase the numbers of representation in the parliament. When you have the numbers, they are not going to use the terrain of numbers to manipulate. One day, I spoke to my brother, Honorable Jagulanyi. I said, what do you do to make sure they don't steal your votes? And he told me, you know what, Kamara? Waba akataweze. That they steal the votes when they are few. You need to overwhelm the system with a lot of support, and they cannot be able to steal the votes, and then you increase on the numbers, and you can make a difference. I think Honorable Joyce Bagala has, you want to amend the constitution of this show?
Thank you very much, Patrick. We are very delighted to have you, and thank you for moderating this session. I would like to really appreciate our panelists. First of all, thank you very much for keeping time. All of them were here on time, earlier than most of us. We really, really appreciate Honorable Anna Deke, Mr. Saddam Gaida, Jenna Mugisha Muntu, and the Honorable Jimmy Akena. We are grateful. I would also like to appreciate the Honorable Dan Wandera Ogalo for the presentation. We are very grateful. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, we are going for lunch. When we return, the conversation continues. I would like to welcome the Honorable Fred Mukasambi De. You're welcome to the retreat. We hope to hear from you later. And the Honorable Mabike is the president of SDP. We also welcome you, and we hope we can hear from you later. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch. And as we go for lunch, honorable members, allow me to really air this concern.
At some point, we have been making a lot of noise and not concentrating. I think this really helps us. It doesn't matter whether you are for the reforms, for the review, or you think otherwise. I think we need to pay attention. This is ours. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch. When we return from lunch, we are going to hear from Professor Frederick Sempebwa, but members will be allowed to seek clarifications, probably ask questions and observations, but also tomorrow we have a plenary discussion. So take heart. Thank you.
Mama, little big close the baby. Tell me that I'm not techno. Sit down for you. Like a lamp for you. Sit down for you. Like a lamp for you.
Honorable members, we return from lunch in an hour's time. In an hour. We return in an hour.
You like a good as long as you know good for love. I'm saying you got to be well. You need it up and not be peace and yellow. Not be say that I wine and window. For you.
Honorable members, those of you who have not yet got your coupons, go to the ground floor where there is a tent. You'll find the coupons there on the ground floor. On the ground floor where there is a tent. Yes.
Tell me now, love funny in the trust. Honey, see it to life. We will pull out and know power. Tell me now, love funny in the trust. Every meet up, every test. Have you taken them touch and see? Somebody was What's not a lose control every time I come around? Honey, when we pull out, tell me now. Easy. Let me give you a secret, you. This the more hot is the first place, so let me turn the music. Girl, I love your body. I want it when I see your body. I think I am happy. Oh, Oh, I go low. Money, yeah. But it will pull up on your nose. Tell me now, now. Nobody can do it. Money, yeah. But it will pull up on your nose. Tell me now, now. Nobody can do it. Oh, yeah, yeah, sitting over and over, say, every light in love, on David and your Bible, sing to Shiman. Omuwe nakafanani, ako gambia la venga ko, ayo sa venga kumele, yange kumele. Alinya kabili, alila, akayo kumambi, okoko saka yino, akalala kofi. Sejukidai nyale, ukuyo kita kumewa, kosinde kolunganza, kosinde uhuri ya, aba wala banya baluti, sechiuti, nakawange mama kayula. My baby, my Valentine. Oh, you the making my temperature go down. If you leave me, I'm gonna die. You oxygen I need to survive. How we your love will be not only me. I'm so just I want to know. Nobody never gonna sing. Open and make us sing. Give me love one thing. Now make a bad man sing. Nobody never gonna sing. Open and make us sing. Give me love one thing. Now make a bad man sing. Oh, love, love. You got me like a loco. All you want is my no. I even like oh no. This ain't what I know. Oh, I really go. To me now I am so. You could have been something different. You say you want money, baby, oh. You will be loving my honey. You say I'm coming, loving my yummy. Something different. You say you want money, baby, oh. I'm tired of it. Things that now you go home. Jackie by LSD. If you are want to say, I know that I feel like I'm holding down. Stop me mocking me. All you want is a no party. Stupid baby, stupid baby. The way you want to love with me. All you want is a no party. Stupid baby. You play me like a. All you want is a. We were so dying and kadala sili. Pagalo kutuka kumweni. Tikiri zambe na sigari. Nakukuma na kasali maidani. Kesi wani kole risati. Nisu wani nemeka muli yako. Siwa muli gawuza. Akanyama kambi ufukuchoto. Maliri no chusa uya. Kama songani kukwe. Itu kambi Wenga yeze munga kia. Wani buga kakali. Nanya diwa kakaliya. Kati wenga yeze kuikatia. kakakali. Aria, Tuwenga yese kuitatia. Tukende muchachi, wafuke mababy. But you know, what I believe. Tukende muchachi, wafuke mababy. But you know, what I believe. Can't move in the top of it's not what I did. I'm going. La voy a quitar en la salida. Tú dejas que tu agua nadie me da cuadra. I want you more than that. I want to be the fire. Every chance I forget my baby. But you look like the only one I've been with. Never start. I forget my baby. But you look like the only one I've been with. You can never touch me. I forget my baby. They know what I've been doing. You can never touch me. I forget my baby. They are the one. Whoa. Oh, love, love, love. Whoa. What if I couldn't speak? What if I couldn't live? What if I couldn't move? What if my body aches and always makes you rain? What if I couldn't wait? Would you love me when it's hard and the life's falling apart? If the things that bring us you are long gone, if the blue sky starts to break and the memory fades away, and the memory fades away, will you still love? Would you love me when it's hard? It's falling apart. If the things that we was you are long gone, if the blue sky starts to gray, and the memory fades away, and the memory fades away, will you still love? Will you still love? Will you still love me? That girl, you are nice. Wakati ukasunda basi, waliwa pay, waliwa lies. Ulete kuchi over Versace. Holy quarry, Holy kuchi kuwa over China. Holy quarry, Babylon Chamula. You brighten my day. You come my way. Send me up. So let me wire away. My love needs to ride. Pakaling kuwa kutanga changa na kukukalali. No. Debo sazani. Ayikalo mulunginga kwe. Ingene tuwe chikonda. Yeva zakakuli you brighten my day. What's a mulo, you come my way. You send me up. It's alright. Me why I want. Yes, I can. It's alright. Chakalanyo okubera uwoli. No vera omutima kubera ucholi. Chakalanyo okubera uwoli. No vera omutima kubera ucholi. Maga tenenga monovia. Sirina sanyu sango no wanda. Atoka amonika buri chisera. No mutima tegwe agata. Na ye kufa wena mufuna. Nasula kumoyo. Kufa wena mulaba. Chakalanyo okubera uwoli. No vera omutima kubera ucholi. Chakalanyo okubera uwoli. No vera omutima kubera ucholi. Atoka yeah. Atoka Atoka Ule Atoka Aye Kufa wena mufuna Yasula kumoyo Kufa wena mulaba Sanuriange Chakalanyo okubera uwoli. No vera omutima kubera Chakalanyo okubera uwoli. No vera omutima kubera ucholi. Baby, talk full of você. Yo con la misa da misa. Wakanda kala, naki akata. Wante kamubera, wongana sisobola kuchemera. Pasa kuloka, kuloka. Baby, tongana kuloka. Pasa kuloka. Baby, tongana kuloka. Tell me now. Tell me no love, Let me give you a quick picture. This is not what this is, what this person. Let me tell you story. Girl, I love your body, when I see your body, I admire your body. nakafanya nakulambia oh mayo senga There was time. Whoa. What if I couldn't speak? What if I couldn't live? What if I couldn't move? What if my body is always meant to live? What if I couldn't live? Memories fade away. We used to. Want to know the blue skies. Memories fade away. Will you? Will you? You. See that price. Only one thing, over the sun. Only worry, only worry. What will you tell? Your words in my ear. You come my way. You come my way. Takalanyo okubera wowo. No obera omutima okubera. Sirina sani sango no kwani. Amomika bulikise. No mutima tekwe agata. Naye kufa wena mufuna. Nasula kumoyo. Kufa wena mulaba. Takalanyo okubera wowo. Obera omutima kubera kyo. Takalanyo okubera wowo. Obera omutima kubera kyo. Atoka. Atoka. Ule. Atoka. Naye. Kufa wena mufuna. Nasula kumoyo. Kufa wena mulaba. Wanunyange. Okubera wowo. Obera omutima kubera kyo. Takalanyo okubera wowo. Obera omutima kubera kyo. Ebitokukula musene. Yokola bisaza bisene. Wakanjakaya. Nakiyaga. Wateka mupera. Yokola kushebera. Pasar kuloka. Ebitoka kuloka. Pasar kuloka. Ebitoka kuloka. Italia kususa. Elisa kususa. Kususa. And we talk until the baby too gonna be? What shall we do?
Good afternoon, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you back from lunch and to request you to communicate to other members who are still outside to come in so we can go into the next session. Professor Frederick Sempewa is already here. He's been waiting for us. Kindly let all the other members make their way into the room so we can start. Honorable members, kindly, I request all those who are outside, please come in. We are way behind schedule. We're supposed to have 3 sessions before we close the day. Honorable members, kindly let us take our seats and we start the session. We are very late and we have 3 presenters for the afternoon. Kindly, let us take our seats. We have 3 presenters for the afternoon. Let us do this. All right, honorable members, I think we've got to start. And while Professor Sempe starts the presentation, I'll go out to whip the other members to join us. Would like to welcome Professor Frederick Sempewa, the founding partner of MS Katende Sempewa Advocates, and is going to be presenting on reforming Uganda's local government system, best practices from Kenya, South Africa, and beyond, 1995 to 2021. Professor, you're welcome. Thank you for being with us. Geoffrey Mutalia. Geoffrey, kindly project the presentation by Professor Sempewa. Honorable Nachimuli, kindly take your seat so we can start. We're waiting for you. So Professor Sempewa will start with the introductions as we wait for the presentation to be projected.
Thank you very much. Leader of the opposition, heads of political parties. I'm looking around for the head of my political party, DP. I see so many hands. It seems as if there are several presidents now of the Democratic Party. In that case, I also qualify. My presentation will be projected, but I can start with some remarks about reform of the local government system. The local government system is one of the aspects of our governance that is normally neglected, although it is quite important. I was privileged to be a member of the committee of experts
which drafted the final version of the Constitution of Kenya. And one of the sticking points there was local government, which was, the topic was actually devolution. These are just terms because our local government system is based on the system of decentralization, which is a division of powers between a central government and some local government units. Devolution is probably a deeper form of decentralization, but these are just mere descriptions. Because decentralization can do, if it is properly crafted and it is effective, you can refer to it as devolution. Of course, the highest form of devolution will be federalism, where there are distinct governments in a nation, and each government deals directly with the people, and it has certain powers and functions which are properly defined, and none of the levels of government interferes with the other. So the sticking point in Kenya was devolution. They had the same problems we had when we had our own national conversation that led to the 1995 Constitution. That is, people were concerned that over a period, there had been over-concentration of powers at the center, and especially in the presidency. And therefore, the people were alienated from the government. The government was far away from the people. This is the same conversation we had under the Odochko Commission. It so happens that literally in all Africa, after independence, after getting rid of the, well, trying to get rid of the colonial subjugation, which was based on over-concentration of powers and a governor and so on, Africans began to do the same, but explaining it away in the form of what was called the African tradition. It was this African tradition which was also used to destroy political parties, arguing that in Africa we used to sit together and reach decisions in a consensus, that opposition was never known to us, and therefore we didn't need it. For concentration of power, it was the need for national unity, building strong nations. Because if we had, we remained with the fragments like the Uganda Kingdom and so on, there will never be a strong nation. We will never build a nation. These were the justifications. Of course, they forgot that unity also recognizes diversity. And also unity is based on people's empowerment. And this should be the essence of local government, that people are empowered. So really, effective local government would mean that powers are properly dispersed to viable units of local governance, and those units have the resources to exercise those powers and perform those functions. Yes, now we are there. So this is what we refer to as devolution, but you can also describe it as decentralization. And one of the Why devolution? Why devolution? Why decentralize? It is one form of checks and balances on the use of power. Once people are empowered at a local level, they can take care of their own needs. They are empowered and they can stand up to violations at the center. You see, one thing this government did when it came to power was to destroy the cooperative union movement. Why the cooperative movement used to empower people? You agree? Yes, because through this movement, they could economically empower themselves. And if it had continued, it would have been difficult for you, a member of parliament, to buy my vote for a bar of soap, because that extreme poverty was gradually being eradicated. People would produce and be sure that their products would be marketed through the cooperative union. And then they would be economically empowered. If this could be done through a system of devolution, it would be very useful. But let's see how this can be brought about. And this decentralization or devolution would actually promote people's participation in their own affairs and increase democracy. Right now, this stops at the vote. We vote you, and that's the end. You can make all efforts to have, offices at the constituency, but how much can you do? These things you tell the electorate when you are being elected, these lies, I provide this, I provide this. You don't have the power and you don't have the resources to do so. And what you promise is air. If you had effective local governments, then you could deal through those governments to make sure that services reach the people. The other possible advantage is to have an equitable share of resources, of national resources. So in the ideal devolution, you would have, 2 or more levels of governments with constitutionally demarcated powers and functions. And each level respecting the integrity of the other. I'll not bore you with the history. All African countries have gone through the same history, in that they have discouraged dispersal of powers, whether separation of powers at the center or dispersal of powers through local units. This has been discouraged. It happened in Uganda after 1967. It happened in Kenya. Kenya started off with a quasi-federal arrangement through regions that they called Majimbo. But because these regions were empowered and the center felt they were denied of strong powers, this was the first amendment they made in Kenya under Mzee Jomo Kenyatta. Abolish Majimbo federalism. And as a consequence, power was highly centralized. And the epic of it was under Moi. South Africa, of course, a different route, because there the apartheid regime had tried to constitute federal units of the Africans so that they are sent away from the white union. These were known as the Bantustans, the Transkei, the Botswana, and so on. And when South Africa was negotiating their constitutions, the white people, surprisingly, together with the Inkatha party of KwaZulu-Natal, argued strongly for a decentralized system of government because the whites wanted to keep their own territories intact. And of course, regions like KwaZulu-Natal, which is a kingdom, which is the Buganda of South Africa, actually, wanted to keep its own identity. But before then, the apartheid regime had begun with a very centralized system. But that is the history, we will not go through it. And also not concentrate on what we went through. We, in Uganda, you know, we created districts. Under the Odochi commission in which I served, there was we were actually well advised by the people. And they almost pointed to a federal arrangement. And when we recommended, we idealized with that arrangement, but made a mistake not recommending it. The reason was that many people mistook it for a Buganda dominance, that the recommendation would give Buganda its own separate identity. But there could have been a federal arrangement without that sort of arrangement. So we recommended the decentralization based on 35 districts, which were in existence there. And these were quite viable districts. 35. Now we have how many? 100 something. 100 what? I have lost. 146. Right. So you can see where we went from 35 to 100 and something, or 46. There was also a recommendation about division of powers, which was not exactly enacted in the Constitution. And the biggest, of course, drawback was our failure to map out a strong system of fiscal devolution, of fiscal decentralization, which I'll come back to that. So those were failures. There was no clear constitutional source of revenue, and the grants from the center were envisaged by the Constitution, and we left wide room for disaggregating, for disaggregating districts. This morning, people said we were naive. All of us, Constitutional Review, Constituent Assembly, we are all naive. Yes, because we thought there was goodwill, and we didn't think that people would use the Constitution for their purposes. You know what I mean. Of course, after our commission, the so-called Sempeva Commission, which I chaired, the only recommendation about local government was the introduction of regional governments. This came about because people had realized that the district was no longer effective, that they needed stronger units to be effective. That the number of services which were cross-border, these small districts. And we listened to them, and we did. But of course, government also had a peculiar interest in a regional system, because I think they wanted to appease Uganda towards an election. And the regional system was enacted, but has never been implemented. It was nearly implemented when there were discussions between Mengo and the center, Mbabazi-led center, until these collapsed. So the regional tier was never enacted. In Kenya, as I said, the consensus was about devolution, effective devolution. You know, when I was there, many people were admiring our own decentralization. Some of them had come here at the enactment of our constitution, and they had been taken around. They have seen those governments operating in 35 districts and so on. And I was talking about very highly. But by the time they were discussing their constitution, things had changed here. We had re-centralized that as it were. So when I was there, I warned them that don't go our route in a number of ways. So what was done in Kenya? In Kenya, because of the need for strong devolution, the constitution divided powers and functions and enacted them in the constitution. Then the constitution also engaged in a fiscal arrangement. One of the important ones, which I still admire, is the realization that national revenue is generated from the whole country. And therefore, the local governments should share in this national revenue. And so it was enacted that in Kenya that every year, the local governments, which now are county governments in Kenya, must share in the national revenue. The percentage that was started with was no less than 15%, but it can be increased every year or whenever there is a need. So there's a good starting point for empowerment of local governments there. It's in the Constitution, and this 15% is shared equitably through a mechanism where the local governments, the county governments, are represented. In addition to that, the county governments are empowered to levy taxes. Of course, those are not very, very significant, but Parliament can enact other avenues of sustenance. So there are 47 counties. Each one has got an executive and an assembly, and government at the center is replicated at the county level, in that the governor of the county is directly elected with a running mate, and they appoints the executive, which is a fixed number, and the county assembly is also elected. Now, how are local governments promoted and protected? Because we know very well that no African government, central government, wants a strong decentralized system. And I suspect one reason for our districts is that is to weaken the system of decentralization. Now it has almost disappeared. Why? After we have eaten rats and cockroaches and so on, almost every ethnic community demands a district. And it's no longer viable. The districts are no longer viable. They depend on grants. They don't have even the capacity to levy taxes, even if they are empowered to do so. The only success we have had through decentralization is to create jobs. Because we have a district government there, as it were, although not effective. In Kenya, they made sure that the government does not, first of all, I warned them about disaggregating counties. So there was enacted a very tight system. No county boundaries can be altered unless there is a special commission set up to look into the matter and to make recommendations. Once that recommendation is made, it goes to two bodies, Parliament and Senate. Let me talk about Senate. Senate was set up. There was a strong argument about Senate. Many members of Parliament, you know, they were involved in the constitutional making system, argued against Senate. We can't have another body, you know, to check on us, blah, blah, blah. So we said, no, Senate will not do that. We are setting up Senate to protect the devolved system of governance. And each county will have one senator. Senator who represents that county at the center, but in Senate, not in Parliament. Of course, Senate is another part of Parliament, but Senate has got its own special functions. And the major function of Senate is to look after the interests of the county governments. Understood? Here, do we have a system of that sort of protection? Of course, we have a district member. Is it a woman? We have one woman per district in Parliament, but I don't know whether that woman is there to protect the interests of the district, or it is for women. Okay. So in the Senate, if there's a recommendation to divide counties, which has never happened, Senate would have to be involved, so would be the Parliament and the counties as well, the majority of the counties. So it is most unlikely that counties will be disaggregated. But also because these counties were based on some, not pure ethnic grounds, but they happen to have a majority of ethnicity in any county. You have the counties in Western Kenya being dominated by the Luo, the counties in Central being dominated by the Kikuyu. There's a sense of belonging from that angle, and it's unlikely that they will be touched by any amendment. So that's the protection. The fiscal one is important. I was saying that the money that is shared from the national revenue is allocated by a special commission, and this commission is superintended by Senate to to see what is going on. Now, as a result, in Kenya, when I was there, you could go to Western Kenya and you find, you know, everything is in desolate situation and so on and so on. Then you go to the center and the highlands and it looked like Great Britain and so on. Things have changed because the counties are looking after their affairs properly. You know, even when you have strong devolution or decentralization, even corruption decreases a bit, although it hasn't, it doesn't mean there is no corruption at the county level in Kenya. It is there. The other problem which is there is marginalization of minorities, although the Constitution makes provision for that. When you have a Luo-dominated county and there are minorities there, sometimes they are overlooked in terms of employment and so on and so on. These are matters we should look at when we decide to have another conversation about our own system of decentralization or devolution. South Africa also opted for provinces as the basis of their devolution. There are 9 provinces. They are also empowered. There's constitutional division of powers and functions. The governments are also represented in the national, what do they call it? There's a council, National Council of Provinces in Parliament. And also there's a rigid provision against subdividing counties. Again, there it is almost impossible because the counties have been accepted. They also include ethnic majorities, and it is almost impossible to touch them. In spite of that, there will always be challenges. In South Africa, for example, the recentralization is not legal. Recentralization is through the political party dominance. ANC so far has been a dominant political party. And it exercises that authority not only at the center, but also in the provinces, and can influence matters in the provinces. For example, the governments there are also replicated. In South Africa, it is a parliamentary system. The president is elected by parliament. The same applies to the provincial governments. What would be strong there is to have a premier of the province elected by the assembly of the province. But normally the party intervenes by proposing names, which the majority in the assembly, the provincial assembly, of course, accept, and they vote. So that's a system of interference with the county, provincial autonomy. Can't happen in Kenya because there is direct elections. So, to recap, because we have short of time, when we have the next conversation, we should consider at least 3 or 4 matters. Disaggregating viable units, number 1. Viable units of local governance. And what should be taken into account? Population, of course, resources, both human and otherwise. The poverty levels in the particular areas. And experts can help us with others as you determine those viable units. Our starting point, of course, could go back to the 35 that existed in 1995 and see how we can turn around with those, whether increase a bit or decrease, I don't know. Number one, that is disaggregating viable units. Two, empowering them through fiscal devolution, making it clear constitution-wise where the sources of funds will come from, but not to leave it at large for government to fund. Three, to determine which are those services that touch the people directly that should be performed by the local units. And that needs careful consideration. Four, protection of the local units from interference by the center, mostly. So we have the example of Senate in Kenya, National Council of Provinces in South Africa. But we can think of our own, not necessarily those bodies. We can think of special representation of local units. What else? I think those are the main ones. I have saved you from my presentation because I know that we shall not finish, but it can be sent to you and we can have further discussions whenever the need arises. Thank you very much. Nice to hear their questions. Okay.
Thank you very much, Professor Frederick Sempewa. Very good presentation. And indeed, he has shared his presentation. We're going to be sharing with the rest of the members. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, we are not going to have a discussion right now. So we will go into another presentation from Mr. Karoli Semogerere, who is an advocate and a legal consultant on proportional representation, a shift from the current winner takes it all. After those two presentations, the Honorable Lulu Mebaiga will be here to moderate the reaction and discussion. And then we are not going to have remarks by Guillaume Chatrain, the Deputy EU Head of Delegation, because of time. We will go into the last presentation and get the discussion from Professor Oloka Onyango, who is already here. You're welcome. Thank you for being with us. So may I take this opportunity to invite Mr. Karoli Semogerere.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you. When I look inside the room, I see generations of Ugandans. I see my elders, my singers, like Honorable Cecilia Ogwal, Honorable Betty Awolo Chan. I see my peers. I see tomorrow much, much younger than I am. Proportional representation, you will get a detailed, semi-detailed paper. But I wanted to highlight in the interest of time, about 10 questions. Some are questions, some are answers, and some are the journey of this idea of proportional representation, which was first presented as a proposal in the proceedings of the CA and soundly defeated. What is proportional representation, or what is PR? It's not public relations. However, it has a public relations aspect of it. People go and cast their votes. And we want to know, what are the people thinking? What is the reflection? What is the trend? In PR, we look at the voices. People have party colors, and we'll say, this time red has come on top, this time black has come on top, this time blue has made serious advances, or this time it is the same story, yellow has come on top. So when we talk about proportions, we say, in what proportion do these different forces represent the electorate? On the other side, we have winner take it all. Winner take it all, or first past the post. Who has won? Just tell me, I'm from Mityana, who has won? In Mityana North, Honorable Rumu has prevailed. That is the end of story. Don't tell me who came second, who came third, who came fourth. So you have these two competing sentiments at the end of election day. Have we won, or who has won? Who has won? Who is the individual who has won? When we talk about proportional representation, we're talking of slightly a bigger representation of views in the population. So both of these come up at election time. We have provisions which have gone into detail in the Constitution. This is how we vote for people and so on. In the context of Uganda, we really have two main elections. We have a presidential election. We also have a parliamentary election. In the context of elections for members of parliament, they are determined at the constituency level. Our constitution is a bit ambiguous on what should be a constituency. It says it should be based on a county and so on. But we know that there is a number which keeps on going up, which is the number of members of parliament. And in that effort to capture every single corner, we have accentuated the individual or the individualism in our political system. So in 1980, we had 126 members of parliament. The consensus was that 100,000 inhabitants were enough to elect a single member of parliament. Uganda at the time was 12.6 million people. Today, we are 45 million people. What will happen when we reach 100 million people if we use the same parameter? That is one of the questions that proportional representation has come to answer, to see how we can moderate this competing interest that people are represented at the constituency level, or they are represented at the lowest possible form, without diluting the quality of their representation. In proportional representation, we are also looking at how do we numb this loser mentality. If you have lost, you keep quiet and you go home. And then you wait for the next 5 years. In PR, we're also looking at how all these different views can come at one table. I think the shortcoming in the CA was that at that time, 1994, %80 of the examples of PR came from Europe. But Europe itself was also in a phase. After the collapse of communism, you had all these poor countries in Eastern Europe. And we're trying to see how do we catch up with the West, with Western Europe. So the doctor was prescribing, in Germany, we have PR. In Italy, we have PR. In this country, we have PR. So at that time, 31, I think it's 31 out of 40 European countries adopted PR. In Africa, the first major country to adopt PR was South Africa. And that was the same time these proposals were being laid before the Constituent Assembly. So I understand the reluctance at that time, trying to introduce something in an environment where political parties were not trusted, were being blamed for a lot of conflict, were being blamed for so many reasons. But also, as we know now, we are much, much smarter and maybe more modest in the things we said at the time. We should have listened more at the time. But today, one of the surprises, again, trying to put together this information on PR, is that many, many countries have adopted proportional representation in Africa. There were more than I actually thought when I began trying to do a content analysis of the parliamentary systems in Africa. South Africa was only the first. It has 3 neighbors or neighboring countries, or 3 big countries in SADC. You have Mozambique, you have Angola. You also have Namibia, which became independent in 1990. All these countries have proportional representation. And that proportional representation has continued to exist even where the ruling party has not changed. So I said, okay, South Africa, that one is easy to understand because for them, they have a pure, we call it, it's a parliamentary system. And being elected to parliament, you have to be on the party list. Parties don't frequently lose their places on the in terms of their share of the vote. The Professor Stempewa did mention that KwaZulu-Natal Inkatha Freedom Party, which represents sentiments similar to those of the Kingdom of Buganda, their membership has gone up and gone down. But generally, the official position has remained the same. But however, the barrier for new political actors entering the space is also good. The barriers are weak. So you have a new party, the Economic Freedom Fighters, who have only been in parliament for 10 years. Moving from Southern Africa, I came to the East African region. In the East African region, I call it the Swahili corridor, which is dominated by Swahili speakers. Inside the Swahili corridor, we have the 7 countries of the East African community. These are Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, and the DRC. In the 7 countries of the East African community, and with the exception of Sudan, which hasn't had elections in the last 13 years, only Uganda still has a pure first past the post system, or winner take it all. And that says something. In Kenya, which I was very, very happy to listen to Professor Stempewa. I always comment to some of my colleagues that out of the mistakes of the Ugandan constitution, the Kenyans got a much, much better and more robust constitution. And what is the reason why? The reason why is that the authors of the Constitution of Uganda, as you have heard him say, are the ones who went to draft the Kenyan Constitution and fixed nearly all the mistakes they believe they had made in Uganda. So you talk about Kanyehamba, you talk about Stempewa. So I am very, very happy. I don't need to go into more detail. One thing, when you're reading the Kenyan Constitution, they ask you, it has so many words, because for every 20 words, they would put in the sentence in Uganda. In Kenya, they would at least add an extra 10 words. If you're removing a judge, you'll find there are 4 other provisions to protect the incumbent holder. If it is the composition of parliament, you find if it is the revenue, everything was fixed in the Kenyan Constitution. I had wished that as we develop these discussions going forward, in this dialogue, we should try and convince our Kenyan neighbors, because they are next door, to come and talk to us more, and on all sides of the aisle, whether it's opposition or government or judiciary and so on. And there's a high level of satisfaction with the provisions they have. Kenya has the smallest dose of PR in their constitution. In the election of members of parliament, you've already had. They have 290 members of parliament who are directly elected. Then they have members, women members of parliament who are elected at the district woman reps. Similar to Uganda again. Then they have 12 nominated members of parliament. And the way the 12 members, these 12 nominated members are shared are on the basis of the proportion of the votes that these parties won at the general election. So when we talk about how do you implement, some people can say, I'm going to try and just put in a small toe. Or I'm going to come with a big toe. So Kenya has the smallest, but then this principle is also replicated in other elections, like elections of the members of the YARA. So for them to comply with Article 51 of the Treaty of the East African Community, again, the members are elected on the basis of the proportion of the votes the parties won in the previous election. Tanzania, this was a surprise because in Tanzania, there are certain sacred cows. For now, you can't challenge the election of the president in court. They have just gone through, it has been a roller coaster of events, which at a certain point, there was the fear that Tanzania would remove presidential term limits based on the popularity of an individual. However, I was surprised that what would be the most controversial decision here, how you moderate these special interest groups, especially women with the electorate, Tanzania had the most progressive provision. So in the election of women members of parliament, which is now globally accepted as the governance best practice and so on and so forth, the share of seats is distributed on the basis of proportional representation. So I'm moving in East Africa. I've left Kampala, I'm in Nairobi, I'm in Dodoma, then I now move west. Burundi and Rwanda. Both of these countries, their history is a bit similar to Uganda. There's military rule, but they've also had a lot of violent conflict. And the method of election in Rwanda, election of members of the National Assembly, is by proportional representation. That's why when you go to Kigali during elections time, I think elections are coming up soon, there's always one poster. Everywhere, it's always one poster. But then, when they go to international fora, they say, oh, we have Honorable so-and-so from this party, from this party. You've never heard of these parties, okay? Every Ugandan thinks that there's only one party in Rwanda. That is not the case. So all the members of parliament are elected on the basis of proportional representation. For the women members of parliament, they use special councils. And again, the same principle applies. In Burundi, they have just 100 members of parliament. And all these are elected through proportional representation. There is a provision for nomination of an additional up to 20 members of parliament in Burundi. But again, the principle is the same. Then in the context of East Africa, the big giant in the room now is the DRC. If peace returns to the DRC, the fortunes of a landlocked country like Uganda relatively resource poorer than our neighbors are bound to bloom. And they've also gone through a lot of conflict. Actually, there's still a lot of ongoing conflict in the DRC. However, they have also adopted proportional representation. In the DRC, they have two lists. They have a constituency list, and then they have a party list. I won't go through the different types of PR, but basically, you can have a pure system where we vote purely on the basis of political party. There are certain advantages and disadvantages of that system, but it is very similar to what Uganda had in 1980. It is interesting that there is a way the 1967 Constitution had some additional inbuilt protections which are absent in the 95 Constitution. But Professor Sempe was given the answer away that the 95 Constitution was drafted in an environment and a lot of goodwill where there were many expectations. In the Constitution of 67, you could elect a member of parliament, an independent could run as a member of parliament. However, that candidate had to declare which presidential candidate they supported. Otherwise, the nomination would be invalid and cancelled. So, that is, in the context of Uganda, we cannot talk away the phenomena of I am independent, because we know the history of I am independent, individual merit. But we also know that in the context of political parties, they have not been allowed to function properly in our country since independence. So, in the context of Uganda, you have these two almost even-sized blocks in our parliament. You have 106 members of parliament who have subscribed to parties which are in the official opposition. But then you also have 101 members of parliament who are elected as independents. Now, when you look at our electoral, when you look at how these numbers play out in parliament, you also see that, I don't know how we can go to some of these. What we have in our political system is we have a lot of inertia. Why? The performance at the top of the ticket of the winner of the presidential election, with just one exception, 2011, has been the same. 59, 57, then 2011, something happened, 69%. 2016, we are back to the norm. 21, we are back to the norm. I normally call people around election time from the village, and they tell me, oh, our candidate is going to win by this percentage, even before the votes are actually counted. If we look at the members of parliament that subscribe to the ruling party, again, the members of parliament who are elected on the NRM ticket are around about 60% of the composition of parliament. I want to highlight that to say that that 60%, whether it is 300, whether it is 200, does not affect the outcome of any business in Parliament, as we know it. Because in the context of Uganda, our Parliament is a supporting infrastructure. But no major, our Parliament does not hold votes of confidence. It can only remove the president in very limited circumstances if one day he fails to wake up or something like that. But we don't really have, there is no interaction between power and Parliament. Okay, that's one major observation. So we have this group in the middle, the independents. Okay, officially, most of them subscribe to the ruling party. But the other negative influence of the independents is that they have diluted the voice of the opposition inside Parliament. Maybe things would be different if the opposition parties in the presidential election, they normally collect around 40% of the vote. If they had 40% members of Parliament, you could see there are many, many decisions, bad ones, which could have been forestalled in earlier years, which could even still be forestalled today. How do we move forward? This is a generational struggle. And I think I want to also thank the previous speaker that we should probably speak less and less of the past and more of the future. In 2015, I went to the Legal Affairs Committee of Parliament, which was considering amendments to the Constitution on behalf of the Uganda Law Society. So we came with this refrain: reduce members of Parliament, reduce members of Parliament. On my way in, I ran into, she was a new member of Parliament at that time, who had won in a very heavily contested election. And she gave a very interesting opinion. And she said, yes, it is okay to review membership of special interest groups, which is provided for in the Constitution. However, my proposal is that each district should have one man and one woman. I'd never heard of that kind of formulation. And I challenge you, when you sit tomorrow, to discuss many of these things in more detail. I think we need to look again and see how do we keep on representing our people? How do we represent them more effectively? How can we do that? She had a very clear opinion. On my way in, I said, oh, Brenda Nabukenya, I have you as footnote number 13 in my presentation, because I have never really found an answer yet to that question. But it's a possible formulation. I have written just a few drafting recommendations that if we are to talk about proportional representation, number one, we need to move away from this, this format of in each area there should be 100,000 people. Uganda has one of the fastest growing populations in the world. Actually, in the context of East Africa, we are going to overtake Kenya very soon, and we'll just be behind Tanzania. In about 10, 15 years, which is a very short time, Uganda may have 106 million people. So this idea of how many people live in a particular area, I think should be replaced by number of registered voters, which is what many other countries are using. The US still use population, but they also use it because it is an enshrined provision in their constitution. However, they also then fix permanently the number of members of the US House of Representatives. So this member, they use population. If Masaka loses population, they lose members of parliament. But the overall composition of parliament is fixed. This is an area which maybe may encourage some people to have more children and so on. But I think that principle is very, very weak in our constitution. I asked one of the alumni of the class I taught at Parliament last year, Engineer Mutalia, to try and extract constituencies and registered voters. It's at the very end of the paper. And of course, I've already mentioned that the guide is population. However, we could even use registered voters because 100,000 people, 1980, are now, if we're going by number of voters and population, the difference may not be very substantial. So I still wanted to stick with 100,000 registered voters. That's like a raw number. So the counties in red are the only ones which have 100,000 registered voters. I only took 83. Then the ones in blue, they come close. They are around 80, but not quite 90. And then the ones in black. In my humble opinion, there is over-representation. And that is not to diminish these areas, but it means that we have failed, even in our first past the post system, to correctly apportion the number of voters. I saw there's an observation, there's Kasese. Kasese has some blue, some red. That's where so Kasese, interestingly, just like Kampala, has those overpopulated constituencies. So if there was fair apportionment, maybe Kasese would have more members of parliament. There's another seat which is in Bundibujo, which also has a fairly high number of voters, but then the ones next to it all have very, very few voters. What is the purpose of a member of parliament representing 10,000 voters, 6,000 voters, 10,000? What is the purpose? Is that a national election or a local election? So, but I think that in the way the political spoils have been set, the narrative is that everyone in the building has a chance to go and negotiate a special arrangement with the powers that be. And many times it is in the form of constituency. But I think in terms of what is good for the country and what is good for the future, I think this one is also unsustainable. There are many, many things we could talk about today, but I just wanted to highlight the topic. I also wanted to highlight that now Uganda is in the minority of countries, both near and far, who are still stuck with first past the post system. But I also want to strongly emphasize that if we are able to discuss at a certain point a future for our country. This is one of the areas. The only problem is that you cannot talk about parliament alone when you ignore the big elephant in the room. So these are ideas that we will expect you, and I hope that you'll get sufficient time to deliberate upon them. And I hope that you will come up with sound findings to see how to move this discussion forward. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Karoli Semogerere. A round of applause for him. I am sure that many members were not really well conversant with the proportional representation, and would like to appreciate you for that presentation. So we are going into a discussion that is going to be moderated by the Honorable Lulu Mebaiga for two topics, one by Professor Sempewa and the other by Mr. Karoli Semogerere. May I also welcome Mr. Jawa Kabaka Medi Nsereko Sebuliba. Thank you for being with us.
I thought she was taking away my responsibility, so I had to be near. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members. Okay, may you all stand up just for, yeah, it will help you. Honorable Nachimuli, please give us an energizer. We don't want to die of clothes here. Please come over here. Okay, give her a clap as she's coming. She wants to. Proceed. Can come here. Please proceed.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I wanted another microphone because we are going to move around. How are you? Can we stretch? Because some of us are sleeping. Like Honorable Mulima Mayuno are sleeping. Okay, get yourself space. I'm leading the stretch. We're going to get mangoes from the right-hand side. Please stretch. From the left. Bend in front. Make sure those behind you are safe. Bend behind. Then we are going to write the word message with our waists. Message. Can we start? I show you. Honorable Sekabira, you're cheating. E S I hope we are all stretched. Can we clap for me? Thank you so much.
You can say I have given her responsibility without taking a bribe from her. She's expecting me to give her a thunderous clap. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me invite Professor Sempewa so that he can take a seat up here, and also Mr. Carol Isemogeye to come and take a seat. You're going to face the audience so that they can ask questions. I want to thank Professor Sempewa for handling this topic of reforming Uganda's local government system. Best practices have been given in Kenya, in South Africa, and beyond. Please give him a clap. We are also delighted to learn about proportional representation, something that has been with us, but not so much discussed. And we have been thinking it has always been a big, complex number, but Mr. Kalori Semogere has given it the simplicity for comprehension. Please give him a clap too. In Uganda, I just want to see if at all I can start off the questions, whether to try to answer questions of whether proportional representation will answer the right to independence of candidates. And for Professor, whether or not we are able to reform the local government system, to bring back all the local governments together in order to form viable units based on population. The rest is going to come from the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, you have been hearing this presentation. Just put up your hand. I will select who is going to speak. 10 of you will be enough for them to answer, and we wind up. Thank you very much. The professor wants to ask. Professor, you will come last, because the professor professes. Yes, Mr. Kasirye, Honorable from Nakaseke. Yes, number 3. Well, you can start. Number 4, Honorable Jimmy Akena. May somebody move up the microphone to those I have selected first. Number 5. The first person is there.
I want to thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mine goes to Professor Sempewa. You might have realized between 1995 to date, each cycle of election, the levels of our decentralization decreases. The strength of our local government decreases with each passing election cycle. And that one breeds a very peculiar characteristic. Uganda's decentralization is currently characterized by 1, poor resource allocation. All the Jewish taxes have been taken to the center. 2, we have a very skewed space for maintaining the local autonomy of the local governments. 3, we are failing very greatly in enhancing the popular participation, which we envisaged as we are enacting it. The 4th one is the participatory nature is dying away. And lastly, you might have realized there is no single local government that can handle a disaster, even if it is a few households. Every district facing a disaster as we speak, we have to appeal to the center, and more so to the office of the Prime Minister. That brings me to a question. In a scenario where you have a system
of decentralization that does not speak to how do you share the resources? How do you share the revenues? How do you protect the innovations that are done at the local governments?
Thank you.
If you address that, then mine be answered.
Thank you very much. Number two, the professor.
Thank you. Mine is in response to Arori Semogere's presentation. Not necessarily that I am asking a question, but maybe complimenting. Because I also support proportional representation. And representation at a conceptual level should be looked at not necessarily representing geographical population. We should represent ideas, represent ideologies, represent values, represent norms. And it will cure the mischief of people voting somebody from his tribe or her tribe. Because an idea, a value cuts across. And because we have the problem of ethnic-based voting or elections, we have to come up with an electoral system that can go a long way to contribute to building a nation. By the way, there is a system which you people have never maybe come across in history, that in Obote 1 government in 1969-70, there had been a proposal for an electoral system called 1+3 electoral system. By that proposal, a member of parliament, a candidate, would stand in the constituency where you are born, plus other 3 constituencies in other regions outside your home area. The aim was to cure sectarianism or tribalism, because if you were appointed a minister and you worked for only the constituency where you are born, in the next Chisanja, the other people would reject you. That's why it was 1+3 electoral system. But in this case, it is proportional representation, where a candidate is chosen because he or she is competent in the value for which the political party stands for. I wanted
Thank
to
you
make that
very
addition.
much. But we should know that the party establishes the candidates list, and then you wait for the number of votes, share of votes, and then the list will be given in respect of those who have already qualified according to what the party determined as the rank. So we need to refine that. There has been a debate on whether people inclusion in an elected government takes into consideration proportional representation. I'm arguing with the professor. Please, number 3.
Thank you so much. I'm Mayanja Alan from Nakaseke Central. My concern goes to Professor Sempebwa, and it's basically about decentralization. You talked about, you said that you were naive and you didn't recommend the federal government as completely. So do you think right now is it the right time to popularize and to recommend for federal government system? When you see Bunyoro, they have Fuelo, in Karamoja, they have gold, they have Mabo, and even some other regions. And specifically right now, the devolution or decentralization you have talked about, in current regime, it's like a mockery, where even local units, they can't, when they collect revenue, it is limited to consolidated funding. It is not returned, meaning even the local government is crippled. That's my concern. That do you think this is the right time as leaders, as members of parliament, when you are thinking about electoral reforms, when you are thinking about constitutional amendments, is it the right time? Mr. Professor, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. You can give it to Maruzi.
Thank you, Dr. Lulume. Mine is not to any specific speaker, but I think either of them can answer. Is that since 1995 is nearly 30 years since the Constitution was drafted, and in many respects we hear people talk about the wisdom of the drafters of the Constitution. The wisdom. I think Professor Semper might well relate to that expression. The wisdom of the drafters, as if that wisdom is standing, cannot be overruled, cannot mature, they cannot be degraded. Now, what I see is that we have two missed opportunities from 1995 that both speakers are talking to. One is the issue of decentralization or devolution of federalism. I think Professor has indicated that the intention was there. It was actually put in the Constitution, the 35 regions or districts. But 30 years down the road, there's been no progress. We have massacred the Constitution now twice. We are going for a third attempt. And there's no indication that will move in the direction of the wisdom of the framers of the Constitution in 1995. Karoli has spoken about PR and first past the post. But I have not heard you try to explain the benefits of first past the post. I see a difficulty in Uganda that we have a hybrid of, is it parliamentary, is it presidential, or both? That in America, in England, which at the moment we are democracies, is actually first past the post. And so because we have two elections, we have the presidential election, the candidate, whether it's an independent, whether it's a party candidate, takes the day. And we also have the parliamentary system for parliament where parties nominate candidates. So they also take the day. How do benefits of first past the post that we could well argue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Don't worry, it is coming.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, moderator. My question is it goes to the professor, and it's a very hypothetical question actually.
Can you PP introduce yourself so that the professor
But
can
you have said I'm PP, so I'm PP. Professor, my name is Okin PP Ojara. I represent the people of Chua West, Kingdom District. It's a very hypothetical question, Professor. I know you have put a lot of effort, especially on the issue of decentralization. And when you look at the level of implementation, I don't know whether we should still call it decentralization or we give another name. Because when you look at the principles, the tenets that you set, and perhaps wanted it to be implemented to the dot, I don't know whether 60 or 50% of those tenets is actually being implemented. We say qualified to call it decentralization, or is because it's not even centralization. Neither is it also decentralization anymore. So what name do we give to the current system being implemented? I don't know whether you can respond to that. Then secondly,
the question has been taken.
Secondly, Professor, I want to see the level of Are you not very frustrated seeing all these efforts you have put on board? And I remember you saying maybe we need to go back to the 35 districts. You can imagine going back to the 35 district. We are 140 something district. And this is where you ended your presentation. If we want to move, we have to go back to the 35 district and start from there. In the way you are looking at the political environment we are in, do you see that anything can be improved, or can it be really changed? Can it be changed to going back to the 35 district and then we start from there? Or there is completely no hope at all, Professor?
Thank you very much, Honorable PP. Hey, no, it was going to Honorable Akena here. Yeah, let us share these tables. And for the subsequent contributors, please, let us have short and succinct questions, because the Professor Loha Onyango is going to present and he has limited time. So, Honorable Akena.
Thank you very much. I'm a supporter of what is being called first past the post, and I'm not fully appreciating PR. One element which PR has not captured is that constituencies, there's a population question, but there's also a size and accessibility in the formula of determining constituency. If you go strictly on a population figure, there are places with low density, like for example, Karamoja. You will get 100,000, you will get from one end of that constituency to the other, it can take you even 2 weeks. So the formula covers both size and population. Within like areas where you mentioned around Kawempe North and Kawempe South, covering that distance is more possible, but there's also a question of population. So there's a balance between that equation which determines constituencies, not strictly population. So you need to capture that element for your PR, because otherwise these large constituencies of low density does not make sense.
Thank you very much. Let me have Honorable Mukasambide and then General Mugisha Muntu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, Professor, and Mr. Kalori. I have got also some considerations that I would like you, Professor, to make first, particularly with regard to the manner of administration in Uganda. Ranging from what was established in the Constitution, it has, of course, Parliament being used as an instrument of deletion and obliteration has been changed. It is no longer decentralization, which we have discussed, Professor. It is not even an outright centralization, but now it has mysteriously forced into a deconcentration. I would like, Professor, to address your mind to this and also give us further literature on it, where the exact powers of state are being exercised, not concentrated by way of centralization at the state level, but exercised by the state itself, but at a level where anyone would think by tree and chickenry that it is actually decentralized in nature. Number two, Mr. Moderator, which is the final one. Sure. I'm also very short, exactly. What I am looking at, proportional representation also envisages a lot of grounds. For example, it envisages the relative political maturity of the masses and the capacity for political parties to administer exactly what is required of them. We still have a problem in Uganda because political parties were fought against by systems to the extent that when you look at the government that was established in 1986 up to the freedom of political parties in 1995, 19 years, the individual and the opinion of the individual became sacrosanct. Today, we now find that every contrary opinion in a political party is almost a faction. It is because we still have a low relative political maturity of the masses to administer, for example, proportional representation to its best level. This is what I am supposing for members of parliament. Because here we are sitting, and this is a true fresh reconstruction of what we need.
Keep it short.
Yes, extremely short.
Let me use the example of Rwanda, like Mr. Kaloli has said. By method of legislation, for example, under the constitution, a person from a political party that wins the presidency does not take 50% of cabinet and does not actually produce a speaker of the House of Deputies. Now that is by legislation. So there are results that you must obtain upfront by legislation that cannot be obtained from a kind of election that we know that is no longer an election, but it is something that other than a democracy is a mere democratura or a dictator.
Thank you very much. Can you pass it to the general so that your highly powered desk is done? General Mabike had something to say.
In countries where they already have a culture of democratic governance, the practice of proportional representation becomes easy. In countries like ours in Africa, where you find weak states and democratic culture, it can also create its own challenges. So while you look at the application of it, you also need to look at its disadvantages. It can create instability. When you look at a country like Italy, which has proportional representation, and in a span of about 60 years, it has had about 50 governments. The beauty of it is that when they are negotiating coalitions, there is stability in the system, everything else functions. Look at a country like Israel, who have had, in about a span of 4 years, they have had to conduct 3 elections because they could not even create government. So there's a tendency of proportional representation for there to be any opinion you can easily get seats in parliament. And yet you cannot create government unless you go beyond a certain number. So in a country like ours, you can picture if there is a failure to form a government for 6 months, what would be happening? So to apply it, you need to really think deep, and it should be maybe a hybrid, so that the past the post becomes the backbone for stability, and then the portion which is given to proportional representation responds to the advantages of it, but without creating instability. As I end, the other weakness can be if you don't have democratic practices, because proportional representation will assume that its fairness is going to come because even the parties themselves are internally democratic. Because the drawing of the party list, if you don't have democratic practice in the parties, you also have another problem. Because you can easily end up having uncles, cousins, aunts, and all that on the party list. If you are allotted 20%, and therefore you are supposed to present maybe 15 MPs, you find that the 15 MPs on the party list,
they come from the same family. Thank you.
All those things have to be looked at. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the General. Honorable Fred Kayondo. Okay. Let your elder speak first. I'm ending with you after all. But I have not seen women put up their hands. I'm so embarrassed that women are not participating. Proceed.
Mr. Chairman, you gave me the opportunity to speak, though I didn't ask for it. But I'll take it anyway. Mr. Chairman, first I am surprised that Jimmy Akena Obote is opposing the ideas of Kalori Samogere, as if it is a repeat of the 1980 contest. But having said that, Mr. Chairman, I strongly support the proposal that Uganda adopts the PRR, proportional representation. And I think Mr. Kaloli has ably amplified, has given the justification for it. Proportional representation and first past the post in particular has been used by the NRM to create the artificial majorities in parliament.
We have seen the figures here. Numbers of voters per constituency. And you realize that there is a member of parliament who represents 26,000 voters and is equal to a member of parliament in Kampala who represents 167,000 voters. I think that is unfair. It is unjust. It is a deliberate way of fixing numbers in parliament. And in the morning, there was someone, Mr. Chairman, yes, I'm winding up. In the morning, there's somebody who said that we must deal, I think it was Professor Mambusa, who said we must deal with the elephants in the room, not the rats. The issue of proportional representation and first past the post is one of the elephants in the room that we must take head on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Are
much.
there, yes, the issue of the women.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Professor Oloka Onyango, you bear with us a bit because these were very pregnant topics as well. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Mr. Moderator, when I look at Professor Sentebwa, I see the backbone of the 1995 Constitution because he was at the back of drafting. Then after, he went to the neighborhood with the Professor Kanyehanga and they drafted one of the best constitutions in this island, Africa. Now, if you drafted one of the best constitutions and you drafted ours, which is considered not so good compared to the one you drafted in the neighborhood, did you do a disservice to the Ugandans? Did you? That's the question I've always wanted to ask her. Then lastly, Professor, you see, the people here are trying to defend the constitution you made with a very good preamble recording our history. Now, Professor, when are we seeing you this side trying to defend exactly what you drafted? Should we expect you in the future to join us in the opposition and defend the constitution you drafted wholeheartedly? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mukaku Lubega Samuel. May the women put up their hands.
Thank you very much.
1, 2.
Oh, I thought you had given.
Proceed as if nothing has happened.
I thought you had given me to represent the women. Mr. Moderator, speaking to, first of all, I would like to say I stand for that constitutional departure into or onto the inclusion or adoption of proportional representation and power devolution in our constitution. Nonetheless, I would like to ask, first of all, Comrade Kalori, I want to know, or I want you to help me try to show us how proportional representation would address the problem, I think the problem of if two parties are almost equally strong in strength and they are going to have proportionally be represented at the executive or parliamentary level, how do we address the problem of substantial differences or ideological and policy differences coming from our manifestos? And B, how will that proportional representation antidotes address the problem of election rigging as we know it today, whether it be rigging because of the commercialization, external influence, or even the gerrymandering. And Professor Sempebwa, finally, I like the devolution aspect. Can you highlight for us where best shall we get the results of decentralization or deconcentration? Is it under our devolved government or under the unitary system?
Thank you very much. Somebody is going to strangle me. Honorable Mutanzige, there. It will kill me if at all it doesn't. Then the women.
Thank you very much.
Because women usually crown it up. Of course, before
Thank you very much, Professor and Mr. Kaloli. My name is Katawaz Francis Katongole. I'm the MP Kalungu East.
Mutanzige.
Mutanzige, yes, and the Shadow Minister for East African Community Affairs. First of all, to Professor, you know, you were one of the consultants when you are making the Kenyan Constitution 2010, which I think took away some element that has made opposition very strong in Kenya. That is, whoever stands for president in Kenya that time had to be a member of parliament of their region. You see, Mike Kibaki could stand and was a member of parliament for their constituency. Raila Odinga would stand for president and a member for Langata. So somehow, those people were in the parliament, which is totally different from ours here, where if somebody stands for president, if he does not win, you see him 2 years for the next elections. So somehow, as a way of making the opposition strong, don't you think you imported in something that is going to weaken the Kenyan opposition, and which would have imported here from Kenya, at least where, just imagine if Robert Chagulanyi stood for president and also stood as MOP, Chadondo East, maybe also Dr. Besigye stood somewhere, Mugisha Montu stood there somewhere, and even if he has not won, but still remains in parliament, that will be a very powerful parliament, I think. And then secondly, to Mr. Kaloli, Article 51, like you said, of the Treaty of the East African Community Affairs, East African Treaty. We've had the past two.
Please, keep it short.
Yes. The past 2 terms, we've not had representative to the ALA really showing how the structure of the parliament is. What advice do you have for us in order to regain that? Because like this time, we had NRM only.
Thank you very much. Your point has been done. The Honorable, the women members of parliament who have not contributed. Those who have said something, please don't even put up your hand.
Thank you, moderator. Mine would go to the option of proportional representation. Like early in the morning, we were requested that when we say, for example, age limit would also bring in the educational limits, would also accomplish all limits. So in that line, would also go for the proportional gender, where you find districts with more women. Let's have all MPs women. Yes, that means Uganda would even have more women in parliament than men. So let's be comprehensive, because we are looking for proportionality in allocations, in demarcations. Let's be comprehensive. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator, and all the presenters. Briefly, when I was a member of the iPod Council, I remember we did a benchmarking visit to the South African Parliament, and we learned a lot about the tiara. And one thing that I had noted down is the pro and the cons, which for me I thought didn't come out well. But when General talked about it, actually he brought out the real issues. And I think these are the things we need to discuss deeper. But in a nutshell, it's a good thing. But we need to pick out the report that was generated from this meeting in South Africa. We learn from them and then have a better law than maybe what is in South Africa or elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
This comment.
Honorable Lope, you wanted to say something. Okay, thank you very much. And now I'm now reverting back to the panel. And thank you very much. God bless you so much. Women, thank you for your contributions. Let me start with Professor Sempevo. Another round will come, don't worry.
Hello? Okay. Let me start with a general question about at least me having participated in the Uganda process and the Kenya process and having done a disservice to Uganda. You see, I think we should make a distinction between drafting a constitution and evolving constitutionalism in a country. A constitution can stop at being a document when the spirit of constitutionalism is not there. This is something that develops within us as Ugandans. It evolves. We accept to live by what we have agreed or what is well known. I'll give an example. In our constitution of Uganda, there's no way Karori or me can even imagine of becoming a Kabaka. That is the constitutionalism that we have lived with throughout our life. It's not even written, but that is our constitution. We know who becomes a Kabaka and how. And you don't have to write it. And even if I climb Mountain Rwenzori and declare that Sempevo, I'm now the Kabaka of Uganda, people will just laugh and say the man is mad. So constitutionalism is something that we build. It's a culture, and the first way of building this culture is by looking at this document as something that is important, that has been agreed upon, that we should live. We should not just read, but live. And if we can do that, even in Parliament, so much the better. I'll ask you a question. So many amendments have been made, and they are passed through because there is a government majority in Parliament. If you sat down with a member of the ruling party in Parliament and asked him, did he believe that it was right to remove the term limit? I don't think that the answer will be yes. It was not a matter of principle. was a matter of something else, matter of either being commanded or an expectation. And I think one of the things, if we have another conversation, is to remove that expectation, which has been removed in Kenya. There's no expectation from a member of parliament to become anything other than a member of parliament. Whereas here there's a lingering expectation which keeps the members on the government side always looking this side and that side. If I say no, I will miss the next opportunity. You know what I mean. Now, the first question about resources. All we have to agree on the principle that in order to have effective local governments, they must have resources. We must agree and enshrine it in our constitution and laws that these are the resources. Someone asked about federalism, and I mentioned whether Bunyoro has gold, Karamoja has this and that. You cannot build constitutional structures by looking at resources that are existing in some of these units. Otherwise, everyone will start arguing. Bunyoro will say, now that we have oil, we need federal. But that's not a matter of principle. The principle would be about equitable sharing of the resources that exist everywhere. The resources in Bunyoro oil, yes, they happen to occur in Bunyoro. But it's a national resources. The money has been put there to exploit those resources. It does not necessarily come from Bunyoro alone. It comes from all over Uganda. So we're looking about empowering these local units and having equitable share of resources, and which would mean that even that resource that falls within a particular locality, like the oil of Bunyoro, a proportion of it could be left there for the uplifting of the people, but not necessarily because it is in Bunyoro we have federal and therefore we should now take over this resource. Is it right now to think about federalism? I have answered that partly, but also these are matters of terminology. The Majimbo in Kenya was talked about when they were reviewing the constitution and when we made the final draft. And they didn't like it because the original Majimbo was based on broad regions, which included ethnic majorities, under which the minorities were not going to feature. But that was federalism. They rejected it. You remember in the discussion we had leading to 1994, a lot of opposition to federalism was because of Buganda. I collected views, so I remember that. It was not the principle. Hence, the principle came back slightly or major actually under decentralization if it had been implemented, if there had been a will to implement it, and if, as I said, we are not being naive enough not to rigidify some of the provisions to protect the devolution that was enacted in 1995. So we can talk now about centralization, deconcentration, and so on. Doesn't make much sense. What we see is that our local units are exercising almost delegated powers from the center. And they don't have real power as had been anticipated. I think that is basically what has come from on the point of devolution. I will ask my friend here to enlighten us that there are so many shades of proportional representation. And you don't have to start with the shade that is going to bring problems that the general has talked about. You can start slowly with a mixed form of proportional representation. And I agree with the general that if you go that route wholesale, it will not work in our country. But that does not prevent a certain shade of proportional representation from being conceived as a way of starting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Let us have Mr. Karori Semogere to answer this part.
I know we are under pressure of time, but I will address the queries quickly. Honorable Akena on what is the constituency. One thing we should start from is that first past the post and PR are not mutually exclusive. So a country can keep constituencies, and I've laid out examples where it is done, and a certain form of proportional representation. That's in the paper. Then as far as the design of the constituencies, there are many ways to achieve those equities. It is now in Kenya that has been left to the Independent Elections and Boundaries Commission. In the UK, they have independent election boundary commissions for each of the 4 nations in the UK. So Wales has one, England has one, Scotland has one, Northern Ireland has one. There's always a tension of over-representation. For example, in the UK, sometimes they would say London, which was mostly Labour, was over-represented, okay? Now they are saying Wales has 40 members of parliament, but they're going to lose 8 seats because the realities of today are different. This process is continuous and can always change, taking into different account of how to cover these remote areas and so on. So we're not saying one size fits all. However, what we have to address is the disparity in representation, where a number of areas are underrepresented based on their population and other attributes. Another comment, how does, that was I think Mukaku, how does PR address the problem where parties are nearly evenly matched? So I call it the Airbus and Boeing problem. So when we are going into these elections, in many countries, the political forces are evenly balanced. And the prospect of a tie actually is real. So some constitutions, like the 1967 constitution, had a safety valve. If you win and you have a threadbare majority, you will be the president will nominate 10 members of parliament to pad their majority, to have a working majority in parliament. In Germany, again, where you've had that history of equally, 2 strong parties, SPD and CDU, they passed a provision where the coalition again gets to have 50 extra seats in parliament. That's a question mostly of mechanics. Then there's the question about What are the benefits of first past the post? I've covered them. Certainty. I would use the Luganda word kagwirawo. However, even in the proportional representation, when people go home at 7 p.m., they know what the result has been. The problem is now a different problem. What is the credibility of the electoral system? What is the credibility of the electoral commission? Somebody touched on political parties abusing PR. And so I'll say that all those abuses that you've enumerated, which may happen under the PR system, can also happen under the first past the post. I don't need to go into a lot of examples. However, I mentioned in this paper, what is missing from this discussion? We need to do a little bit more analysis. How has PR worked in Africa so far, where it is newer? Now, one illustration, Angola. They had Eduardo dos Santos. He was president for, I think it must have been 40 years. But there was a change which came a few years ago, where now they went pure PR. So the president and the deputy president had to be at the top of the list. Now, this continuous incumbency, that was the beginning of the end. And now I'll use very short political shorthand. So the Mbabazi of Angola, who was defense minister, so he came up, he wanted to run for president, he was defeated at the primaries and so on. Eventually emerged as a credible candidate for president because the risk of losing an election on its own will cause changes at the top. South Africa, when there was a fear that the party would lose election, there have been changes in the holder of the office of president, even where a party has entrenched power. Now, what I want to comment to you is I have at least summarized the different models. Of course, we don't have enough time to go into what are the different forms of PR. So the concentration has been on the pure party list, but there's also the parallel list, where you have constituencies and a party list, like you see in the DRC. So look at what is happening in Tanzania. And what I think is happening in many of these countries is that the politics is becoming less aggressively polarized. So at the end of the day, the only major difference between PR and first past the post, at least in the context of elections, is that at the end of the day, we are normally looking at winners in plurality as opposed to a single winner. And I think in the context of Uganda, this is becoming more and more urgent because we know that now in our lifetime, there will be a question of transition. But when we ask the members of the CA and so on, nobody, and this is why Article 105.2 was not entrenched in the Constitution. Nobody expected that article to be amended. So when we look at PR now, we are, it's about, in Germany, elections, votes are counted by nuns, they are counted in parishes, by elderly people, and so on. But in the context of Uganda, we should not have so much trust in first past the post. I think there is a need to moderate it. And I think when you look at Uganda now, the failure of the system And why the stakes are so high is first past the post. So
Thank you very much, Mr. Karoli Semogere. Please give them a thunderous applause. You have made it easier for us. I think that table minus Honorable Cecilia Gual, we are PR skeptics. I was one of them, but I'm getting converted. I think we need to do some benchmarking. Mr. Leader of Opposition, we would need to have myself, Honorable Kenna, General Mugisha Muntu, who are PR skeptics. We find us a fund to go for benchmarking where PR has worked best. May God bless you all. Thank you very much for this session.
A round of applause for the Honorable Lulu Mebaiga, and then to Professor Frederick Sempewa and Mr. Karoli Semogere. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members. We are coming to the close of today's session with the one last presentation. The presentation is going to be made by Mr. Victor Juma Owiti, and he's the Principal Prosecution Counsel in Kenya. And he's going to be presenting on how does the legislature and court safeguard the constitution, lessons from Kenya 2010 to 2022. That paper will be discussed by Professor Joe Oloka Onyango, and we apologize for the mismanagement of time. We really apologize and appreciate you for being patient. So the presentation by Mr. Victor Juma Owiti is going to be on Zoom for 15 to 20 minutes, and then we'll go into the discussion. Thank you so much. The IT team can project the presentation. It's going to be on Zoom. They are connecting to him.
Hello.
Yes,
Good
we can
evening.
hear you.
Thank you very much. Can you see my presentation?
No, we are seeing you and we can hear you, but not the presentation.
Kindly let me know when you see it. Can you see it now?
Not yet. Yes, we can see the presentation now.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Good evening, leader of the opposition, heads of political parties, and all honorable members. I am honored to appear before you today to make this presentation. And I will take 10 to 15 minutes because of the time shortage that we have. I must start by mentioning that I have been glad to listen to Professor Sempebwa. I hope I get that pronunciation right, because he's given a summary of what appears like the architecture of the Kenyan Constitution in terms of the devolved system of governance, and therefore the legislature being divided both into the National Assembly and the Senate, which basically is to protect the 47 counties that we have in Kenya. I have prepared this presentation, but I will do a skip of the slides to go to the part that is most relevant to what I've been asked to talk about today. What is the role of the legislature? What is the role of the courts in protecting the Constitution of Kenya 2010 promulgated in August 2010? First of all, I would like to mention, as Mr. Semogere indicated earlier in his presentation, that the Kenyan Constitution is a bit more elaborate. I am not able to make that comparison vis-a-vis the Ugandan Constitution, but it is true that the Kenyan Constitution is a little more elaborate and did not leave room for confusion from various interpretations, so that most of what it says is available in the Constitution itself, thereby providing an internal mechanism of ensuring that the Constitution is as clear as possible in every aspect of governance. Having said that, allow me to just mention on that first slide that just like in Uganda, the sovereign power belongs to the people. The sovereign power of Kenyans belongs to the Kenyan citizens, and it is them that then delegate their power to the legislature, to the judiciary, and of course to the executive and other institutions established under the Constitution, including the unique commissions and independent offices created under our Constitution. That is the basis of our Article 1 of the Constitution. And under that Constitution, it says it obligates every Kenyan, whether you are in power or not, whether you are a member of parliament or not, it obligates you to defend the Constitution, to uphold the Constitution, to respect that Constitution, and to give effect to its provisions. And that's what my understanding is of safeguarding the Constitution. I therefore propose that the definition of safeguarding the Constitution for purposes of this presentation is the respecting, upholding, and defending of the Constitution. And therefore, any person that exercises power or authority under the Constitution, including the legislature and the judiciary, are therefore obligated to exercise that authority only in accordance with the Constitution. As Professor Sempebwa already indicated, it is not enough to have the document called a constitution. A renowned professor in Kenya called Professor Professor Okoth Ogendo said that there's a difference between constitutions and constitutionalism. What Africa is striving to move towards in this democratization process is the stage of constitutionalism. We all have constitutions, but we have not been faithful and we have not applied fidelity to those constitutions. So number one, the judiciary and the legislature is obligated to have a fidelity to the Constitution so that we give meaning to constitutionalism, which is expected by those constitutions. Having said that, allow me to run through, I'll skip the establishment of the legislature in Kenya. We've mentioned that we have both the National Assembly, which deals with enactment of laws at the national level, and we have the Senate, which deals with enactment at the county assemblies, and also the allocation of funds, which has been mentioned by Professor Sempebwa. And then I'll go to the legislature's role in safeguarding the Constitution, and I'll mention a number of examples. Number one, which is common to both Kenya and Uganda, I believe, is that the legislature enacts laws or acts of parliament, and in enacting some of these laws, they are intended to give effect to the various provisions of the Constitution. In Kenya, the National Assembly has enacted a number of laws. An example is the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions Act, where I work, number 2 of 2013, which gives effect to Article 157 of the Constitution. What that means is that however comprehensive a constitution is, it cannot speak for all those things that are required to give effect to its provisions, and therefore there will always be a need to give, to enact laws, acts of parliament, to give effect to those specific provisions of the Constitution. So in Kenya, other than the ODPP Act, which I have mentioned, there's also be another example, which is the Fair Administrative Actions Act of 2015, which Parliament enacted to give effect to the right under Article 47 of the Constitution of Kenya, which deals with the right to fair administrative actions of Kenyans. So one way in which the legislature in Kenya safeguards the Constitution is by enacting specific laws to give effect to specific provisions of the Constitution of Kenya. Number two is that as a matter of obligation, and this has already also been mentioned by Professor Sempebwa, the Parliament is obligated to involve the citizenry in its work, not just in enactment of laws, but by way of public participation. Parliament is obligated to involve the citizenry by accepting memoranda and proposals for review and reform of the law. So the other way that Parliament safeguards this Constitution is that it involves the owners of sovereign power of the Republic, and that is the people of Kenya, thereby ensuring that any law that they enact is a true reflection of the intention of the Kenyan people. Number three, the oversight role of Parliament, which also I believe is a role of Parliament in Uganda, is that in oversighting the exercise of executive powers, Parliament ensures that the executive does not overstep. And because the nature of our constitutions in Africa is anti-majoritarian, I know Professor Olaka will mention this or may mention this. we have constitutions which are counter-majoritarian. They are intended to limit abuse of power by the majority, where the ruling parties with majority numbers do not then overstep their powers and infringe on the rights, not just of the opposition, but also that they do not infringe on the rights of the citizens of Kenya. How do we do that? We do that through Parliament exercising its oversight role. In Kenya currently, there is an intention to bring in a finance bill which intends to increase the amounts of taxes levied against almost everything, including fuel. And there has been a clear indication by the members of the opposition that as soon as that bill gets to Parliament, it shall be as much as possible shot down. We wait to see, considering that the ruling party has a majority in Parliament. I'll discuss that as one of the challenges. The other thing that Parliament does is the allocation of revenue. Because the Constitution creates various institutions, it then expects that for these institutions to remain operational and effective and efficient in their roles and powers, they have to be allocated sufficient funds for purposes of running their activities. It is the role of Parliament to look into the issue of revenue allocation to the various arms of government and the various institutions established under the Constitution of Kenya. The next one is vetting. The Parliament in Kenya has exercised this. Again, questions arise as to whether or not it has been properly exercised, especially because in Kenya, our voting in Parliament by members of the National Assembly has appeared to be skewed based on the political alignments. But still, just like in Uganda, the legislature in Kenya is empowered to exercise vetting powers against nominees by the executive. And as you may be aware, for those who follow the ongoings in Kenya, currently there is a vetting process that happened this week for the next, the likely next holder of the office of the Director General of the National Intelligence Service, who is the current holder of the office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. Parliament, in exercising that role, would then see if the person fits the expectation of the Constitution. For example, in Kenya, the Constitution of Kenya under Chapter 6 expects that anybody who is nominated or appointed to a public or state office meets the leadership and integrity provisions or expectations of the Constitution, and also that they meet the national values and principles of governance under Article 10 of our Constitution. That is a role that Parliament has done. But again, as we've seen, politics and the nature of our politics, which is based on tribal lines in Kenya, has affected the viability and the efficiency or effectiveness of Parliament exercising that role. The last point I want to talk about as regards legislature is amendment or, of the Constitution or other provisions of other acts of Parliament that the legislature has in response to the needs of the ever-changing needs of the Kenyan citizenry, have attempted to amend the Constitution a few times, amended the not what I would call basic structure provisions of the Constitution. They've also amended various laws, acts of Parliament, to make them as responsive as possible to the changing needs of the Kenyan citizenry. I am talking a little faster so that I am able to use the time properly. I have already given these examples as I was talking about the specific roles in safeguarding the Constitution. I'll go now to the judiciary. The judiciary of Kenya is just like I would expect the judiciary of Uganda, the bulwark of protection of our Constitution. And the nature of our Constitution, which is a beauty, and I'm glad that one of the drafters is before us today, is that the Constitution provides its own internal mechanisms to protect itself, so that the judiciary has an easy role to just interpret what the Constitution says. For example, under Article 3 of the Constitution of Kenya, as I have already mentioned, it obligates everyone to uphold and protect the Constitution. Under Article 22 and Article 258 of the Constitution of Kenya, any person can go to court and allege that the Constitution is being threatened with a violation or has been violated, any person. And as a result, the Constitution of Kenya has indeed relaxed the rules relating to locus standi as to who can go to court, and anyone, whether or not you are directly affected by the decision that is being challenged, can go to court and say that this constitution is being threatened. That is one aspect of our constitution. It is provided also under Article 259 that judicial officers cannot just adopt any interpretation, any type of interpretation that they would want. Article 259 of the Constitution of Kenya tells the judiciary how they must interpret the constitution. And one of the things that the judiciary is told is that you must interpret our constitution in a manner that the constitution is always speaking and that the constitution is a living document. Having said that, the judiciary plays an important role in protecting the constitution. I will go to the most important role, which is to protect the constitution from mutilation by politicians, including the legislature, that there is a basic structure doctrine of that constitution, although the Supreme Court of Kenya has disagreed with the existence within our constitution of a basic structure, but it agreed that there are aspects of the constitution that cannot be mutilated or amended willy-nilly, and that if you needed to amend those aspects of the constitution, you will need to go back to the owners of the sovereign power, and that is the people through a referendum. So that is an important aspect of our constitution, that it is self-protecting before then the judiciary comes to defend it. The other way that the judiciary protects the constitution is by what I call in my scholarship negative legislation. Of course, the power of legislation in all constitutions across the world is vested in parliament. However, the judiciary has a power to strike out a law if that law is found to be unconstitutional for one reason or the other, including that the law itself violates a specific provision of the constitution, or that the law itself threatens the rights and fundamental freedoms of the citizenry. So the judiciary can say that, this particular law as intended by parliament would infringe on the rights of Kenyans and therefore cannot stand the test of constitutionality and must be brought down. So the judiciary has a role to interpret our laws, to establish whether or not those laws are in tandem with the constitution, to scrutinize those laws, to scrutinize the actions of various holders of the offices in the constitution, including the executive. And this the Supreme Court has said very clearly. At this point, I just wanted to mention that while Professor Sempebwa indicated that there has not been any attempt to increase the number of counties or to affect the county boundaries in Kenya. Indeed, that has happened, and the constitution was protected by the High Court, the Court of Appeal, and the Supreme Court in what has become to be called the BBI decision in Kenya. Because one of the things that was proposed by the proponents of the Building Bridges Initiative bill was that there be an increase in the number of counties. However, all the three courts, the High Court, the Court of Appeal, and the Supreme Court of Kenya, agreed that the increase or reduction of number of counties in Kenya is a power vested only in the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission, IEBC, and therefore the proponents, including the President of Kenya at the time, Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta, could not purport to increase the number of counties. To that extent, the judiciary, gave effect to the provisions of the Constitution and said that it doesn't matter how powerful you are, it doesn't matter that you are the President of the Republic of Kenya, all of us are bound by this Constitution. So the High Court of Kenya under Article 165 has powers to strike out such laws, powers to issue judicial review orders against the exercise of powers by various holders of offices under the Constitution. It can declare provisions of any legislation contrary to the letter of the Constitution. And then therefore, I have already talked about the protection from mutilation, but there's also an aspect of the Supreme Court I wanted to mention, which is that the Supreme Court in Kenya has original jurisdiction to hear presidential election dispute petitions, and to that extent ensure that the election is valid and is a reflection of the owners of the sovereign power, which is the people of Kenya. and accordingly can declare that an election was invalid and take people back to an election, can declare that the percentage was not met and take people back to a rerun. And therefore, to that extent, the Supreme Court still also protects the sovereignty of the people and therefore safeguards the Constitution. Two more things I wanted to mention before I let this go is that the Constitution of Kenya in itself, and as a result, the judiciary of Kenya, have ensured that we have relaxed the rules of approaching the court. We have made access to the courts and access to justice very easy and flexible, and that you do not have to stick to the formalities. You can go to court by, constitutional petitions can be done orally, and those oral petitions can be reduced into writing by the court hearing the oral complaints. The other way is that the Constitution of Kenya under Article 23 provides that there is a wide variety of reliefs. One of them I know is a favorite of Professor Olaka, which is, what we call interdicts, structural interdicts, where the Constitution allows the courts to exercise supervision over their orders, so that if the executive were directed by the court to perform one aspect or the other, the court has the power to supervise the legislature or the executive to ensure that its orders have been complied with. So that basically summarizes the role of the judiciary and the legislature in Kenya 2010-2023. I have in my paper also given a summary of the findings of the Court of Appeal in IBC versus David Ndii, which was basically the BBI decision, which was opposing the creation of additional counties, among other things. I have also included the Supreme Court, a summary of the Supreme Court finding on that decision. And the challenges to effective safeguarding of the Constitution is number one, which I've already mentioned, but it's not written on this slide, is that we have constitutions, but we do not have a culture of respecting the Constitution. And this is not only in Uganda or Kenya, but it appears to be across the African continent, that we have constitutions without constitutionalism. People only want to apply the Constitution in a manner that it favors their political sides. Number two is the nature of our politics. In Kenya, we are suffering from tribal politics. And it was also mentioned by Professor Sempebwa that the counties in Kenya, without having been intended or having been intended, were created along what appears to have been ethnic lines. My county in Kisumu in Western Kenya is predominantly, if not entirely, Luo. Central Kenya is predominantly Kikuyu. And we have Rift Valley, the counties in Rift Valley, which is predominantly Kalenjin. And therefore, every region or every county will then be fighting towards self-preservation of their identity as an ethnic body. And so that nature of politics is not in tandem with the intention of the Constitution, which requires equity and equality among Kenyans. Number three is clawback by the national government. Decentralization of powers is not something that is welcome among most of our national governments, especially the executive, and they would want as much as possible to claw back and draw back on them and take us back to the periods before the regions or the counties, because the counties want to be somewhat independent and they want to have their funds. As I already mentioned, in Kenya, the Constitution provides for a minimum of 15%. There has been a struggle about that. There is a struggle about increasing it, which I doubt will be achieved, but yes, that's where we are. There's a lack of financial independence. While the Constitution creates various institutions and clothes them with what is intended as independence, many institutions depend on the executive and on the legislature for their funding. And when the executive considers an institution not to be playing along with its tune, there is the tendency that they are starved of funds. That is a challenge to safeguarding the Constitution. The other one is vague implementing laws. I would propose that our laws are enacted in a manner that adopts a human rights approach and a manner that is in tandem with national values and principles of governance under our Constitution. The other problem is that we have limited resources. Of course, we are developing countries, And as such, our resources are limited and the various institutions are always competing for it. That then leads to conflicts between these institutions, conflicts in terms of overlapping of roles and powers. There is also the question or the challenge of overrepresentation. Both I have listened to Mr. Kalori. This is a similar situation in Kenya. We have so many representatives in our National Assembly as well as the Senate, but it also has its advantages because it helps to keep us politically stable. But that is a challenge to the Constitution. And finally, which is most egregious in our countries, is the issue of corruption. And this, I would not want to add much on that. So finally, I have made recommendations. I have talked about them already, that we look at African constitutions in a manner that we provide internal safeguarding mechanisms within the constitutions, both as to how to interpret them and how to give effect to them. Number two is that legislatures and judiciaries must be reminded that the power that they exercise does not belong to them, but belongs to the citizens. Number three is that we each have an obligation to uphold not just the supremacy of the Constitution, but also constitutionalism. Number four is ensure that our legislations meet the constitutional thresholds. Number five is uphold the rule of law and know that not even the presidents and our constitutions are above the law. I would go on and on and on. I appreciate my being here and thank you very much. Over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Council Victor Juma Owiti, and thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Our time is fast spent, but we greatly appreciate your patience and your concentration up until this point. Yes, Council Victor, we shall need you to stay online because we'll be receiving reactions from after the discussant has given us his views, we shall be receiving reactions. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Joe Oloka Onyango, one of the finest brains in Uganda, in East Africa, and in Africa, actually globally, as regards matters of constitutional. Yes, Professor, you're welcome. Please, yes, to the podium if you'd like. Constitutional history, constitutional law, everything constitutional, and all matters pertaining there to. Professor, you're welcome. Mr. Victor has given us everything about the legislature and courts from the Kenyan perspective, and would like to hear your views. So you're welcome to speak to us.
Okay, can you hear me? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. To my brother Owiti Rakomano, thank you so much for your paper, Wafara Tech Tech. These are our brothers who were split, the ones who got lost when the colonialists came.
Thank you.
Otherwise, he's a lost Ugandan, Owiti. You know,
Thank
Jadala, Japecho. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to respond not so much to the specifics of Bwana Owiti's paper, but to the general thematic issues, because I think those are what we want to take, the lessons from his presentation. He's told us about the many similarities. You saw his list from corruption, and he didn't put nepotism, but here we also have nepotism. We can add other things on more and more, MKism and KMism. But I want to talk more about the differences between Kenya and Uganda. The differences partly because of some of the discussion which I was privileged to listen to earlier, but also because I think Professor Sempebo says we should be looking forward rather than looking back. However, he who does not know his history does not know where he's going to end up. And I think it's really important for us to recall our history. So this afternoon, I'm just going to make 6 points. I have a 6-point program, not 10 points, 6 points. Don't worry, I'm not reviving the Bush. 6 points on the Kenyan lessons that we can derive from Mr. Witi's presentation. Mr. Witi didn't talk about history, but it's there in his paper. But I think the first lesson of history that we must take from Kenya is that constitutional reform cannot be top-down. Constitutional reform cannot be top-down. And the problem that we have had in Uganda is that every single reform that we have had has been top-down. Whether it's 62, whether it is 66, whether it is 67, whether it was 1995. And I say this with all due respect to my professor. Sempebo taught me, which is, so you can see the good things which I have. The bad things are also responsible. He's responsible for them. But the Kenyan experience tells us you cannot have top-down constitutional reform, and it will work. And that's what we're hoping for in Uganda. If you think about the 1995 constitution, which the Kenyans say they copied and inherited and cut and pasted, it was a top-down constitution. Think about the members of the Constitutional Commission. They were all appointed by the president, including my dear Professor Frederick Sempebo. There was no participation or representation by the political party. No participation or representation by the people. And this is the mistake we are committing again. Now, we're committing the same mistake as we talk about constitutional reform. Why? There's an old book many of you might have read. It's by Samuel Beckett. It's called Waiting for Godot. Or Godot, depending on, Waiting for Godot. Now, in Uganda, we're waiting for Mao. We're waiting for Mao and Mao's Constitutional Reform Commission. And that is a mistake. It's a mistake on our part, on your part, as members of the opposition, to allow this process to again be a top-down process. Because if that happens, we'll be here in 20 years' time. Well, a person like me, I'll probably be dead. But our successors will be here in 20 years' time and will be lamenting. What happened to the 2023 Constitution that we thought was this great example to the world? We will be back to the drawing board. And why do I say that? Because the 95 Constitution was a marvelous constitution for those of us who were there at the time. We praised it, at least some of us praised it. But we had also very serious objections to that constitution. I recall, I used to be invited to Parliament a lot. This is my first invitation in I don't know how many years. I don't know why I became an enemy of Parliament, but thank you very much. I'm very, very grateful to the great opposition for inviting me. But in 1993, I came to the NRC. I think Honorable Cecilia was there. At that time, we were debating the draft constitution. And there was an article, 1022, which talked about term limits. You don't know it as 105. At that time, it was 1022. And I said, ladies and gentlemen, we must tame our president. Because the history of our presidents has been that we have had wild presidents. And we must tame, if we don't tame the president, we are going to come back to this problem. And I said we must entrench Article 1022. I was almost killed in Parliament. I was almost lynched in Parliament. And some of the lynchers have left. They're not here anymore, but they're now in the other side. I said we must entrench 102 because Uganda's problem has been the problem of imperial presidency. And it continues to be the problem of imperial presidency. And until we tame that problem, howsoever we embellish our constitutions, ladies and gentlemen, we're going nowhere on the path to constitutionalism. And so for me, the first lesson that I want us to think about is that we can't wait, number one, for the state to bring, for those of you who believe in heaven, to bring manna to our tables. We must design our own. We must force this process ourselves. We must take it over. We must re-invoke. I always used to say, we went from fundamental change to no change. We need to go back to fundamental change, not of the Bush type, but in order to reform our constitution. We need to evoke people's power, not just in parliament, but outside of parliament, in order to go back to respect for that constitution. That's point number one. So don't forget our history, because our history has that lesson. We made a mistake. This time, we can't make the same mistake. We can't wait. The second point is that the Kenyan experience tells us, because as you know, who drafted the Kenyan constitution? It wasn't the Constitutional Commission. The very first draft of the Kenyan constitution came from an organization called I think it was the Four Cs. I grow old, but I saw the first draft of that constitution in 1992 from people like Kivuda Kibwana, Willy Mutunga, Makao Mutua, the Kenyan Human Rights Commission, and so on. It was driven from below. And the people from below struggled with those from above. Moi was resisting. And that resistance was eventually overcome to produce the constitution of Kenya that you have. It took 20 years because of that struggle. It took 20 years. And so the lesson is that, one, we can't wait, but two, it has to be a collective struggle by you, members of parliament, by us outside of parliament, and we must push this process. And again, you know, people lament, they say, oh, you're few and so on and so forth. But we all know the old story. Chinua Achebe said it best. Anybody who despises small things has never spent a night with a mosquito. No, you all know how powerful a mosquito is. A small thing. You spend a night with a mosquito, it'll keep you awake. It may even give you malaria. The opposition has to become the mosquito. The opposition has to keep the government on its toes if we're going to produce constitutional change which is sustainable. And that's why my second point, and I think both Karoli, Professor Sempeba, and some of the others said, the Kenyan constitution is very elaborate. But so was the Ugandan constitution. If you compare the 1967 constitution and the 95 constitution, it's almost doubled in size. We put everything in there. Everything plus the kitchen sink. Because we said we can't trust these politicians, we must do what? Put these things in there so that we hold them. What happened? What happened? What happened? And we must ask ourselves again, why did that happen in order to prevent it? And this leads me to the point of words. The Kenyan constitution is powerful, but it's much less because of the words which they use than the spirit behind those who use the words. Let's take a word like accountability that my brother Owiti has talked about in terms of the legislative accountability. The same that we have here. The same that we have here, but are we using those words in an effective way? Are we pushing for accountability in terms of those who use our finances, those who use our weapons, those who use our resources? Are we, as members of parliament, enforcing that accountability? Because the accountability is there. It's in the Constitution. You have the word, you have the power. It just depends on how long, how far, how wide you stretch it. Right? A word in the hands of a wordsmith can be a dictionary. So it is up to you politicians to say, if this is accountability, this is what we mean by accountability. And do not allow the executive to dictate accountability. So for me, the 95 Constitution, in fact, has all the elements there for us to impose that accountability. Let's take the question of vetting. Let's take the question of vetting. How many unqualified, unfit, incompetent, corrupt individuals do we allow to pass through the parliamentary appointments process? How many? Should I count them? Where we know them? Why? And you have the power to amend your rules of procedure so that the vetting process is made a public process like it is in Kenya. So that we know that if Oloko Onyango has been nominated for what position would you want me to take? You can ask, but Oloka, in your village in Kiei there, didn't you steal somebody's vote? And can you please tell us, how come you're so rich and powerful, but we have never seen your taxes? These are questions that you must be asking as parliament. How come we have all these people who came from the bush without a cent and now they're dollar millionaires? Where did they get that money? From who did they get that money? Show us your taxes. So these processes, we can translate and transform. Somebody talked about the elephants in the room. The other difference, of course, that we have, or that the problem that we have, is militarization. Militarization. And the militarization, I'm afraid, I don't know whether it will be reversible, but where we have reached with the militarization, if we don't do something about it, we are all going to become privates in a personal army. So we have to deal with this elephant. The process of the militarization of all these institutions and instruments and facilities of government, of the state. If we don't, we're going to be in a problem. Especially because we are mortal. And that is the problem. We make our constitutions for individuals. So in '62, we made our constitution for the individuals at the time. In '66, we did the same. In '95, we made the Museveni Constitution. Now we're going to 30 years of that constitution, and Mr. Museveni, as you can see, he's in his declining years. He's going to terminate, like all of us. Now the key question will be, will he die with this constitution and then we get Puga's constitution, or Chagulani's constitution, or Akena's constitution, or Mbide's constitution? Is that what we are looking to? Because these are finite individuals, but our institutions are timeless. So unless we deal with these legacies, the legacy of militarism, of militarization, the continuous militarization that we are undergoing, we shall have no no democracy. And constitutional reform would be meaningless. I made a joke. I said, you know, if we cannot keep time, how will we take power? So let me summarize here, because I know you're all tired. It's a long day, but I want to raise one last thing. You see, dictatorship does not begin in the state. That's where it ends up. It begins in the family. If you have a dictator in the family, do you expect him to be a Democrat when he takes state power? No. In the same way, even our institutions, and forgive me for talking about parliament, but parliament, you're under a mini dictatorship. And I hope Bwana Owiti may say something about the office of the speaker in parliament, because I think in the Kenyan parliament, they've attempted to address this issue, to reduce the powers, to make the speaker first among peers, but not the boss. In Uganda, we have a boss speaker with powerful resources. And that boss speaker, I'm afraid to say, and I'm saying this openly, even before, even with my dear sister, Rebecca, same problem. Immense resources, unaccountable power. And with unaccountable power, you get abuse. And now we're seeing this growing and growing. So even with the speaker's office, maybe we should introduce term limits. Maybe we should introduce term limits. Maybe we should divorce the speaker from being a party member. Maybe we should be looking at that issue. Lastly, on the question of the judiciary, you know, I believe, having been a teacher who has produced many, many law graduates, we have the technical capacity. Our lawyers are amongst the best trained in the world to provide the work, the human personnel for our judiciary. So our judiciary is very competent. But ask yourself two questions. Number one, why is there a judicial backlog? Even after Parliament passed the Administration of Judiciary Act. Number one. Number two, for me, the most critical ingredient of a good judge is not that that judge is well trained. It is that that judge is brave. It is the word braveness, where English, Prof. Courageous. Thank you very much. It is that those judges are courageous. It's not that they're competent, because they have the competence. They have LLB, LLM. Some of them have doctorates. But are they brave enough to make the decisions like the BBI decision, for example, in Kenya? Like some of the other decisions which the Kenyan judges have made. Those judges don't have any more qualifications than our judges, but they have that quality of courage. And without that quality, however much we talk, even after President Museveni is gone and we get President Akena, we've gone from yellow judges to red judges, whatever the case may be. If they're not brave enough, not so much to address questions of the opposition, but questions which involve the challenge to power. And that, for me, is the key question. So, I end by saying, this process of constitutional reform, what we can take from Kenya is, number one, we must be vigilant. We must be vigilant. If we are saying that these are our constitutional rights, then we must fight for them to the last drop. Because we don't want to reproduce a situation where the noops of this world, who are now outside in opposition, when they take power, they do to us what the NRA, NRM have done. And to be vigilant, we must be vigilant on all fronts. Without that vigilance, I'm afraid, Madam Chairperson, constitutional reform will never help us. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you very much. The leader of opposition will agree with me. It's always refreshing to listen to you, Professor. Thank you for your very fine remarks and your very succinct dissection of the matter before us. Kenya does certainly provide an enviable example of a better democracy, at least within reach for Uganda. It's not perfect, but it's a much more enviable situation. So I think we'll open up the discussion and allow questions. I hope Council Victor is still online with us. We'll take questions and one round of questions, then we can wrap this up. So how many do we have? Yes, we'll have Honorable Betty and then the leader of opposition. Is there a microphone? Yeah, there's a microphone. While the microphone is being brought, Professor Joe, I have noted on your remarks about the judiciary, you speak about a more courageous judiciary, more courageous judges. We have provided the administration of the judiciary legislation, and the judges are much more secure than they were before. Why are we caught up with a very timid judiciary that cannot do what the Kenyan judiciary did with the BBI case, what the Kenyan judiciary did in 2017? One of Africa's, I think, only 2 judiciaries that have ever tracked down a presidential election and ordered a re-election. Despite the malpractices and bloody nature of our elections, why can't we witness such a judiciary in our country? What do we need to do to achieve a judiciary such as that of Kenya? Yes, Mergo?
Yeah, thank you very much, Alberto Chan. I happen to be a member of appointment committee. And I remember us struggling so much with the appointment of Honorable Aronda, the late, may he so rest in peace. We struggled until we remained 6 opposition. The rest of the movements were swept by, of course, sometimes the power of envelopes. And that is the biggest power in that parliament, the power of envelope. And so it set a very wrong precedent. What can we do? Patronage, dictatorship is the order of the day. However much you really want things to go the right way, it's so hard. Yes, I want to also agree to this issue of bottom up. We have the Citizens Compact, which was way back, I think in 2014, should be 2014, and we try to use it for electoral reform. But probably the mosquito, yes, will try to help us maybe manage, but it's so hard. What should we do? Because right now, the majority in parliament where most decisions are made, NRMs. And for them, you see that envelope is the order of the day. For example, when we went to consult on age limit, we were given money. All of us were given money. Even us, all of us, 29 million. 29 million, we were all given money. Each one of us. Personally, I used that money also for that consultation. But immediately, The results of the consultation was that even in those areas where it was really predominantly NRMs, they said, no, don't touch. Then people were taken to Chankwanje. We also, what should we really do? We have been trying our best. Even when you say we should change and open up the vetting process, I do not know. Under even the present leadership of parliament, is it possible? When we talk like this, people cannot be courageous because it is patronage. Patronage is the order of the day. You talk like this, we are over 500 members of parliament. You will never be given chance to represent your people well in parliament, to talk. You will never be given opportunity to talk. Should they whisper, oh, so and so say like this? So you see people coiling their tails. Members of parliament coiling their tails. So, Mr. Oloka, you have said it all. Courageousness has a very big question in parliament. Very, very big question in parliament. Thank you.
Prof, my constitutional law classes were in the evening, and I remember even when along there. Probably one of the not so much used resources or rare resources of this nation. Thank you so much for accepting to share with us your immense experience with this fair land of our ancestors. I have one simple question to you. We discussed centralization, we discussed rule of law, we discussed electoral reforms, the departure from the predicate of the two-term remit. Is it your view that this constitution is reformable? Is it still the same spirit? Because 1995 had a spirit. Probably the spirit was, if it were a ghost, it was exorcised and it's no more. Do we need to really reinvent a new spirit and rethink a new constitutional model altogether from the experience of constitutional law and constitutionalism? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Honorable Sebalama, then Mr. Mukaku, and then Honorable Alan.
Thank you so much, Dr. Professor, or anything. You deserve it all. You talked about courageousness. The courageousness is not actually for only the judges. It also goes for the members of parliament. Many a times when decisions are being taken in parliament, the courage to stand against what is wrong or what we do not believe in is actually very small. You find the speaker is ruling, you do not believe in what they are ruling, but actually you go into the corridors and talk about it. Talk about the loans that are being passed. Talk about very many other things that, you know, the speaker can rule. All the donations in UDC and other government corporations, the budgets. So it goes back to even us, the members of parliament. Do we have the courage to push the reforms that we are talking about? The constitution and the electoral reforms that we are talking about today. Can we stand by them and create a scenario that parliament cannot move without listening to us? The courageousness goes back to also members of parliament. I thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
so
you
the
very
courage
much.
goes back to members of parliament. Okay, from Mukaku, Alan, and then we'll come back here.
Thank you very much, Professor. It was really very interesting. How do we invoke the bottom-up, the bottom-up approach, or become the mosquito without seeming or being construed to be trying to overthrow the status quo, that is becoming candidates for treason or incitement, as our moderator was construed. And two, Professor, who is to enforce the Riot Act, as you mentioned, the Riot Act, say, of Parliament, that is provided through the parliamentary or legislative oversight or space, when the president, even at some stage recently, objected to the declaring of that some people should not declare their wealth. Who is to implement that Riot Act when the parliamentarians stamp the authority, but at the end of the day, somebody must enforce it?
Thank you very much. Kindly, let's keep our responses short and brief in the interest of time. And again, a reminder that Council Victor is online, so you may also pose some questions to him. Alan.
Thank you so much. My name is Alan from Nakaseke Central. Specifically goes to Professor Oloka, and it's about to fight an elephant in the room, and that is militarization. And you specifically said that as leaders, we have to be vigilant. Professor, we need you to be specific, because the Ugandans have tried to exercise their rights, like under Article 29, 1D, to assemble, to demonstrate. But under this political environment, Mr. Museveni, people can't exercise their rights, including even members of parliament. Recently, the women were beaten, MPs, women were beaten, and we need to be specific. When you say vigilant, 7 went to the bush in 1981, and 500,000 people died in Nakaseke, where I come from. So in this right now, you need to give us the vigilance. What do you mean? Why should it be done at this moment? Thank you.
Hello.
Carry on.
Thank you very much. My name is Jole Mugisha. I have a request for you, Professor, because before I tell you the request, I think there is something that is indeed fundamentally wrong with Ugandans. I was around when the consultations for the 1995 constitutions were being made. I was also very close to some members who were delegates in the Constituent Assembly. I remember, those days, money also exchanged hands. People, spent a lot of time in caucuses, and, each time one would make a question why they were giving the president a lot of powers. I remember one member said, this man is here for a short time and he's going to go away. And I said, but supposing somebody comes in between, what do we do? They would say, don't worry, he cannot let us down. And this is a lesson, Professor, to learn from, because you have rightly heard Honorable Betty here saying that she also received the money. Now, each round of members of parliament that comes in, they take the money. And I wouldn't be surprised if our friend here also took the money. And therefore, I believe that there's something that is wrong with us, Ugandans. We don't seem to read, we don't seem to understand, we forget our history very, very fast. We are not informed. And even the professor was the member, isn't it? Professor Sempe, I think, was a member of the commission that went around the country. Most of those people who did are still here. And when you talk about it, you know, they quarrel, they don't want you to mention it. So my request, Professor, is why don't you do research? Find out if our heads are clear. I think we have a problem because we don't learn. The man has studied this country. He knows what we love. We love money, right? We love, I don't know, maybe prestigious positions. So can you do research and then give us the information? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. No, we need to keep it brief because we have to close it.
And information. This is not the other money which was taken from underground, which was like 200 million. But this was money which was given officially for consultation, officially on top of the table, not under the table. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Even the 5 million was given from the table. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. 5 million in 2005 to remove term limits, 29 million to remove age limit.
To do consultations.
Okay, same thing really.
Million.
All right, okay, ladies, thank you very much. I will take Honorable Sekabira. I need the microphone to shift to this side of the room as well. We'll just take 2 hands there. Okay, we've not heard from a lady. So I'll take Honorable Sekabira, then I'll take Honorable Helen and come to this side of the room.
Thank you so much, moderator and professor, for the opportunity. Professor, Article 77, 98, 126 provide for establishment of the different arms of government. Now, in the last 3 months, we were faced with a scenario where members of the executive stole Mabati for the Karachuna iron sheets. When Parliament picked the matter, the president came out and said he was going to take political action, even ordered the police to investigate, and then the DPP took it up. Along the way, Parliament had also started investigations because as Parliament, we are mandated with the oversight, among others. In the middle of the way, the judiciary also did their part. While the judiciary was trying to process the matter, the report still had to come to Parliament because we had a duty and the Committee of Parliament had also done their research, and then they had to present the same. We did not discuss the report because of the sub judice rule. And as a young legislator, I found it hard to understand why the president did not obey the sub judice, because it was after court had started the process, and then he said, no, this is what we are going to do. So I would want you to elaborate, to throw more light on that. When do the different arms of government allow the other entities, the other arms of government to operate with independence? Thank you so much.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Nachmuli Kalangala. Thank you, Professor. My question is almost like that of Honorable Mkaku, but quite different. We all want the bottom-up approach or mechanism, and I believe it works. But how does it thrive in such an environment where the opposition is not allowed to go and mobilize people on ground, and yet we think it is what works best for this country? What do you think should be done? I thank you.
Thank you. Mine goes to Professor Victor from Kenya. He's doing his doctorate. No problem, I can prophesy. Kenya politics is very tribal, very tribal. I want to hear from you the new constitutional order, how far is it going to cure your tribal politics? I'm hearing voices that are claiming that, including the moderator, she's talking of your constitutionalism being very envious. But we know your politics is very tribal. Everything is founded on those tribal lines. I just want to hear from you. Since the new constitutional order, how far have we gone to cure those tribal lines? I thank you so much. Thank you very much, moderator. Protocol observed. I am Lusinge Joab, Member of Parliament representing Masinde Municipality. Today I have been a bit encouraged, especially by the team of discussants we have had. Our university professors who have been here. This morning I actually wanted to say that the preservation and protection of the Constitution, as well as the constitutionalism, good governance, is not a work of only politicians, active politicians or political actors, but it is for the welfare of the whole country. And there has been a temptation of people leaving it to the political actors. Say, the opposition, you are not doing much. The opposition, you are letting us down. And that statement all along has been irritating, as if some people have really given up with the country and they think it is us to work for them and for them they benefit. But this morning when I heard from Professor Ndevesa, and now I've heard from you, I'm a bit encouraged because I know where reforms have been achieved, it has been a concerted effort of different sections of society. Right from history, the reforms in France as a result of the French Revolution was the work of the university lecturers, professors, the academia. Even here in Tanzania, the campaign for the return of multipartyism and the constitutional rule. But here in Uganda, they are saying political actors. How I pray that this time now, you seem to appreciate that the challenges are running out of hand. Could you go to your constituencies there, in the universities, organize yourselves and also play a role, especially on these matters of constitutionalism? Because some of us have been brave enough to come up and play the politics, but we may not have adequate knowledge in as far as the constitution and the constitution is concerned. So you are living the struggle. I don't know how we can term ourselves. Now you imagine that knowledge you have exposed there, what we are discovering, that even our leader of opposition, I really want to thank him for identifying these people. And he has said, and he has just said that we should not wait for Honorable Mao to bring his reforms, but we should start and bring our reforms on table. We should be ahead of the game. That one encourages me more.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Atkins. Jomel, please get the microphone to Honorable Batua. He will speak after Atat has spoken.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator and Professor Walker, Joseph Nyango. I'm really happy to see you. I'm one of those that really believe in you. And Ms. Lop, I really thank you for your leadership. I cry for our nation, and I think my greatest disappointment and frustration this right from morning through this evening is I think
our inability to appreciate that Uganda is a burning house. Here we are talking about the Constitution. We're forgetting that we are in a house that is burning and the flames are up in the air. And we're talking about the Constitution. I think first things first, Professor. First things first. I think as Ugandans, what we have to do is to save a baby called Uganda. And the moment we save Uganda, then we can begin talking about the Constitution. "40 years down the road, no agenda, specifically as it relates to peaceful transfer of power." And I don't want to really be blame NRM and President Museveni about, what is going on. So individuals, number one, the lead, the population, the citizens. My elder sister was talking about, I think my honorable elder sister was talking about what could be the problem. I have a professor friend of mine at Harvard where you went, and he's trying to look at the genes, political genes of Ugandans. How on planet Earth would somebody allow a misgovernment, a misrule for 40 or 60 long years? I mean, he wants to subject that to scientific investigation. What could be the problem? I mean, you can do that, down east or down south or down north. Now, Professor, I happen to be, my PhD work looks at transitions. And that's the reason why I have a lot of frustration. There is a model that has been developed, some or one individual kept in power for 40 years. My worry is that we're going the path of Somalia, we're going to Libya,
we'll keep it
we're
brief.
going to Iraq,
Conclude.
Afghanistan, Egypt, and Sudan. And all of us in this room will be confronted with one question, including you, Professor. What did you do?
Thank you.
Because if you're going to burn, or in the lecture room, or in this conference room, we have Professor Devesa, yourself here, and everybody in here. But I think the problem cannot be President Museveni. The problem is us, the late, and we that have been placed and have the opportunity to get into those positions.
Thank you, Honorable.
Of leadership.
Thank you.
So we have
You need to
work.
conclude.
Yeah, let me conclude, Madam Moderator. We have to work together. And I think all that we need, if I'm to provide just one sentence, is collective action and collective thought. Think about it, Uganda. If you want to become a president, it's okay. But I want you to find a country called Uganda. Redeem Uganda when it is still
Thank you.
redeemable.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, moderator. Professor, mine is on the method we are using to arrive to the reforms we want to make in the constitution and on the electoral process. That some of these as a result of benchmarking, as we've been informed what's happening in Kenya, in South Africa and others. Though I thought that it should be, like in our case, Uganda being a unique country, it should be a disease treatment approach. That we should identify what our problem exactly is. And then we derive a cure that is specifically designed to treat that particular problem rather than getting what is successful in another society that is completely different from us. And I need your view on whether it would be really right while dealing with electoral reforms, knowing very well that our fear is in the trust we have with the people overseeing our electoral process. Can we discuss how science, specifically computers, artificial intelligence, can come in, because that can't be bribed. So that we see to what level we can employ information technology or artificial intelligence or computer knowledge. We've just been using it at voter identification on the first process. But can it tally such that within the first hour of completing the voting process, results are splashed everywhere?
Thank you very much. Atat, carry on.
Moderator, I just want to stand up for the participants to hear my voice and to see my size. I did not have anything to say in the previous discussion, neither do I have anything to say in this one. But I just want to appreciate the professor being with us today after such a long time. And thank you very much for carrying us through the journey. You have brought a very important topic for us to discuss, the bottom-up approach. And you also told us that we cannot talk about today and tomorrow if we cannot look critically at what happened in the past. I think it's important for us, the young generation and today's generation, to understand that if our uneducated forefathers of politics did not resist the British brutality, there's no way we would have had a country called Uganda. There's no way we would have had political parties strong and vibrant like Uganda People's Congress and Democratic Party to continue standing throughout the journey if they were willing at that time to succumb to pressure. And I want to say that the test now is now, are we able to withstand the pressure? And we have nobody to accuse at all. Even when the former LOP said people were given 5 million and whatnot, for me, whatever money found itself in my account, I put it back. The 29 million, I gave it back. It is on record, receipted. Even the one for COVID, I put it back. So what stops you from putting the money back? So really, let us not look for books to audit. Let's start auditing our own books. And I've seen, Professor, that even in Parliament, when we are debating, there's no cohesion, there's no cohesiveness of the voice of the opposition on the floor of Parliament. They are members of the opposition, but they are not cohesive. We speak individually. And let me tell you something. President Museveni is my brother. But one of the things I know about him is the best poacher. He's the best poacher. And he will poach you as you are watching. So can you resist poaching? If you can, that will be a starting point. If you can't, all these parties will be dismantled. And the president has declared himself that come 20-something, there will be no opposition. And I'm seeing, you know, people, you can leave either by appointment or by whatnot. But eventually you wake up and find there is no credible party that can stand to be counted.
Thank you, Atat.
Thank you, but allow me to say one more before I sit down. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be dictatorial, but I'm told that dictatorship sometimes is also good. Moderator, allow me to say that the proper way we can proceed is to start now. That the opposition must agree to unite. Opposition should not succumb to criticisms. And maybe that way, there will be a first day of the war. That's all I want to say. May God bless you.
Thank you. Honorable Kanyike. This table is ripe. I know the ideas on this table, so let's mix it up.
Yeah,
let's hear from Honorable Kanyike first.
This is just a question.
Honorable Kanyike is on the floor.
No, I'm by.
Honorable Kanyike is on the floor.
Thank you, moderator.
Thank you, Prof. Two questions. I'll be brief. One is how can we improve citizen participation when the citizens or the masses have been rendered to be vulnerable and gullible for the 37 years? Secondly, how can we enhance the doctrine of separation of powers using the Constitution? Because here we see that the executive is overlapping the other arms of government. Because we see the military in the parliament and they sit in front of the speaker. Actually, I asked myself, why are these people sitting in front of the speaker? They come with their chapels, with their red eyes, intimidating the speaker. So where do they put their agency? They are members of parliament, but where do they put their agency? To the speaker or to the appointing authority? And what that is the executive. Then we have the ministers who are members of parliament. I think we should adopt the Kenyan way, where members of parliament are not supposed to be ministers. If you are appointed as a minister, and when you are elected as a member of parliament, you resign the position of being a member of parliament, and you serve one arm of government. But here we are seeing members of parliament, they are ministers. Where do they pay their allegiance? So I appreciate you, Prof, for the detailed submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Doctor.
Thank you very much. Professor, we are living under a situation whereby all institutions of government have been captured. I think the worst captured institution is the judiciary. Impression is yours. Mine is about the judiciary. So the judiciary has even been, in it has been planted what they call cadre judges. You go to court while knowing the verdict, that the cadre judge, ideologically oriented, is not going to give a verdict that is truthful, but is going to consult the powers that be in order to dispense what he calls justice. It is captured as well because of corruption, which is rampant. Now, under those circumstances, what formulation do you think, even Parliament, even if Parliament was powerful enough and it was independent, with the judiciary populated with cadre judges ideologically oriented to the powers that be, how can that be surmounted?
Thank you, Doctor. In 5 minutes, we shall wrap up this session and allow Professor to submit. So it's just going to be 2 hands here and 1 hand there, and we'll call it a day.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. And thank you, Professor. Professor, the Kenyan civil society and activist base is very strong compared to that of Uganda. Kenya has never had a constitutional order overthrown by the military, like Uganda in 1967, 1971. Kenya has never had a condition like Uganda where a group comes from the bush and writes a constitution and protects it. Kenya, like Dr. Baiga says, does not have cadre judges. Kenya has never had a chief justice killed by the military. Kenya has never had a justice of the Supreme Court thrown out of office by the military. My simple question, Professor, is Kenya an appropriate example to draw lessons from?
Thank you very much. Honorable Ecuador and then Honorable Akenna will wrap.
Thank you very much, moderator. I would like to say that one of the professors said we lack
political ethics in Uganda. Very true, and I agree with him. Reason being, even as opposition ourselves, we are not organized. That's why you see the power of an envelope is moving around. Today you say this in parliament, tomorrow you find that person has already changed his mind. And the power of a gun in Uganda, immediately you say this, you see threats coming to your phone. And people are going into corridors of the parliament. Tomorrow you find yourself in one of the guest houses or hotels. And they say, our own say, switch off the cameras. When we are discussing here, are there cameras? Can you tell them to disconnect the cameras? We need, first of all, to organize ourselves. I am not talking of FDC only. Let us talk of all of these parties.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
all these parties.
Conclude.
So even, Madam Moderator, even in justice, we now have godfathers. In case you have lost the elections and you have gone to court, you need to have somebody to back you up. If you don't have that person, you will be thrown away.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kenna. For the two remaining, ladies and gentlemen, I'll leave that to the prerogative of Professor. It's really up to him to take your concerns.
Thank you very much. I'll try to be a bit brief. And looking forward on where we are. I was reviewing, recently we lost Justice Opiyo Awere from the Supreme Court, and I was reviewing his career. He became a magistrate under Obote too. At the time he became a High Court judge, that would have been the beginning of Moi's last term. Then Court of Appeal, that was would have been under Kenyatta in a Kenyan situation. Now, in the context of Uganda, I don't think there's any High Court Justice, Court of Appeal, Supreme Court Justice who was not appointed by the president, the current president. And this also touches on the commissions which are supposed to temper and filter. Judicial Service Commission, Education Service Commission, Public Service Commission, all the commissions, Electoral Commission are appointed by the one same president. And these appointments also come with a security report. Earlier on, I touched on a document which defined the revolution. And here it talks about the NRA, Internal Security Organization, its role. Gathers intelligence and informs on all internal opposition to the revolution. So even to get an appointment to a commission, security report will come. So the whole system is geared towards protecting the revolution. So in this context, it is not easy to get a courageous judicial officer. I looked also at Justice Kakuru. Justice Kakuru came straight into the Court of Appeal. And I think that is where his independence possibly came about. But most career in any profession, not only the judiciary, any important role in Uganda of today, there is a connection to the revolution and the head of that revolution.
Thank you.
That is what we need to overcome, which is very different from the context of
Thank you very much. Professor, does that mean that the judiciary that Museveni appointed is continuing to achieve the goals of their revolution? Can they ever go out of it since the revolution is well outdated? Thank you very much, Professor. And again, it's up to you if you would like to take any other hand.
I can't even respond. I think I have at least 15 comments from very diverse perspectives. But maybe I'll say just a few generic responses to some of the things are related, some of them are different. First of all, the general issue about the state of Uganda and the regime that we are under. I want to say the 95 Constitution was killed in 2005. It was buried in 2017. So the 95 Constitution as it was enacted does not exist today. And because does not exist, it means we must enact a new constitution. How we go about that process, I think many of you have made suggestions. I think my sister, Honorable Cecilia, pointed to the key question. Resistance is sacrifice. And many people asked, in this kind of context, what are we going to do? How shall we react? First of all, I think we must organize ourselves. I think these kinds of fora are very good and important, but we have to move beyond these kinds of fora. For example, how many of your parties have think tanks? Think tanks thinking beyond just the immediate issues that come up in Parliament, number one. Number two, how many of your parties have not so much a legislative agenda, but a constitutional reform agenda? Number three, how many of you have an outreach program to civil society, to non-political actors? Because I think the point was made here that this is not just a political struggle. In that sense, we are all politicians. It's all of us. And I liked Honorable Jolly's question about Ugandans. I think, I'm not a psychologist or a psychiatrist, but Ugandans are suffering from an extended state of PTSD. I think Honorable Lulume, as a doctor, would know what PTS, post-traumatic stress disorder. We've been so violated as a people, that we are still stressed. And all the things that we do, the violence, excuse me, the violence that we see, even the micro-violence by bodyguards, by security, it's a reflection of this PTSD. So we need to find a way of addressing that issue. And that goes to the question of improving citizen participation. Honorable Kanyike was raising this. Thank you. How do we go about doing that? Unless we continue to keep the lines open and to recognize that politics must be demonopolized. I think that was what Honorable Katshabi was saying. It must be demonopolized. It's politics. In fact, the problem that we have had in Uganda is we've left politics to the politicians. So unless we view this issue as a collaborative endeavor, we're not going to go far. So what am I saying? I'm saying we need unity, but it's not just unity of the political parties. We need organization, but it's not just organization of the political parties. Somebody said, Kenya is not Uganda, and that's the point from which I started. Kenya is not Uganda, and of course, even when we look outside, beyond, people say, you know, we're in a dictatorship, we can't organize and so on. But we're not the first dictatorship. This is not the first dictatorship, either as Ugandans that we've seen or that have existed around the world. There have been dictatorships all over the world. Where are they today? Where are they today? When we were growing up, General Pinochet in Chile, people thought he would live forever. Mobutu Sese Seko just next door. Wazabanga, Kuku Bengu. The cock who leaves no hen, what? Unpunctured. Emperor Jean Bedel Bokassa. These were all dictators. So let us not despair. Let us not despair. What I'm saying is that collectively we can find a way. Now, again, many people raise questions. I think there was a question about the sub judice rule. There was a question about is constitution reformable? Again, all of these things, and even Honorable Betty, when you had the problem with Rwanda. What action was taken? Because that's the question. It's not the question of what happens, but how you respond. Because, and I will end here again with Chinua Achebe. Chinua Achebe talks about the time when the hair. Our African folk tales are full of the hair. The animal, the hare, Chulu. Yes? The wise one. When she came into the jungle, she met the lion. The lion said, "Oh, hare, I've been waiting for you all this time. You've been dodging me. Every time I come, you run away. This time, you're finished." So what did hare do? Hare started running, turning around, in one spot, kicking up the dust. Lion said, "Hello, hare, why are you wasting time? I've caught you now. I'm going to eat you." What did hare say? Hare said, "I know you're going to eat me. I know I am going to die. But when I die, I want those who pass along this path to say that a real woman died here." That's what struggle is about. We have to die as real men and women. We don't have a choice. And from each of our positions, we've got to keep on struggling. Otherwise, we cease to be what? Humans. So my final point is struggle takes many different forms. And by the way, preparing is half of the solution. Because I can assure you, as night follows day, there will come a time when President Museveni will die. Are we prepared? Are we prepared as a country for what will follow? I don't know. So I'll stop there.
Oh, thank you very much, Professor. A round of applause. Thank you very much, Professor. I'll just bring Victor back to give us his parting remarks. Victor, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much. I'll make this very short and quick. There are two direct questions which I would like to answer. Number one is whether or not the Constitution of Kenya 2010 has dealt with the problem of tribalism. It hasn't completely, but it has helped to reduce the fangs of tribalism. How did it do so? The Constitution is clear about the roles and positions, and therefore the people that get to those offices have some form of protection and independence, and therefore are not affected by the threat of tribal enemies who are basically also political enemies. That's just one of them. The other way is affirmative action under Article 27 of the Constitution. Whether or not you like a lady from a given tribe, the lady may be entitled to their political position by dint of Article 27, which provides for affirmative action to women as long alongside minority groups from other minority tribes and the people with disability, which I think also applies in Uganda. The other question was, how do we entrench separation of powers? Again, the Constitution of Kenya has addressed that. You clearly demarcate the functions of offices so that it is clear which office should do which role, and then clothe those offices with independence, and also hope that the office holders will be true to the Constitution and to their oath of office. One final parting shot is that, like we've said repeatedly, we can have so many good constitutions, but we cannot cure bad manners. The trouble with most of African countries is bad manners. A culture of bad manners cannot be cured by constitutions. We need to have a change of mind, a change of mindset, so that we are true to the Constitution. The only reason you find opposition leaders, for example, not speaking in one word as indicated is bad manners, because people are fighting for their stomachs and therefore are not able to join hands for the general good of the country. In conclusion, I am so grateful for this opportunity. And I'm so grateful that I finally shared a platform with Professor Oloka Onyango, my brother from the other side. God bless each of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there we have it. Thank you for being such a pleasant audience, very engaging. Thank you very much, Professor. Once again, we apologize in regards to our time management, but nonetheless, we are very grateful that you have shared your knowledge with us. So there we have it. Have a good evening. Thank you very much, Professor Joe Onyango Loka. Was a very wonderful presentation. And Mr. Owiti, we are very glad. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, thank you so much for today. I know we are tired and we need to go and rest. We'll resume tomorrow morning. Council Peter Walubiri will be the only presenter and the rest will be plenary discussions. We're going to have many people definitely on those plenary discussions. Thank you so much. Have a good night.